Warning, some viewers may find the following footage deeply disturbing.
Welcome to the Lion's Den podcast. Before we dive into today's episode, we have a brief disclaimer to share. The views and opinions expressed by the guests on the Lion's Den podcast are their own and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position of the Lion's Den podcast, its hosts, or affiliates. All content provided by our guests is of their opinion and is not intended to malign anyone or anything. Additionally, by participating in the Lion's Den podcast, our guests grant permission for their likeness, voice, and views shared during the podcast to be recorded and used in future episodes, promotional materials, and any other content produced by the Lion's Den podcast. This permission is granted without any expectation of compensation or royalties. Thank you for understanding, and we hope you enjoy today's episode of the Lion's Den podcast.
Welcome to this edition of the Lion's Den podcast. I am one of your co-hosts, Fearless. We also have Black Man Travels and Ronin Travelers in the house today. I know we got a little late. My times got messed up. I don't know. I was thinking, I always set it for a 9 o'clock time, my time, and 10 o'clock for BMT. So I made it a little late. So stay up with us. We won't keep you up too late. But I'm glad I made it up a little bit late because our guest that we're going to have on was actually on a date. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of background about the gentleman. What intrigued me is I met somebody that is the complete opposite of me and thinks completely different the way I think. And I thought it was great to converse with him. So just to let you know, this gentleman is an entrepreneur. He has a cleaning business. And so he has employees at places in Dallas, Houston. He's going to be opening up a place in Atlanta. So they do like property management places, hired them out. So he was cleaning one of the places I'm going into, and we started to have a great conversation. He wanted to know a little bit about IT and cyber for someone that he knew, and that turned into a conversation about the podcast. Now, the podcast, I was telling him, hey, I think I brought up, do you know passport bros? And man, he did not like that term. He said those are guys who can't make it in the United States, and so they got to go abroad. They can't find love here. They got to go somewhere else and get it. I said, all right, well, let's dib a little closer. We talked about the culture and how things have changed. And, I said, sometimes inside of the phone, you take a girl out and basically she's just using you for food. He's like, I don't care. It's fine with me. She can take me out, spend all these ducats, and I'm cool with it. I said, so what happens? It was just intriguing to hear. And not going to share too much because I want him to go into it. We also talked about the inner self. I played him some of the women that come on and the aggressive behavior they can be. He's like, oh, that's good. I'm roll with it. Not even an issue. I said, wow, man, you have intrigued me because, I am what they call that $2 date. So we either going to get some coffee, some ice cream, appetizer. We're going to take a long walk and it's kind of going to be free. It's going to be free 99 or close to free. I put a hard limit on it. And, maybe he's got them big bucks from working in his own business. And I'm going to shout him out. It's called the Clean Don, just so you know, the Clean Don is the name of his business. He's in the background, but before we bring him up, I got to ask the panel, how y'all doing this evening? And how do you feel about those simps? Wait, before you answer, let me define simp because everybody's going to have a different definition. Simp is a person, typically a man, who is desperate for attention and affection of someone else, typically a woman. He shows excessive sympathy and attention toward another person, typically someone who does not reciprocate the same feeling in pursuit of affection or a sexual relationship. And that was the other thing. I said, you spend all that money and don't get anything? He said, oh, I'm cool with that too. Man. So sometimes opposites attract. So, we attracted to get him on the show. What say you, my friends and fellow co-hosts?
Well, I mean, me personally, I think nowadays the word simp is thrown around like you just doing something nice, you're considered a simp nowadays. So I don't know. It's like whenever people use that word, I try to understand the context behind it because what is a simp exactly? It's so subjective. Rolly may have a definition, you may have a definition, Milano may have a definition. So there's not really a standard word for it. It really depends on the context, but also too nowadays we're in a society where you got to put your foot on their neck type of mindset that it's like if you do something nice for anybody, that's considered a simp. So it really depends on the context and what he's doing and what his objective is.
So what if you're happy with just taking somebody out, you take them out, but they're using you. So then their only pursuit is yeah, we can go to dinner, but that's really all I wanted from you was some food, and that.
But
that's how we gonna be. You my foodie call.
But at the same time, it's a trade-off because is he looking for some type of conversation or companion for that moment? If he is, then she's trading that time for that meal. So maybe it's a trade-off.
That's what he said, but is that fair? I mean,
what is
isn't your time valuable too? I mean, you're paying somebody to go out with them, but in a sense, they going out with you. You giving them conversation.
Yeah, but fair is subjective. My sense of fair is different than somebody else's sense of fair. So it's going to come down to this man's basic his story and why he feels a certain way. So I'm looking forward to hearing from him and hearing what his definition of simping is and whether that's simping or old school courting or just having dates and having fun when you have money. They say when you have it, it ain't tricking.
That's what they say. So is there a limit to the amount that you would spend on a girl on the first date? And also, is there a limit to the amount of times you would take her out without expecting anything.
No. If anything, it really depends on the man's pocket. Some guys have more money to spend casually versus others. I always say I'm a strong believer. If you're broke, you should not be dating. It is what it is. It's going to cost. And if he wants to spend $60 to $600 on a date, that's his business. I don't know why we should be concerned about what the next man spend and what he gets out of it.
All right. I am completely opposite of that. Here's the reason why. The reason why, because now you set the precedent for everybody else coming to you. So now, yes, why you think the girls say Cheesecake Factory ain't good enough? Oh, brother, I need a Birkin bag.
You find someone that's on your speed. If someone actually feels that, what you're doing is not good enough, then you got to just cut your losses and keep it moving.
But these
why you feel obligated to stay?
Is asking for this. This is the average around the way girl. Just saying these are the things I expect. And I think the reason they expected is because
do any of us, anybody on this panel, we don't date around the way girls. Sorry. I don't think they even fall in our categories. Not us three.
But I'm saying around the way girl means just an average girl. So the average girl is expecting this. So that means the above average girl is expecting even more.
Okay. Well, like I said, I want to hear this man's story.
We all have said the reason that if you go out of town and you go to Sosua, where $25 might have gotten you everything, all of a sudden that gets you nothing. Now it's $150. Somebody raised the price of that.
So you change your location. You don't keep going where everyone else is going. You change your location. I mean, a smart person will just change his location and just do things differently. Why continue to go to the same watering hole and deal with the same results?
But the internet is worldwide.
Yeah, but it's very pocketed at the same time.
You say change that location, but you may go on, or I went to Colombia and I went to Medellin, and now all the people in Cartagena know about Medellin, and all the people from there know about Bogota. And believe me, they know how much they're doing in Cali, because those people travel. And they online. The reason that, it's that girl that says, hey man, I got my IG account and I know what such and such is doing. So the girl, when you say travel, that girl in Hicksville, Iowa, now wants the same as a superstar in New York City.
But she's not going to get that.
She demanding it. What do you mean she's not getting it?
You can demand whatever the hell you want. Don't mean you're getting it.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you're the buyer. And that person's the seller. You make the decision whether you want to buy what that person's selling. Now, if you decide to pay overpriced for it, that's on you.
That is true. But here's the thing. The reason everybody got houses, right? I can say, you know what, man, for a 3-bedroom house, ain't no way I'm paying $500,000. But if every 3-bedroom house out there is selling for $500,000, there's nothing I can do because the rate went up, the price went up. So I can say I don't want to, but everybody else who said they would and they will pay, raise the price up. Just like if you worked at a place and the going rate at McDonald's, you just, minimum wage, the going rate was $12 an hour. And then all of a sudden Burger King and them start paying $20 an hour. What you gonna say? Well, I'm just not gonna have no employees. You got to do the same thing as everybody else.
Well, this is my take. I think we're allowing social media, which is a small segment of our society, to dictate the entire market, and that's not real the case because people are still going to Applebee's, people are still going to Chipotle, people are still going to like the McDonald's and Burger King for dates. So it's like that. This whole Ruth Chris style of dating, that's a very small minority, especially now with today's economy where people are being laid off, and the ones that are getting laid off are your white collars, your 6-figure men and women. So now they re-strategizing how they live in their lives, and they're no longer going to these expensive steakhouses anymore.
So let me ask you a question. Even though you are settled down, when was the last time you took a girl to McDonald's on the first date?
I mean, I don't like McDonald's.
Burger King.
I mean, Chipotle. Let's use Chipotle. Shit, I'll take someone to Chipotle on the first day. Hell yeah.
No, have you?
Yes, I have. I have gone to IHOP on a first date.
No, yeah.
Hold up. There's a difference between, like, I've gone to Waffle
Chipotle
House.
and IHOP are pretty much in the same playing field.
But no, here's the thing. There's a difference if I left the club at 3:00 at night.
No, this is
IHOP. Or if I'm saying, hey, let's meet at breakfast on Saturday, IHOP.
I'm a breakfast guy. Doesn't matter what time of the day. I've gone to IHOP in the morning and night, and this is before midnight. Chipotle, though, everybody loves Chipotle, man. Who's gonna say no to Chipotle?
Shit. After the club, it's Denny's, Waffle House, whatever.
There was a whole list out there, girls that would say no.
Yeah,
to
but that's
Chipotle.
bullshit, man.
Say no to cheesecake. Chipotle, way down the list.
That was BS. I mean, Cheesecake Factory is still considered a high-end restaurant, man. Dude, the average bill is $200 at Cheesecake. Easy.
I have no problem with cheesecake. I'm just saying what they are expecting. They are not expecting cheesecake anymore. They're expecting, we've had several videos on here where people have said, hey, we're going to pay more. We're going to do this. Oh my goodness. Who we got? Katora, you got to leave us alone or I'm going to be calling, I'm going to be calling Mr. Leonard. IDs don't play that. I'm gonna call Mr. Leonard. You got.
Hey, let's stay focused. Let's stay focused for right now. We got to guess.
I can say this. I don't know how things have changed a lot, but when I was in Chicago, man, it wasn't that difficult, man. It's like these were women that were still, in their careers. We kept things simple, man. Like parks, ice cream day, coffee dates. I mean, again, I don't know how things are because social media is making it more grander than what it is. But dude, everyday people still doing everyday things. That all this so-called lavish high living is not happening, especially now. Guys, just today, the Dell just laid off over 15,000 people. So
they're just saying they're not going with that 15,000. They're going with somebody else.
And hey man, look, you'll be stupid to spend your money that dumb, especially to someone that you don't even know.
They do it all the time. What are you talking about?
I have no say.
Your friend wants to come on here. Then somebody just spent $600 on her on the first date. Didn't even get a kiss. So you gonna tell me that don't happen?
Yo, let's bring up our guest and get this party started. Yeah, we speculating. Let's bring on the guest.
Tracy, how you doing today, sir? It's a pleasure to have you on the show and talk to you once again. Before we go into anything, please give it, I don't want to opine or say anything I don't know. Give a background of who you are and things about you before you come in.
All right. How you doing, gentlemen?
Oh, fine, man. How are you?
Yeah.
What do you want to hear about a background? I think you did a pretty good introduction.
No, but tell where are you from? You can talk about your business and then we can get into it. And remember, this is the Lion's Den. We come as friends, so you will leave out as a friend. This is more of a curiosity talk to find out your thought process because I thought it was so different.
No problem. I'm born and raised in the American South from Pine Bluff, Arkansas. So I'm a country boy at heart, living out here in Dallas now. Ran into you, the other day, 3-4 days ago? Randomly.
2 days ago.
It was 2 days ago? Okay. I'm bad with time.
Yeah.
Ran into you randomly. We spoke up a good conversation, and you said some interesting things about your podcast. And I was like, hey, let me see what it's about. It sounds pretty good so far. I actually like the format. As far as being, I guess, a potential simp or not, I guess we'll get into that whenever the show gets started and y'all ask me some questions.
All right. So just to let you know, he's an entrepreneur, has his own business. One of the questions that I asked you, we talked about food. Because I know, Kanal, you saying, and I'm telling you, were saying 20 years ago, but recently, these girls, they want you to spend some money on them. That's one. And just saying, I want to go on these small dates. It's very difficult. So my thing to Tracy was, I said, Tracy, are you taking them out? And he said, yeah. So tell me about your typical date, Tracy, and you when you take a girl, you don't mind if she, what is there a spending limit? Let's start with that.
The spending limit is whatever I got to spend. I don't really look at it like that. I have gone. I heard y'all ask about specifically McDonald's. I think that was just an example, but I've gone anywhere from the McDonald's range to what is that place? Three Forks Steakhouse. So on a first date. So I don't really care. The thing with me is I'm usually picking the place where we go, and so I'm gonna go where I want to go. It's because I want to go there.
So we talked about this. If the girl just has, instead of Tracy in the phone, she says, "Hey, that's just my foodie call." Are you fine with that?
I don't care what she calls me. If we in the middle of having sex and she call out your name, dude, I promise I don't care.
The one thing I can say about Tracy, don't know how to talk. He was like, he was just rolling with the flow. We was talking about combative women. He's like, I don't care. She looked good. We good to go. That was his only exception. She had to kind of look cute. Yeah. So Tracy, one thing I asked you, and I thought I asked you. I said, what happens if you go on a date and the girl says, "Hey, I need to bring some food home for my kid. You fine with buying that?" And this is not now. We're not talking about like y'all been dating for years. We're talking about these are more along the lines of first dates.
I have sent food home for the kids. I have rejected sending food home for the kids. It all depends on the vibe I get from the lady. I heard y'all mention about being used. I understand that people have their own ulterior motives. I do too. So if that's what I got to do to reach my goal, whatever that might be, I'll do it. I don't care. It's just a means to an end.
So usually a guy, when you say a means to the end, a guy's objective, most of the time we are physical beings. And so our means to an end is, something of a sexual nature.
Yep.
Is that your same means to an end? Or, if the girl says, yeah, we're not doing that. I'm here to talk to you on a date about whatever, food.
Most of them will say that. Don't get me wrong. Now, I failed more than I succeeded. But most women are gonna try to make themselves to be the good girl or not the whore that she knows that she is or wants to be. It's your job. It's your job to bring it out of her. So if you can bring it out of her, bring it out. If you can't, count your losses and keep moving.
Is there a number of dates that you would go on with a woman before you just say, you know what, yeah, this I can't keep paying this?
No, it's just it could literally be before the first date. I'm like, I don't think you're worth it. It could be the 20th date, and I'd be like, all right, this ain't working out. It doesn't. I don't have a number. It's just the lady herself and I guess whatever vibe I'm feeling from her.
So is that 20 dates of hugs and maybe a kiss on the cheek, or is that 20 dates?
I have never had 20 dates of hugs and kisses on the cheek. It never made that far, but I can't say that it wouldn't because I'm not counting either.
I understand. One other question I asked, and I'm gonna let the panel jump on too. We talked about Passport Bros. That name came up, and you had an opinion about it.
Yeah.
I'd like go ahead and share your opinion.
So my opinion, mind you, it's not like a negative opinion because I think that conversation stemmed from something else. But my opinion is, why would they give up on their own and just out of despair go run somewhere else and just say this is the best thing for me? Because from my personal perspective, being who I am and the experience that I and my group have been through, I am striving to be my dad. I'm not going to leave my mom behind. I know that she went through some shit, and it's the same stuff that y'all going to say is a conflict. It's the aggressiveness that she might have had because she was mistreated as a child or as a teenager or as an adult. And that's my mom, my sister, my lover, my wife. Why would I leave her behind knowing that she went through that struggle? Instead, I should understand that she probably got PTSD and try to love her through it. Now, I'm not going to say get there and get violated and be abused and in a one-sided situation, but I personally, although I don't speak down on Passport Brothers, I'm not going to run. That's why I'm saying it doesn't bother me if a woman's, kind of abrasive or aggressive, because it usually has a story.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it always has a story.
It does always have. So, but one caveat we talked about. Now, you have not been out of the country, or I don't know if you have been out of the country. You had not dated.
No, I've never been out of the country. No.
So I don't want to say you don't know what you're missing, but how can I put this in?
I can imagine that I see the light in your eye. So I can imagine that I'm missing something that I ain't never had. I see it. You look happy as a bug, bro. I'm happy for you. I can't see me doing that.
There's nothing wrong with that. And so, we're just here to find out the reasons why. You're not on trial or anything. I just always want to hear a different perspective. Now, I know we said you had walked by, you never dated a Latin woman, but I think it was an African woman. Were you dating?
I've dated I've dated 2 African women. That didn't work out for me because I got tired of explaining the story or the trials, because they had stereotypical mindset of, how come the Black Americans aren't further along? And I just got tired of explaining that we still have a foot on our neck. It's not that I was crying. I just got tired of explaining it. Like, they were nice, they were beautiful, everything. I just got tired of explaining it. And that for me extends to the whole passport bros thing. That's not their experience is not mine. So I can't truly relate to them. So far, I haven't been able.
Africans, right? I mean, people from Africa.
That was just anybody who's outside of my experience. Those who happen to be Africans. It's anybody outside of my experience.
And so, what do you say when you say your experiences? You saying the experiences a Black man that you? I don't want to say sympathy, maybe empathize.
My experience as
empathize with them?
Yeah, I can't. I don't think they can empathize with me. So, as a Black man growing up in the rural American South, I'm the first child in my family, even though I was born in the mid '70s, not to have gone to a segregated school. And so it's like there's a whole lot of remnants that I grew up with that I see, and it is not just about racism. I grew up in a loving 2-parent home. More than half of the people I knew, even back then, didn't have that, and it's worse now. And so my ex-wife, not in a 2-parent home. From her telling, it wasn't a very loving home either. And so that became a point of contention in that I'm saying, hey, things can be better. And her mindset was or is, man ain't necessary. A man ain't needed.
See, now you're hitting it, Tracy. You hitting the nail on the head. And what I have found is, and this is not saying you, but I found that guys, and believe me, when I say this is not meant to be disparaging, but it seems like guys who behave like you feel like we had to save them. Like you got that Captain Save-A-Ho mentality.
Okay.
Oh shit! Don't do that.
Not in a bad way, but
go ahead.
No, what I hear is, they have some issues. So they're coming from a single parent household. They and usually when that happens, they were raised by a mother, and the mother says, "Girl, you don't need no man. You strong all by yourself. You can do this by yourself." And it makes them a lot more masculine and a lot more aggressive. So when you come in and you were raised, you've probably seen the roles of your father and your mother in the household. And so when you come in, you say, "Oh, well, these are the kind of roles that we play." And so you're up against a power struggle from the beginning.
Yep, I have been.
So my question is then, why deal with that? And I think this is where the passport bros would come in when they just said, I'm tired of dealing with that. I'm tired of fighting you. I can't, you're not submissive. You're not feminine. You always, we're battling each other. And that's where it comes from. They're not like the grandmothers used to be. So why, Tracy, have you decided this is the road I'm going to take? Because it can't be the easiest road.
It's less a conscious decision than what I've always been comfortable with. So, for instance, me personally, my mother, and I'll tell her to her face lovingly, is unnecessarily harsh, unnecessarily mean. My dad loves the ground she walks on. Now, he don't let her walk on him, but he don't let no disrespect come to her. He's completely intolerant of that. So the household that I grew up in was, you could say, basically one of those types of households where you got an overly aggressive woman in that household. I learned from firsthand experience that there can still be love. So I'm completely oblivious to how aggressive a woman might be. I'm just like, she can still be loved. It doesn't necessarily mean she deserves my love, but I'm not going to be intimidated or put off because she had a life of experiences that she didn't bring to herself. That's a reaction.
Let me say this real quick. Let me make a statement in addition to what he's saying. Obviously, he grew up in a 2-parent home, and I understand that. And he has a lot of traditional values growing up in a 2-parent home that a lot of people can't understand because they were brought up in single-parent homes. Okay. I kind of have a mixture of both. I've had both parents in the home, and then finally a single mother. And every relationship I ever had, I've helped that female, my significant other, go through therapy. I started helping her. I walked her through therapy. Each one of them had some type of trauma, which I felt was on me as the man and the leader to take on and help them fix. It's my charge to help fix our women. I took that on as my charge as a man, and I've repeatedly done that through 2 marriages, and several women in between those 2 marriages. I had 10-year gap between 2 marriages, and I continued to date. Each woman I saw, each woman I dated had some type of trauma I had to help them through. Okay. After my second marriage, which had a great friend of mine, she's in the industry. She watched me go through my second marriage, sung at our wedding, used me as a gauge, even with guys that she dated, the type of man she was looking for. She saw everything I went through. My wife went through a stress stroke where her body mimicked the fact that she had a stroke. Whole left side seized up. She couldn't talk. She couldn't walk. Nursed her back through that. At the end of that, it wasn't no trauma or any kind of stress on my behalf. She's never lived on her own. She was a kept woman in her 2-family home or 2-parent home till she was 30-something. She even had an 8-year-old son. They still kept her in their house. Traditional family. Mother and father married almost 60 years. Okay. Doesn't mean that person's not going to change. That female's not going to change over that. But her mother used to stress her out to control her for money. That started to roll into when we got married. That's why she had the stress stroke. Because now her mother was trying to get access to my money and her money. Okay. So she had the stress stroke. Nursed her back through health. She wanted to get separated. But then she tried to come back. And I don't go backwards with relationships. If you stepped away, our time was over. I keep moving forward. I don't ever look back. We can be friends. We can be cordial. But at the end of the day, you had your opportunity. You thought there was something greener on the other side. You went there. You didn't get it. So I get what he's saying. But what I'm going to say is that same friend that watched me go through all that for almost 10 years, she's literally the one that said, put your cape up. Don't you save not one more woman.
Exactly.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Continue to live your life. Be positive like you've been, but don't you save one more woman. If they haven't done therapy on their own, don't you lead them to it. It's not your project. It's not your project to take on. So I'm saying this to tell everybody that I'm saying this to let everybody know. Sometimes it's not your project to take on, to fix, because I can hear even in this young man, he's had to fix some.
Yeah.
He's gone through that process and patiently, lovingly, if they were people he was interested in, he helped them through those steps. That's not necessarily his charge or his position to have to do, but he did it anyway.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing. So, when I was younger, I buy used cars. A lot of used cars. And them cars had problems. I was getting somebody else's problems all the time. And I got tired of trying to fix somebody else's problem. Especially, you get a used car. You know that your car, well, if I press the gas fast, it'll backfire. If I do this to it, you know all the little things in your car because it's your car. When you give it to somebody else, they had to figure all that out. Again, they don't know why it backfired. They don't know why the gas goes. They don't know why the creak is in the door. So they spend all their time trying to figure out somebody else's problems that gave it to it. And that's how I feel when the relationship, when you get with someone who's broken, you spend a lot of time and energy trying to repair that person where you should be loving and it should be more of a relationship. But now you're doing a repair thing. Why is it? I know you said it, Ronan, but and people have said it. Man, if I got to go to therapy with you and I just met you, goodness gracious. I mean, I can't. What happens when we get further along? I mean, we going to therapy to try to fix each other before we meet, or while we just kind of meeting. Yeah, that's I gotta, as they say, you gotta kind of have your shit together a little bit. I guess that's how I look at it.
But unfortunately that's a society we're in. Everybody has some trauma, whether they took care of it themselves or whether they jump from one relationship to another. They don't know how to take breaks. I was married twice. In between each break, I stopped dating for at least a year and a half while I went through therapy to check myself to make sure I didn't take any toxic traits from that relationship into another. Then I started dating. Then I found another wife. Then I got married the second time. A lot of guys jump from relationship to relationship, females as well. They don't deal with those traumas. They continue to get hurt. And it seems like they find the same personality each time that they date. So they continue to get hurt over and over and over again. That's why they make that good guy pay the most. Because now they're waiting for that shoe to drop. And that guy might be the best guy that they ever met. But they're testing him based on their past traumas.
So, Tracy, what type of women do you usually date? Are they more traditional type women? Just what type of women do you usually encounter?
In the active dating, I think I've dated pretty much everybody from the around the way girl all the way up to the executives. Like you said, most of them have trauma. The old me definitely tried to fix them. The new me is more content to just be there and be supportive. I've had them. I've had them all. I've only ever dealt with one of them, one ever, that truly I think I couldn't tell any signs of trauma of any sort. Two, not one. Two. Sorry.
No.
How long were you around them to assess them for that?
One, half my life.
Okay, well that's cool then. Then you know how she grew up.
Yeah, and then the other one, not as long, but she was, as far as a backstory, she probably had the best thing going of a woman that I've actually dated.
So do you look for more? I mean, you're from the South, so Arkansas, that's the South. Do you look for more of a traditional type woman? When I say traditional, I mean, hey, I want to cater to my man. I want to maybe cook for him, do things like that. Is that the type of woman you find yourself usually with, or is it that more? I'm independent. I'm a strong, independent woman.
Far too many of them.
Oh, just 1 second. I'm just addressing. Learn Spanish. He is not in Pine Bluff. He is actually in Dallas, Texas. So he was born in Pine Bluff. How long have you been in Dallas, Tracy?
18 years.
Yeah. So he's been there a long time, and he has a business that is.
Wait a minute. We didn't get his stats. How old are you, Tracy?
I'm 48.
48. You've been married once at least?
Once.
Any children?
2 boys, 20 and 18.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. That way, everybody has a background on what your experience is by doing that.
Okay. So what were you asking me?
the type, are you usually attracted to or find yourself with like that strong independent type woman, or is it more like that traditional Southern belle?
I am attracted to beautiful women.
Yeah,
Far
we talked about Tracy the smile. We talked about this.
Right.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie to you though. So I'm attracted to beautiful women. Far too many of the women that I have dated have feigned this independence that's unnecessary. I think that's a bit of a turnoff, to be honest. Uh, some of them, maybe 20%, are the traditional pampering of your man type thing. They'll cook, they'll clean, they're all of that. Uh,
Mm.
the rest can be that, and I know they have been that, but they have some aversion to it in that they think they have to be a certain thing to impress a man, and the certain thing that they become are exactly what does not impress a man.
Was we supposed to bring somebody up? I see Caribbean Casanova. He said, "Peace. I'm waiting 5 more minutes." Was we bringing somebody up? Were they? I didn't know if we were bringing them up yet.
No, we still doing the interview, man. He gotta wait.
All right.
You'll get to press
Hold on,
us.
we'll
Hold
be
up,
there.
man.
Give my man Tracy some time. And the thing is, here's the thing that even my wife noticed about you, Tracy. And this is why I wanted him on the show. So I don't want you to think that like he's like some ugly guy. He doesn't have his stuff together. Like I said, he's a businessman. He has a great disposition. Um, so he has a very likable personality. And that's why when he was saying he does all of this, and I was like, well, man, I could see how someone would take advantage of his kindness. And that's where I was like, man, you kind of just too nice. You do a lot. Um, and it just seemed unfair that the women might use you. But in your stance, you were like, look, if I go out to eat and they use me, I wanted to go out to eat. So it's like even though they did that, you were satisfied with just going out because what you wanted was to go out. Am I phrasing that correctly?
You are correct. I don't know if I can put it any better. It's not. Let me see. So I've tried all my life, and to now it's almost natural to be more like my dad. So Girl Scout cookies, how they be out, in the hot sun, blah blah blah. We
Hmm.
weren't rich coming up. We were, I guess, lower middle class, but we were never hungry. So I go, I'm with my dad, either as a child or as an adult. I might want to go buy 2, 3, 5 boxes of cookies. My dad be like, if you got the money, get these girls out of the sun. So he'll just buy the cookies and he'll come and give them away to the family, to my cousins or whatever. That's what I grew up wanting to emulate. It does not bother me to share whatever I have, whatever gifts I have. I'm not going to break myself doing it. But I think nothing of it when I do. So it's not when I'm dating a girl like I'm pinching pennies or counting her, but like she ain't worth this dollar amount, whether it's $1 or 100. I'm not doing that at all. I'm just there. If I feel a vibe with her, I'm gonna continue to talk to her, continue to take her out or invite her out with me. If I don't, I'm not.
So one concern that a lot of guys have is this. Imagine, because this happens a lot. Imagine you go out, you wine and dine a girl, you take her out. You took her to Fogo de Chao, whatever steak place we got around here. That's
Told
good.
you I don't like Fogo de Chao, man.
Yeah, I get it. You said, yeah, whatever steak place. We pick it, we name it. But you had to go in and you had to spend $200.
Okay.
It was a nice night, great conversation. Nothing wrong with a beautiful girl. You get a nice hug, hey, a good long kiss on the cheek. And then the other guy, no, I mean, no. So you don't, you guys leave casual. The other guy, you spent $200, he spent $20, and he was able to do all the things that your mom told you you should stay away from that woman doing. That's
Okay.
where
So
a
what's your
guy
question?
feels. So we
So
feel like this. Why am I paying all that money to get what somebody else is getting for free?
so to be clear, there's 3 guys. You only mentioned 2. You mentioned the guy who pays 200, the guy who pays 20, and the guy who gets paid $200. I
Oh
have been all
shit.
3.
No, what was this? I didn't
Okay.
hear that last part. The guy, what was the third one?
The guy who get paid $200. Because this is a guy who the other guys give gifts to the women to, and she comes back and gives those gifts or the equivalent of those gifts to that other guy. He ain't paid nothing. He got paid. I've been all three. Now, don't get me wrong. I've been the third one far less, but I've been all three, so I know that they all exist. I don't care which guy I am. If I don't feel I'm one of the guys who's going to get what he wants, whatever that might be, I will pull myself out of that situation. Because, like you said at the beginning, the bottom line is, the guys, we want sex, love, companionship, whatever it is that we want. If I feel I'm never going to get that, I will leave her alone. So I don't care which of those guys.
Will you get put on the back roster? Will you allow yourself to be put on the back roster?
On the back?
You know how they keep the phone with at least 10 or so people on the list to get called. Okay. But you're just not one that's going to steady date her, but you'll stay on the list. Or would you let her go 100%?
Will I allow myself to get put on? Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. Would you allow yourself to get put on the list as one of the top 10 to potentially be called at any time based on her needs, and maybe not date her on a consistent basis because it wasn't going anywhere? You'll stay on the friends list.
No. I have only ever truly been on a quote unquote friends list with one female who I've had sex with before.
Okay.
And I didn't care because frequently I would have sex with her anyway. It didn't depend on the stats of her relationship. The rest of them, no, we're not friends. We're not enemies, but I'm not like trying to run up behind you or spend time with you. We had our time, it passed. I'm good with that.
Okay.
So yeah, I usually, when I was dating, there was going to be, I had a 3-date rule. So, the first date is for us to get to know each other. The second is like, all right, we got past that. Now it's like the confirmation phase. Yeah. If we going on 3 dates, you should already have in your mind that this is somebody that I can be physical with. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that we had to get physical, but both of us should have an understanding that, yes, I can see myself being physical and I can see myself with this a little bit. Because what concerns me is when those girls, they become serial daters. They're like, oh, we just keep going out. And we kind of keep going out and keep going out. And they're just reaping all the benefits without the rewards. So I think, that's what women look for. They're like, hey, I want the guy to be this, to take care of me, to do all of these things. So they're expecting you to give boyfriend behavior without the boyfriend.
Yeah, I agree with you. That exists. Again, I've been all three of those guys. I'm pretty sure I'm listed as food for somebody or multiple people, and that lasted for as long.
But if they're enjoyable dates, there's nothing wrong with that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If there's somebody you like spending time with, yeah. No, I'm like that too. If they're good people to be around, they have good energy. I don't mind being on the date list. Now
I got a girl. What's your name?
Yeah, I know. I'm waiting on my sound box.
I got one of my female friends, and we are like brother and sister. We've always been 100% completely platonic. I don't ever see her like that. She's beautiful. I've never seen her like that. She has a 3-date rule too. If her draws ain't dropped in 3 days, she's gonna cut a man off.
That's honesty.
Because she feels that he's weak, that he's too timid, and she don't have time for that. So I know like a whole gamut of different women and how they think. That's why I know I've been, all three of those guys again. So it doesn't bother me. As long as I'm getting out of it what I want at the time, I'm cool. If I feel that I'm not or I can't, I will pull out.
All right. Tracy, I know you're new to the show, but whenever someone drops a super chat, first of all, we got to give them their praise. We always appreciate that. And then we got to show them a little bit of love. So hold on, Tracy. Let me show my man. Now, Tracy, that's what you're missing if you don't go out of town. Well, we got a super from my man Trini, Vlog Tripping. Now he has something to say. He says, Tracy got to take some of these women on dates before I come over. So basically, he said you prepping them, you getting them ready, you putting them in the oven, but when it's time to eat, he gonna slide through. Do you think that's fair, Tracy? That
let me help you out. Let me help you out. Whatever his name is, because again, I know I've been that guy.
Damn.
If that is I'm not a hater, dude. I'm a wingman. So I'll put you in the box. Like literally, I'll put you in the box. If you the guy that she wants, hold on, just hear me out. If you're the guy that she wants, and I know that, you can have her. So I took her out, got up. I need you to come to me and tell me, hey man, just, when you left, I hit. All right, I ain't got nothing to do with her no more. Mm-hmm. Because if a person as wonderful as I am, and I know I'm wonderful, if a person as wonderful as I am is not what you want or not what would stimulate you, because I'm wild too, and I'm not just a complete nice guy, then I'm not the dude for you. So he let it be known. I appreciate it. I've been him too. And I'll let Tracy, it be known to someone. Huh?
Have you ever been called a nice, I mean, everybody been called a nice guy, but like, you're just a nice guy.
From my first girlfriend, now check this out. This is a wild story. I ain't gonna tell no names. Ah, shit. You already know my name though. So anybody who knows me will probably be able to figure out what this is. But my first girlfriend, I'm going to pick her up one day. And there's a backstory to what I'm going to tell you that will help explain it. But I have a severe disconnect with sex and love. Okay? They don't relate to me. So my first girlfriend, one day I go to pick her up, take her to the movies. I'm like 19 years old or something like that. And she says, hey, I'm not ready. I said, all right, cool. I'm going down the street to my cousin's house. You probably already know where I'm going with this. I'm going down the street to my cousin's house. I'll be right back. She said, who's your cousin? I told her his name. I leave. I come back, she's bawling. I said, what you bawling for? She says, you too nice to me. I said, what do you want from me? You want me to beat you up? What? She says, no, I've been having sex with your cousin. Now, she was having sex with me too. Hold up. She was having sex with me too. I didn't care. It didn't register to me. Again, I told you there was a backstory, like why it didn't register. It didn't register to me. I'm like, are you ready to go or what? I didn't think about it. I don't care. I have a disconnect with sex and love. This is why I'm able to do some of the things I do without really an expectation, because I don't care. I'm not equating things. I'm not like lining them up and saying, because I did this, you must now do this, or else I'm going to leave. Mm-hmm. I don't operate like that.
Yeah, I've been there. Believe me. Yeah, I've been there. Believe me.
You know what? I think my premise, Tracy, was when I started this, I was saying that then in a sense, do you think, and I'm going to say simp because that's just, just to differentiate simp and passport bro.
Okay.
Just intertwine. Do you think a person being a simp, say like yourself, is actually the real man because you're more traditional? No. You may be more in touch with your emotional side. Go ahead.
I'm never going to say that I or you or anyone else is the real man. I believe that all of us men are the men that we know how to be. It's the sum of all of us that help define what a man is. It's not what one of us might think is what it is, a traditional man, a modern man, an alpha man. That's all just some BS. We're all men. We're all real men. We're all different. We all have different characteristics, different qualities, different things we bring to the table. So you're beefed up. You got some money. I guess you love your
I'm broke, but don't tell you people I got no money. I'm broke. I told them. I ain't got no money. I'm broke. Section 8 is what I'm on.
I'm not counting your pockets. What I'm saying is, excuse me, I won't go there. But what I'm saying is,
no, brother, we joking with you. Go ahead.
There's enough women who would define you, and particularly you, from this panel, as a real man. Does that mean that the other two men on the panel are lesser? No, it means they're different.
Correct. I guess let me help out with Ray Money. So Ray Money, welcome to the show, bro. Ray Money is always a supporter of the show.
It was at this moment he knew he fucked up.
That's right. I think my man Tracy might know that he might have messed up. Now, as I told you before, Tracy, we always greatly appreciate the Cash App.
Oh man.
For that. So for the $10 Cash App, I want to show you a few things, Tracy. I'm gonna put us in the background because I want you to be able to see what it is that why these guys go out of the country. So we're gonna play a few of them for you, Tracy. You watch, and now you may get a better understanding. Give me one.
You know, only with KLOK TV, man. Only KLOK TV do stuff like that.
Tracy, I think this is why the Ray Money is saying maybe you need to go to Latin America. There's some things out there that may, woo.
They look gorgeous, man.
They're beautiful, but I think beyond that, this is what I found when I first went, that 90% of them kind of look pretty.
Okay.
So what happens is, you know, like you said, you like those beautiful women. When you meet a beautiful woman in the States, they think they have some type of privilege.
Yes.
Better. Well, if everybody was a 10, then nobody's a 10.
Yep.
So that's when you go to these other countries, you start to see some beautiful women, and everybody's kind of beautiful in their own way. You know, you might like dark skin or light skin, long hair, thick, but you'll see all of that there. And you're like, wow. And so the women there cannot rely on their looks anymore because everyone looks beautiful. So they have to do other things to gain your attention. So just being more submissive, being, you know, treating you well, you know, other things beside their looks is what's going to keep you there. And that's what I feel that they do. In the States, I find that if you are a beautiful woman, I mean, you just got pretty woman privilege. You know, just say it. You get a fine girl, and everybody knows she's fine, and people willing to pay top dollar for that fine, and they willing to do the things that you wouldn't do in order to get with her. So, you know, I think that is one of the reasons men leave to get their passport. But maybe I could ask the panel, you know, since Tracy has not been out of town or out of the country, and just to let everybody know, Tracy, so you know, I'm gonna bring up. We're going to put the link in a few minutes if anybody wants to come up and talk to Tracy. So, you know, this is Tracy's first time on a live stream. So, you know, I told him he didn't have to cam up. I have seen him, so I know he's real. We talk. So he is a real person. You know, but he has a business. And if he doesn't want to cam up, I'm fine with that. So we've met in real life. So, you know, with that said, Ronan, I'll start with you. Why did you get your passport? Why would you date someone outside of the country? What has led you to that?
I mean, nothing's really led me to that. I have to control this mic while I'm waiting on the soundboard to show up. So let me know if you guys can hear me without clipping. I've dated all American women up until now. You know, I've been married twice. You know, all my kids are born of Black women. You know, 4 sons, all grown up to age 38, 2 grandchildren. So I never had a problem dating in the United States. I was recently kind of swayed to start dating outside the United States to no other reason, but I felt an attraction to this individual. I still had women in the United States. I was still taking sand to the beach, on cruises, whatever. I entertained, just like Tracy. Had no problem with spending money with women. It's not even an issue with me. So it's not I hate American women. I can't get anything in American women. But I do notice certain traits are a little bit different. But I also understand the trauma behind our own culture. I understand the trauma behind what women had to deal with and what they had to come through in order to even be here. You know, there's a big, you know, issue within the Black community when it comes to trauma on both sides, male and female. So I understand that, and that's not why I started dating this woman, where I hate my own community or anything like that. But what I do like is she just sent me a video of her village. They all catch fish and they share the fish within the village. And I'm talking big old bags of fish they had just caught. They have a lot of traditional values, and unfortunately in our communities, we've lost a lot of our traditions. Yeah. We lost a lot of our community per se, where we had community things like gardens and different things where you felt like you were part of the community. It used to be a thing where you had big mama and aunties and stuff like in the neighborhood. If somebody's kid did something wrong, it wasn't a big deal about, disciplining that child. And then when the parent came home, let them know what happened. Now it's like you close your door, you don't know anybody in your neighborhood. Nobody wants to associate. People say, don't talk to my child. You can't say nothing to my kid, even if that kid is wrong. So with that breakdown of ethics, morals, and unity, it's kind of drawn me to places where it feels like I'm still in the 1950s, 60s when it comes to those values, but with the technology of today. Not that they're ignorant, not that they don't know about what's going on today. They still have those values from back then.
Okay.
So that's
I know that some of the guys on the panel said they hadn't seen a change. I know BMT said that from, when he was dating, he could take girls certain places. Have you seen a change? Let's say you got here in Dallas 18 years ago. So I don't know when you started dating, but have you seen a change in the expectations of what women want now? What was good then isn't good enough now, or what say you? Or is it better? You're saying girls I'm independent, I don't even need as much.
So the change. So when I first got to Dallas and started dating, one of the first arguments I had with my girlfriend was she had a habit of pulling out her wallet. I don't like that. Okay.
Where's she at? Here. Where's she pulling her wallet?
She's married with children, dude. She's happily married. Okay. I'm happy for her. But I think my issue with seeing a change is I pretty much dated like the same age range, i.e. the same mental group. As it go along, it's always that group is fine with me. So if she was 30 then 18 years ago, she's 48 now. That's still my age range. Whoever, I'm dating the same people. So I'm not seeing the new 30-year-olds to see if they're different. And I imagine that they're different because I'm seeing a lot more couples out there being supported, like people getting married. It looks like a little younger. They're a little bit more successful. They seem to be happy with each other. There's all sorts of new things. They're going into business with each other. I didn't necessarily see that so often when I was that age. So that could be a change. I can't really speak to it because I haven't experienced it with them, but I just see it from the outside. The ones I'm dating are the same ones I was dating then. And they have not changed.
And that's interesting. A lot of guys, especially these guys that go out of the country, they're usually dating women who are younger than them, 5, 10, 15 years younger. Have you done that, or have you experienced it, or are most of the women you're dating within the same age range as yourself?
Well, all of my women have been young. I've never dated a woman older than me, like not even a day over. Most of them are about 5 years younger.
Okay. That's fair enough. Even with that, have you seen a change? All right, let's say this, because I've seen this. Like I said, you seem like a very nice guy. Mm-hmm. Have you seen the fact when the 28-year-old Tracy, the nice guy, couldn't get the girl, and now they done been through every Pookie, Ray, all
and
of
they
them
come
guys
back.
And they come back.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. I've dealt with that. Again, I ain't gonna put no names on it, but I've had one or two of them who got ran through when I wasn't good enough, and then all of a sudden they decided they want to come back and throw me some and think that I'm about to wife them, and I straight up told them like no offense, I wasn't being harsh or cruel about it. I thought you were just out there, and I'm out there too. So it was just sex to me. There was nothing else behind it. You know, just because you throw me some, I mean, you can call me a simp or a square, but I promise you, just because you throw me some, I have a distance. It does not do anything.
Got it.
Hey, Black Man Travels, you gonna chime in? What you thinking?
No, I'm just listening, man. I'm just listening.
So the question BMT before was, I know we got passports and we have significant others that are overseas or from foreign countries. Did you see a change? And it's not saying you couldn't get a woman here, because that's not an issue. Did you see a change in the culture that says, man, this culture may be better for me, or it fits more of my personality, or what would be, or you just said, nah, I'm just just somebody I met. I can get the same culture here in the States.
I mean, I said this so many times. Like, I don't really travel for that. A lot of my primary reason for traveling was to explore.
Mm-hmm.
Anything beyond that was icing on the cake. So, like, to Tracy, the fact that he never traveled, I would say give it a chance, man. It doesn't have to be for women. I think a lot of guys lead off with that, but find your reason to travel. There's a lot to see and do out here. The world's bigger than the U.S. It's bigger than Texas, and it's an experience. You work hard. You seem like a very successful, bright man. Take those skills, man, and see the world. There's so much to see out there, man. I've been to multiple continents. Been to a lot of countries, and each country is a whole different experience. It doesn't have to be around women, and that's the thing. It's like I've never been the one to lead off with women. It's just like, yo, travel for your peace of mind. Travel for your, for you exploring the world. There's so much more to than just fucking women all the goddamn time. So just focus on you, man. Live your best life. You only got one life to live, man. So
I appreciate that.
if you meet someone during the process, cool, but don't ever leave with that, because again, that's how most of the guys become victims.
God, appreciate you.
Tracy, I'm gonna say the exact opposite. Don't go, bro.
Oh Lord.
But my piece is, if you've always eaten McDonald's, and now all of a sudden you got that great steak, it's hard to go back to McDonald's.
Just don't say Fogo de Chao.
Man, stop. They're great steaks
No,
in
so
the United States.
look, when you go out the country, just in
there
anywhere.
are great steaks in the United States.
No,
only other steak you can talk about that ain't available in the United States is Wagyu. So stop it.
Food is better. You're gonna tell me that the fruit is juicy.
Okay. Now, if you're talking about no GMO versus GMO and all that stuff, then yeah, you're gonna eat healthier overseas.
The culture, how it's like, oh man, it's more athletic, more walking, more in tune, entirely different. So if you and on top, like he said, you don't have to travel for the women, but if you do find someone, you'll be so amazed that would not be your first trip. So I always say, be careful, because you'll start to make it a habit to get out, because you'll explore things that you had never seen and gone places that you had never gone, and and it opens your eyes up. So if you're not ready for that, it can be an eye-opening experience.
Okay.
By the way, the link is in the chat, all our pages, so you're more than welcome to hit the link and come on up and enjoy the conversation that we're having here. We're going to be respectful to the host and the panel and get our questions and points across, but you're more than welcome to come up and
we got Caribbean
talk with Tracer, any one of us
in the house. Welcome to the panel, Caribbean Casanova. How you doing today? Introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about you and what questions you may have. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, gentlemen. How you guys doing this evening?
Good.
Fantastic. You're a little low. Is it just me?
No, he's all right.
Okay,
so,
go ahead.
Caribbean, real quick, before you give us your spiel, what's your age? Do you have kids, and have you ever been married?
Yes to all of the above. I'm approximately 44, 43, okay. But 44 will be coming up.
Close enough. Do you have any kids?
Yeah, absolutely.
2, 3, or you don't want to disclose?
I got children. I got 3 children. Beautiful kids.
You been married?
Absolutely.
Okay, once or twice?
Oh, just once.
Okay.
You only got a good bit one time.
I'm 2, and I'm going for a 3rd. So
fun times.
All right. All right, go ahead, man. Welcome to the panel.
So, thanks for having me, gentlemen. I was just listening to all the different perspectives, and I think everybody has a great perception, a great perspective. I'm just usually when I see a lot of people who have the same mindset, it typically, I'll always listen to see,
Yeah.
where they came
I
from.
don't mean to interrupt you, Caribbean Casanova. I think the chat is saying it sounds low. Is it possible you could just speak up a little louder?
Absolutely. How about this?
Is that
How
good?
about
Can the
this? Is that
people
better,
out
chat?
there?
Y'all let
Are
me
you
know.
guys good in the chat?
It's
Because
still
we can
kind of
always
low.
hear each other. We can always hear each other like really well, but the chat
Yeah.
sometimes can't.
Yeah.
So y'all just let me know, Style King.
Yeah,
So,
it's still kind of low.
Yeah. Are
so
you on mic or are you on your cell?
no, I'm on mic. I can fix it. Give me a sec.
Okay. Ray Money saying better.
That should work now, Ray.
Yeah,
No,
That
that's
should be
Perfect.
perfect.
good.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Go ahead,
Perfect.
Casanova. You good?
It's just that I think it really depends on the individual and what they're looking for, right? Because I'll be I'll be fair. I kept my body in good shape. Thank God I was blessed to never have a problem with women and things of that nature. So I believe if you check all the boxes, maybe your experiences is a little differently because I do see what's online and social media, but a lot of it I don't personally experience it. Sure, you'll run into the person who's delusional and will just have their whole, perspective out of whack where they're expecting the world and kings and things of that nature, but they're not a queen themselves. Sure, that exists. But I don't think maybe I'm just not in the same circles because I go out all the time, and I guess it's the type of people that you end up interacting with depending on where you go. So like if you're going to the club, I mean, I don't know about y'all fellas, but even when I was going to the club in the 90s, there was delusional women in those clubs as well. There was mostly girls that was outside in the club, and those are club goers. Those are club girls. There's a mindset with that type of girl, because at the end of the day, these different people you interact will depend on where you meet them. So I think it's what's a lot of guys are running into is they're expecting traditional values out of women that are outside and been outside since they was 14, 15. That's just not going to be the case. I think what happens is because we're in a social media world, people believe that we're a lot closer than we actually are. So people aren't actually going out and meeting like one another. They're actually trying to extend themselves or trying to meet people through social media. And then when you look at what it is that they're attracting themselves to women who have already done, surgeries and things of that nature. Well, that should already be a red flag. You should already understand that if you have any sort of, discernment, that should tell you that this person has already got issues. They already have the way that they look to themselves isn't good enough. So that's going to be a basis where you're not going to have much value out of that person because that person doesn't even see value out of themselves. And
Right.
typically, these are the women with this out of whack, like logic on thinking that Chipotle isn't good enough or the Cheesecake Factory isn't good enough and things of that nature, right? Because the sad reality is when you leave outside of the states, you're going to run into the same mindsets, especially if what
Mhm.
you're looking for is the 10 of that country, right? So, like, I'll give you an example. Those two beautiful women that you had posted for the super chat. I can assure you, nobody's taking is going to bag that woman with Chipotle. I don't care what country she's in. You're not going to be able to spend what's the equivalent of $10, $20 on a meal and to impress that woman simply because we're in a new age, right? A lot of these people forget that beautiful women have always been well taken care of. This is not a new phenomenon. Like this has been since I know, since I was a kid, the beautiful women got all the attention, right? The regular women who were more traditional was based off of the fact that they were raised from their family, they had fathers in their lives, they may have had people protecting them, right? Once they go outside, that's one of the reasons why you don't let your sisters and family members go outside unaccompanied because at the end of the day, you're supposed to be looking out for them, but at the end of the day, when they're not, being protected, then the world will have an influence on them, you know? So I think this is where the disconnect happens with this new generation, because this new generation doesn't represent the real mindset of a woman. Like these social media insane women that are saying these, that they expect a man to make $200,000. That's not the normal woman. That is not the average woman. Because to this day, the average women, just like most of the average men, are not online. Like it's just the fact that because we're on social media, it appears that these crazy mindsets and perspectives are the norm, and they're really not. I mean, I don't know. How about you, Tracy? Because I've definitely run across these mindsets, but it isn't the epidemic that the social media would have you believe. What about yourself? What did have you run across it as like an epidemic?
I think from what I've from what has been presented to me,
Mhm.
especially because I'm labeled as too nice or real nice and a pushover,
Mm,
then they are going to present themselves as they are the prize and they
right.
demand more.
Sure.
So I see it probably more than I should see it, but I also recognize, that I'm part of the problem as far as that's concerned.
Man, that takes a lot of self-actualization. I think that's always been the case though. Like, guys, I mean, we've always known that there was this sentiment that nice guys finish last. So this isn't new. This isn't something that's brand new. The good part is that there are other options, and I guess I'll speak for myself. For me, when I'm dating and I'm looking for someone to even be intimate with, to be honest, maybe because of how I was raised, I'm not gonna smash something, that I feel is beneath me. I mean, I guess I do have options, so let me be fair. I mean, I'm just speaking from a perspective of someone who does have options, right? But at the end of the day, like for instance, I'm not gonna travel to a third world country looking for a woman because she doesn't have anything to offer me. Like she doesn't have anything at all for me. Like if it's just for a vagina, I live in America and I've lived in Miami and Las Vegas. I've lived in New York. I've lived in Atlanta. So there's an abundance of women there. But I think what happens is that outside of these metropolitan areas, it may not be an abundance of women available. So I think what guys need to do first, if they're really trying to get into a position to attract the type of woman they're looking for, I guess you're gonna have to be the type of man that a woman is going to feel safe around, is gonna feel is gonna be able to take care of them, and is attracted to more than anything. Because at the end of the day, I don't care what era we're in, what decade we're in. If a woman isn't attracted to you, all the money in the world isn't gonna get her to love you. It's just gonna get her to be around.
Agreed.
The one thing I do disagree with you on, and I think this is where me and Tracy actually agreed, um, when you were saying you can't get that 10. And I think you said it, Tracy. You said, well, if you pull up in that car, you can take her anywhere you want. Because you say you pull up in that Lambo. That guy in that Lambo can take her to Chipotle because she feels she has to prove herself to him. So now
I
she's
agree
doing
with that
everything she
100%.
can to say, "Hey, I am worthy to be in the Lambo."
But did you see how you actually you put a different scenario in place, right? Because I was referring to just sheer attraction,
Attraction.
right? Like the woman being attracted to you, right? When you start adding these things, the thing about it is that she's attracted to the Lambo. So when you say that she's trying to put herself in position to kind of make herself seem that she's worthy to you, it's for you to take care of her, not for her to be in love with you, right? She's just trying to put herself in position to win. And this is where the problem lies with people who are not really living in reality. If they don't understand those nuances, that the woman is interested in the dollars. Now, I know a lot of guys who don't care, and they make a great point to me when they say, "Bro, I've got money, and I'm never not gonna have money. So I have no problem in worrying about whether she loves me or not because I'm getting everything from that woman, from the same that I would get from a woman who loves me and would be attracted to me." So in that instance, I can't disagree. right? But there's that caveat that it's based off of him being able to financially and consistently create and maintain that lifestyle.
But isn't that what a woman looks for someone to protect her? Because it isn't the Lambo necessarily. It's what the Lambo represents. The Lambo represents somebody who's financially stable, who
Security.
can take care of them for a longer period of time. They can be comfortable. So maybe it's what it represents. Isn't that what women look for when they go at a man? I mean, I've heard
Well,
girls say your shoes look ugly.
I agree. I agree with the point of them looking for security. Where there's that nuance that really makes a difference is the fact that who are we talking about? Because if we're talking about a gold digger, then that Lambo is a version of security. But if we're talking about a traditional minded person, not the traditional woman, I'm just saying where she's not completely influenced and hasn't been corrupted by consumerism and money, well, then no. If the guy has a $70,000 a year job and can pay all the bills and they can live comfortably and take vacations and raise a family, then that's going to be the security that she needs. That's all the security that she needs, right? And we're not even talking about her being completely attracted to you. I'm just talking about someone who's looking for quote unquote security. There's levels, I guess I
I want to
assume.
chime in on this, and everything what Casanova said is on point. I think a lot of you guys, especially YouTubers, man. I understand you guys want to push this whole red pill bullshit, passport bro bullshit. You guys always tend to pick the most extreme case. Lambo, you got to make six figures. Again, based on data, the average man makes $45,000 a year. It's only a small percentage of men who makes more than $65. I mean, $65,000 a year. The average woman makes less than $45,000 a year. Average people meet average people. Let's stop with this overreaching that you got to have this and that in order to date. There's people still going to Applebee's to have dinner.
Right.
There are people still
Right.
going to damn fucking Golden Corral for dinner.
Hmm.
So it's just like we pick, like, again, we live in this social media bubble thinking that everyone wants this whole extreme case scenario. When you step outside, everyone's living an everyday basic ass life,
Facts.
basic dating, basic meeting greets. That's how it is. I think we need to just stop looking at what's going on social media and really see what's out there. People are still going on dates. People still going out, and they're not
Facts.
overspending, especially again with today's economy and all these inflation and layoffs and everything else. You think people trying to spend money like that? No.
100%.
But Canal, would you not agree that 90% of the women are chasing 10% of the men? So there has to be something about it. If they, we can
Wait,
That's
do.
what they say,
well,
but let's
wait,
just be
hold
honest.
on, hold on. When he asked 90% of the women, you see, this is where I don't think people are really having the same conversation because 90% of thoughts are chasing the top 10%. But most women, like I'll give you an example. Most Mexican women marry and date Mexican men, right? Most black women and black men marry black women and black men. Like when we're talking about the majority, right? 90% of all women are attracted to top 10%, but that's the same as men. Men are attracted to the top 10%, right? But if we're looking at the reality, I don't think it's 90% of all women. I totally believe it's 90% of the women with the modern mindset for sure.
But isn't that the women itself? Because if you let's take Tinder.
Hmm.
Tinder showed that men swipe right all the time.
Hmm.
Women swipe right like 5 to 7% of the time. So
For
they
sure.
are very selective. They only are
Hmm.
going after the top people on there. And I know that's
Now,
only social media, but that's how we can find it. But even in that sense, they are only chasing a small select of men.
now I'll put this to you. I can assure you, these aren't the women of value because they're still single.
But also too, these are not the women who are actually meeting people. Again,
Facts. That's another good point.
relying on internet and social media to dictate. Of
Hmm.
course, anything we watch or do online, we're gonna make it more grander than what it is. But you take that
100%.
same person that swipe left to not pick that particular guy. If she goes out to a bar, she more
There
than
it
likely will
is.
talk to an average guy.
That's a great point
Yeah.
because what it makes me also say is this. When you give someone an abundance of choice or The
Yeah.
illusion of choice. They're going to choose whatever their top level is because they have an unlimited amount of swipes, right? But in life, when they're outside, they know that what it is that they're dealing with is reality. Now, again, I know for sure there is this epidemic with delusion, but it's not a gender specific thing. Bro, look at all the freaking really, really socially inept men who believe that their women should be submissive to them. They can't even change a car tire, right? They have a bare minimum of anything to offer. I mean, whether it's swagger, whether it's charisma, whether it's looks, whether it's money, they don't even have their own home. Like they have zero of the necessities of being an actual provider, and yet they believe that the woman should be submissive to him. So just the same delusion exists on both sides of the spectrum.
Let me chime in on that real quick. I agree with Casanova when there's a lot of illusions, and illusions started a long time ago. I don't know if you guys remember in the early 80s, Sweet 16s, where they showed the rappers and the wealthy kids having birthday parties and
Early
started
90s. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
yes,
remember
it
those shows.
started
Yes.
throwing a cattywaller into what normal people should expect for birthdays, especially with
100%.
the children. Then you got into lifestyles of the rich and famous and looking at their houses. What was the show on MTV when you were looking at different stars'
Correct.
houses as well? All this started the delusion. Now you got IG, TikTok, OnlyFans, where these girls are taking multiple pictures, but they're only posting those best looking pictures. I used to say, you never know how many shots it took for that person to get that one perfect shot that they put online to deceive everybody else on how great of a trip it was. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Plus the guy in
Facts.
the background that was actually paying for it, but it looked like she was the one on the vacation by herself. This is where the illusion and the delusion comes in within our community. We take it hook, line, and sinker, unfortunately, in the Black community, where the white and other communities do not.
I mean,
and so
it's
we
no
have an
different.
expectation, but hold on. But we have an expectation of those same results. Just like you said, Black Man Travels. There's only so much money that, on average, our community generates within incomes between Black men and Black women.
I mean, you have to look at it. I mean, again, passport bros, how delusional a lot of these guys are when they thinking that, hey, I could go overseas because I have a passport. I'm gonna find this fit, family, and friendly woman. I could be 400 pounds and still find it. Like, no, it's not gonna work that way.
You can
And it's just
find
like,
it.
and the thing is, and it's sad that no one's not being realistic about that. But it's just like, hey, as much as women could be delusional about certain things, men can be delusional as well.
Facts.
You know, the more I think about it, the more insight I kind of start seeing. When we think about the top 10%, I think these are the people that are having the arguments, right? So I'll give you an example. If the top 10% of men are talking to the top 10% of women, they're both going to have a very, very skewed view of the world, right? Because as a top male earner, if you making, like for instance, thank God, I had family members that made me have to follow certain things. So at this point in life, I'm able to create and generate a really, really good income. But the income I generate is literally on that scale, top 1%. It's insane. And we're not talking about millions and millions annually, right? So if I'm having a conversation and I'm looking for, let's say, the top 10% of women, well, no matter what timeline we're talking on, they've always had an abundance, and I mean an abundance of options, right? So they can say that the man that they're going to settle with has to have X, Y, and Z. And if they aren't too delusional, they'll most likely find it because they're the top tier. They're the top 10% of all women, or what most men would consider tens, right? The crazy part is that guys that are making $50,000 a year are trying to have a mentality of someone making like what we make, or what the top 1% makes. And then women who are, let's just say, not traditionally in the medium form of beauty, right? The top 10%, if they're like sixes or under, and they're having the same idealistic, opportunities in their brain that they should have the same top 10%, it's all delusion, right? So they're
You
gonna
just
have
proved my
these.
point. You do you see how you just proved my point? Where I just
Sure,
said
break it down
that
for me, brother.
thing. The women are saying, "Hey, I'm a 5, but now I deserve a 10." I'm
But
just
it's
Yeah, I
no
was talking
different than
about
the
the
guy that makes
delusion.
$50,000 that think he makes
Correct,
over $200,000.
correct.
say
And
that
this
again.
is where
There's no difference between a man who makes $50,000 who thinks he makes over $200,000, therefore he deserves a 10 as well.
right.
Really, there's no difference.
But,
So
but
I'm saying
because
we're saying about
we
the
get
amount of
checked.
people.
I think men get more of a reality check than women because we're checked every day, and it's very rare. This is the reason why. If I sleep with Halle Berry, and whoever the finest woman is today, give me a name. I sleep with her. We went out to a club, boom, I got with her.
Right.
I already know that that was a one-time luck thing. I lucked up. I got it. I'm happy with it. I am not going to set my standard that every woman now has to be Halle Berry. A woman doesn't do that. If she gets to get with
I
a,
mean,
a
No,
superstar,
I
I
gotta give you.
disagree. I
Let me
disagree
give you
here.
some.
I disagree.
I'm going to
I
give you some
disagree.
pushback on that because I'm going to tell you this. If you slept with Halle Berry, that means you can bag Halle Berry caliber women. She was attracted to you, right? So this is the thing. It's like we never compare apples to apples, right? So like if I understand what you're saying, I do agree with when you're saying that men have a different perspective, right? Because we're checked every day. But these are we're talking about logical men that live in reality. Unfortunately, that's not the bulk majority of people on both ends of the gender spectrum, bro. Like women and men today, in today's day, with the social media influence, are completely lost. Their sense of reality is gone, right? So when we tell guys they should get their passport, it should come with a caveat, right? So the one thing that I try to present and I try to press and make sure everyone understands is that the passport movement is based off of doing and only one thing happens when you travel internationally. You take advantage and exploit the actual currency differences. That allows you to at least put yourself up into another tax bracket, maybe one, maximum two, but that's the most it does. Because no matter where you go,
prove it
there you'll
again.
be.
Now you're telling me the same thing. You're telling me that the women are chasing the top percent. If I put myself in a different tax bracket, that means I put myself in a top percent. That means I can get the women that I couldn't normally get because now I'm the top. And
Yes,
women are chasing the top.
now also define the woman that you're talking about because the woman that you're talking about is attracted to your money, not you as an individual. So you're dealing with the same type of women. Now, when
A
you are being
beautiful
real,
woman is attracted to, like you just said, if you met that top 1%, she's going to go after that top 1%.
and as
So it's
long as
not
you
about money. That's
no
where she's
sure.
going.
And again, as long as you're aware of that, right? So the problem is that you're aware of that. The issue is that the average person watching these YouTube videos are thinking that that equates attraction, right? They're perpetuating this kind of fraud, saying that these women are physically attracted to you, right? And that's not the case. Just like Black Man Travel said, if you're 400 pounds, you're thinking you're going to find a fit feminine woman. And I'm telling him they will, but she's not going to be with you because you're 400 pounds. She's going to be with you because you're spending 400 pesos, per hour on food, right? Or depending on whatever the valuation is higher. Like it's not the fact that you have become a better person. It's that you have now access to just some women that you didn't have access to before. But let me be clear. It is not the top tier 10%, not for these average costs. It's not happening. It just won't happen. And this is the fraud that's being perpetuated that they'll go and they'll meet the equivalent of Halle Berry and she'll be all over you. And that doesn't exist because social media is worldwide, it is a global phenomenon.
I mean, and just to chime in what Casanova just said, Fearless, you mentioned about, women seek God in the top 10%. So you, as a passport carrier that goes to another country that make less than what the average person make in the United States, that instantly makes you a top 10%. So that same woman in that country desire the same thing as an American woman does.
Facts. Facts, because what you represent as a
this whole thing about positioning one over the other based on locations is really all bullshit.
It is. It really is, because that's why these guys. Okay, so that's why if you look,
hold on before Kaz. No, I just want to ask you. So you're going to tell me, and Tracy, I don't want to leave you out of this conversation because you in the midst of dating, so we want your opinion. But my question is, you're going to try to tell me that the culture is the same in the United States as in Latin America, as in Asian America, as in these places. Our culture is the exact same. So the women I meet over there are culturally the same as the women I would meet here.
When it comes to
when you say culture, are you speaking?
Hold on. Let me just answer him with this. When you're referring to hypergamy, yes, that culture is exactly the same.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
No, I'm not even. Let's take money off the table. Culturally, you're going to tell me that demeanor, the way that woman was raised, the way that she acts, is the same.
It depends on the household, man. I mean,
well, no. If you take money, if you take money off the table, you're screwed. You go across the pond, you ain't getting nothing. I don't care where you go.
So how is it that the
as a matter of fact, I'll say this. Hold on, I'll say this even further. If you take money off the table, you actually will drop down because you are no longer culturally the same, and they're not attracted to you the same way that they're attracted to someone who looks like the good-looking version of their person that they grew up around, right? So realistically, if you remove money, you actually drop down when you actually leave the U.S. Let me
rephrase it, because I think you're not answering how I was phrasing it. Can the average man, a Mexican man, get a beautiful woman, a Mexican woman in his country if he doesn't have money?
No, he's gonna get a woman.
He's gonna get the woman equivalent to what he is.
Water seeks his own level, guys. I mean, that's something that we fail to realize. It's just like,
no. I want to see where he's going with this. So the answer is,
y'all said it again. Y'all basically saying it again. So
it's not the same. It's not the same.
Well, no. I want to see what he's saying, because I'm not understanding what the point he's trying to make. Because let me hear him out.
So if that average man can only get the average woman, how is it that these women always want someone above average?
Because when it comes to the social dynamics between men and women, men will have sex with a 2. No problem. He doesn't. Men will have sex with women they are not attracted to. Men will have sex with women they don't even like. That's not the same for women at all.
A woman will always date up if there's an opportunity presenting itself.
That's hypergamy.
Yeah, but that's way of life.
It's also hypogamy.
Yeah, but he's just saying, why is it the fact that
women will always listen? It also goes with hypogamy. Hypogamy is where a woman marries up and a man marries down.
Right, but that correlates. Right, but that correlates to the reasoning why, because biologically, men will have sex with women they are not attracted to, that they don't even like, because it's an actual physical draw. With women, for the most part, it's emotional draw, right? It's a mental thing. So this is the reason why, for the most part, if we're talking about like the actual, the general term, most women know they have attraction, or draw attraction from men, and this is from good-looking men. So in their brain, they're thinking that man is attracted to them, not realizing that top 10 will have sex with an ugly woman just to get the poison out. But that to them means that they, just like you said, they just had sex with Leonardo DiCaprio, so they think that Leonardo DiCaprio type men are attracted to her.
Which is the delusion in it.
That's the delusion, Tracy, right?
I want to bring you into this because you are actively dating. Do you think these women have certain standards where it comes to income, where it comes to looks? Just tell me your experience on and how you weigh in on the conversation. You still there, Tracy? Maybe he
fell asleep.
Maybe your mic is muted, Tracy. His mic might be muted. He might not.
Yeah. His mic's muted.
It is muted. Hold on, I'll mute it.
So he might be busy though. You know, sometimes.
Tracy, are you there?
Yeah, he might have stepped away for a sec.
No problem.
And you know
So
what, guys? I think it's important that we need to be realistic and level set everything. This whole notion that all women want top tier men, the top 10% of men is it's not true, man.
they're
I'm seeing
attracted.
like
They're
they're
attracted, but it's
attractive,
not
but
like they're not expecting it, right?
as far as getting married and having kids with, look at the men they're having kids with and marrying. These are regular, average looking dudes, man. These are not your top 10% men. They're not.
You know what I never see black man travel. You know what I never see? I never see the proof positive. I never see the I never see the business model that they claim, right? So you
Mhm.
have thousands and thousands of YouTubers. Where are these beautiful women that is falling at their knees? We've never seen it. Every time we see it, we're looking at the pay for play mangoes. We never ever see this plethora of women that you have access to that they refer to unless they're in a red light district or something similar to it. I never see these average women who are falling at their feet. I don't see it. Now, maybe I'm missing it, but y'all tell me where y'all see it.
No, they're not showing them. And again, and when we call them
There
out,
you go.
not showing receipts, oh, they just have a bunch of talking points. I mean, at the
Right.
end of the day, it's just like, yo, look, it's YouTube. You have a gimmick, you
For
want to stick with
sure.
it.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
at the same time, people are not being realistic on what they really see out there. Again, if you take
Hmm.
some time to step away from your social media platform and go out and see the everyday person at Walmart or at, Target or whatever, these are just regular everyday people hooking up.
You know what's crazy, Black Man Travels? Even if you were you have access to this top tier women, why we never see them actively dating them and presenting them to the world as the proof positive? Hey guys, look at what I'm doing. You know, now what I see is I see a lot of you know, ex-bound chicka wow wow females that they're parading around as girlfriends, right? I see massage places with happy ending girlfriends, right? Like I don't see these, these doctors and these lawyers that they claim to have access to for traveling. Like I don't see it. Like maybe you guys can tell me and give me some examples of where they exist. And I have been all over these YouTube streets.
I
Haven't
mean, it's,
found them.
it's no different than these dating relationship gurus out there. They
There
quick
you
to give
go. That's
advice
what feels.
and
I
tips,
feel
but
that way.
yet, are
Yeah.
you married, sir? Are you
There
married,
you go.
ma'am?
There
Oh,
you
do
go.
you
And
are
then
you
when
are you currently in a relationship? No. So how the fuck can you give relationship advice and all this great
facts,
things, yet you have
facts,
nothing to show for it? And that's what it is.
facts.
Right.
Now I
And
do
this is
agree.
why I ask everybody stats when they come on the panel. That way you get
Right.
an idea of what this guy's experience level is before he starts speaking.
Tracy back in the building.
Hey guys, sorry about that.
Hey, how you doing? Tracy, as I was asking, you're the one who is out here dating kind of actively. Do
Why
you?
you keep
I
saying
want to
that?
know.
We all out here dating actively. Why you keep
No,
saying
they're
that?
married, bro. They're married,
I'm
and
married, so
Oh,
I
outside of a
okay.
can't
committed
do that.
relationship. They're
Got it, got
married.
it, got it. No,
Yeah.
I'm out here in these streets.
Yeah.
I'm outside, baby.
So, Tracy, from your opinion, how are you seeing it? Are you able to get the top tier woman, or do they want too much? What is your
Let's do
version?
this. Let's do this. Let's take a step back. What is a top tier woman?
Oh Lord Jesus.
A woman who is
That
fit, feminine, friendly,
That's
uh,
top tier?
And
no.
fine.
value. She's beautiful. Not only is she beautiful to you, but she's considered beautiful to other people are considering her beautiful. She has a nice personality. I mean, in my opinion, that's what I want to top tier. She's gonna have a nice personality. She's going to be someone who make be better as a man.
You know what's funny? I'm sorry, but the reason why I'm laughing is because when you put all those characteristics down, you know what I think of? I think of that calculator that it's for the women when they want to put in, they want a 6 foot man, six figures, and it shows the percentage of men. With what
Mhm.
you just said, that percentage dropped down to less than 1% of the women, bro. Like
And that
as
means I
far
got
as
a top 10%. I got
Unfortunately,
a
in
top
America,
1%. Because
listen, listen.
my wife is feminine. She's fit. She's submissive.
Mhm.
She cooks for me. She cleans for me. Tracy met her.
Was
She
it
was like, "This is
did you
what I
meet her
do."
overseas?
Oh,
Did you
of
meet her
course he did.
overseas?
Of course he did.
Now,
That's why I said, unfortunately, those statistics only work in non-westernized civilizations.
no, but you know what he's not saying? You know what he's not saying? He's
What
not
is he not
saying
saying?
that, no homo, no diddy, that he's a good looking guy. You know what he's not saying? He's fit. You know what he's not saying? That he actually makes an income and can take care of the woman, right? Those three things alone puts you at top 10% of men. So you aren't speaking for the average man. I know you want to pretend to be average, but I promise you, bro, when it comes to the average dude, that's not the case. You're a charlatan when it comes to that. Okay? You're not an average guy. Nice try. You're a freaking The Rock looking ass dude. No, get out of here, yo. Oh, Dwayne Johnson twin. Nah, let's keep it real, yo. That's the problem. Is that's you're perpetuating it as if you're the average guy, and you're not. You see me? So when she met you, she was like, jackpot, right? Like, let's keep it a buck. It wasn't the fact that she met some dude who was an average looking guy making an average wave that can only travel an average amount of time. Come on, that's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. You showed her the good life. And she said, thank good the Lord I done met my man. That's what she said.
And that's why, going back to what you said, Casanova, is that the average guy that's going overseas is average and basic. Mm-hmm. Most guys don't look the part. They don't know the language. They don't make the income to sustain this type of lifestyle. So this whole illusion that you could go and find this perfect 10 that they keep pushing out there, yet they're showing nothing but pros, is just man, it's just a fantasy, man. It's what it is. Go out there, have a good time, come back home.
Whenever I hear the horror stories,
I'm going to address this. I know who this is in the chat. They just use a different name. Because black males don't know how to create the environment where black women can be soft and submissive. Here's my question. Why do we have to create? Here's when I say it's culturally different. Why do we have to create an environment for the women to be soft and submissive? When you go other places, women are just soft and submissive. I never said, hey, you never created an environment for me to be masculine. That would sound ridiculous.
Well, you have to understand, in other countries, men force that.
They refer to it as, in the Latin America, they refer to it as machismo. So when you say we don't have to create it, that's a false statement.
No, they force that. And if you don't fall in line, you'll find your body somewhere in the bush.
Not only that, but let me be clear, right? So in the dating realm, like in the dating cultures, right? One thing that they used to do is they used to take a lot of the good information that was out there, and they would take bits of pieces of it and fill it with a lot of lies, right? But the one thing that's consistent, and it is true, is that you set the frame, right? The man sets the frame for the relationship. The man sets the frame and is the basis of the life that's being built, but it's being built through the woman, right? So that's why when a man asks, what do you bring to the table? And the woman says, I am the table. They're both correct. It is something that the guy should be asking. But the reality is, it's the only person that would ask that is a man that actually doesn't understand and wouldn't be able to take care of a woman in the first place. Because the woman being the woman is what she...
all the time. I ask that all the time.
But you can ask that, but you're married, so you're not asking it from a place of genuine, I'm looking for it.
But I asked that beforehand. Because here's the thing, I see my value. So I wanted to know.
May I ask a personal question so we can get some information? So like, all right. So when it comes to with your spouse, right? Mm-hmm. When you asked that of her, what was her response? If you did.
Well, when I said, what is it that you bring? She said, I'm supportive. I help out. All the things that I need.
Mm-hmm. But she was that though, right?
I'm sorry.
She was actually those things, correct?
That is correct.
So then that's the difference, right? When the guys are asking that question.
But what happens is, the reason I ask that question is I say, hey, I'm doing provide this, and this. Example.
Right.
When a woman asks me, what do you bring to the table? I'll break it all the way down. I'm educated. How does that help us out? Because if I'm educated, that means our children will be educated. That means that if something happens to me, that I can move on or transfer and get other jobs. So I break it down as to how what I bring to the table not only helps me, but helps you and helps us. That's the
100%.
difference. And I want to know, what is it that that person can bring to this relationship that helps me out, that helps her out, and helps us out? Because if it
But when
doesn't
it,
help us out, or if it doesn't help me out, I don't need it. I don't,
but I agree with you.
I
I
do.
agree with you 100%. But here's the reality, though. What they are bringing, what we're asking for, is only, and this is again, I'm only speaking from a man who has the ability to take care of a woman, right? Without her working. Only thing I need from her are the traditional values. That's all I need from her, right? And so this is where we agree. These are the things that most men are looking for. And this is where there's a disconnect in the first world modern mindset, on both ends of the spectrum. I believe the issue isn't in women. I believe the issue is in this modern mindset, right? I think it's based off of a huge delusion, and I think it had a lot to do with, without going into a deep conspiracy theory, I think it just had to do with the type of programming that was put out there to create a bunch of consumers, right? I think the trickle down effect created this delusion on both ends of the spectrum, right? So I think this is the biggest problem, and I think that's why I understand when men want to escape what they call the matrix, because they're trying to escape that modern mentality, right? Because outside of the US and the first worlds are the true realities, right? But then again, it's what you're looking for also. So I think it's just depending on the individual. But I think at the core, I think all men are agreeing that what we're looking for are traditional values. I just think that most of the men that are saying that and asking for it, they're not traditional men and aren't providing the way that they
Oh,
should.
I agree wholeheartedly with that. That you cannot ask for that and you cannot provide that. That I agree with. But my other question for you is, if we are all in this, if we are in this consumer-based society and everybody's wanting more, so where are we finding the women that we would marry? Because it
So
seems
that's the
like they just
case.
want more and more.
So this is the reality, right? And this is where the passport becomes golden, right? And this is where it ties into what I said earlier, is that passport allows you to step 2 steps, maximum 1 or 2 steps up in the social economic ladder, which allows you to be able to support the type of woman that would want that type of support. You get me? Like they're bringing the traditional values, but if you're looking for those extra characteristics, because they're in high demand, you actually have to be able to at least do one of two things: either give her the lifestyle she's looking for, or at least give her the lifestyle that she needs because she's attracted to you. So you either have to be attractive to her, or you have to give her the lifestyle she's looking for.
Can we address the question that's on the table right here through Tom Slick?
In the Tracy, please chime in. Don't sit in the back. You can be a nice guy some other time.
Oh, I'm
so the
enjoying
question
it.
is, y'all keep dressing up all you want about making currency, but the truth is that other countries have a dating environment that's 100 times better than in the US. What do you guys say about that? Because
I don't agree.
it's true.
No, I disagree completely. I think the reality is that when you're referring to the dating culture, right? Remember what you represent to these women that you're meeting. You are an international traveler. That immediately tells her that you have a minimum finances to be able to travel and travel for extended period of time and have this disposable income. They may not say that to you, but you are saying that to them just in the way you're living your life.
He has a point.
Okay, so let me push back on that a little bit. Let me push back on that a little bit.
That this is where I kind of disagree. What happens if you find a woman who is able to travel, who doesn't necessarily need your passport? Then what?
Are you referring to international?
Yeah, like, so if she already has those things that we say that, I'm able to travel, well, she's able to travel.
I love that
she
you
has
asked that
money,
question.
I have money. So what value would I be bringing, or what?
There we go. So now you're back on even playing field. So you better be a fit, you better be a masculine, and you better have your finances as a man. And you better be attractive to her. She better be attracted to you.
Hear me at all?
Yes, we can hear you. Hold on
We
one
can hear
second.
you very well.
Let him finish his point, and then you can chime right on in. You're next.
So at the end of the day, this is where we get right back to reality, right? Because now you're back on the even playing field. So you better be fit, you better be financially stable, you better be masculine, you better bring to the table the things that we consider us as men are supposed to already have in place. And the last key, because you're on equal stating field, you better be her version of a good-looking man.
You're never on an equal field, an equal plane.
No.
It doesn't
That's
matter
true, but
what you make or relative
no,
to
no,
what
no.
she.
But I was using his example, right? Because he made a good point. What he was saying is that what happens if she can travel? She's got her passport. She makes good money. You know, she's doing the same thing. Now, technically, if those things are equal, she's above you by 2 classes.
In her mind.
Even if she's no, period. Because if by appearance, like if let's just say you're both
Casanova.
6s in looks.
Can we allow the female on the panel to finally chime in so we can get a feminine point of view? So, Clever, I appreciate you coming to the panel. Can you give us your perspective from what you've been hearing so far in the conversation?
Well, it's the manosphere conversation, period. In the passport bros conversation, period.
One second, Clever. I just want you to speak up a little bit louder for us.
Let me see. I don't know where to fix my microphone on here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, it's the manosphere that you guys belong to, and the passport thing that you guys belong to. And Kevin Samuels telling y'all that y'all are the table. This got me kind of you know thinking about what do you guys really bring to the table, because y'all claim that y'all bring the table, but do you really? Because because I put down that we wanted. I think I put down something about businesses on here. Did you see my comment, or did I? Because I've been screaming it. I've been screaming it into the internet atmosphere for like months and months now. I used to try to get Kevin Samuels to bring me up. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. Anyway, but the thing is, as Black men, let's give you. What do you think your report card is when it comes to infrastructure, banks, hotels, homes, apartments, grocery stores, uh, hospitals, creating businesses that create jobs? Every other man, every other cultural man in America does that for their women. So if I
So
went
do
to
you
his,
date Black men?
I'm married to a Black man. I'm married to an extraordinary Black man, but he is uncommon.
So why did you marry him if he didn't have a hospital, infrastructure, any of those things?
Well, first of all, the majority of Black women, 90% plus, only date. Well, actually, it's like 95 point something percent. We only date Black men. So there's a
No, but
very,
what
very
you were
tiny,
saying
there's a
was,
very, very tiny percentage of women, Black women, who date outside of our community. Now, that being said, you want a submissive woman and you want a soft woman, but how can we do that in our communities when which one of y'all have a wife that does not work? Which one of you?
I've always had wives that did not work. I
Okay,
never required my wives to work. They raised my children. They stayed at
is
home.
that
I
common
made
or
plenty.
uncommon in our community?
I can't answer for everybody else. Other
No, you
people would
can
have to
actually.
chime in.
You can.
It's
Somebody,
uncommon.
anybody.
It's
Yeah,
uncommon,
I've
but
never.
I would have a question.
Right. And so in our communities, our men, if they decide to get with us, be like, let's build together.
no, but here's the thing. So the question I think wasn't rooted there. You said, do you have a woman that works? Now, the question would be, is it required or necessary for her to work, or is her income necessary to hold the household up? So if you
Neither of those
ask that
things are the
question,
question.
then I would say no. My wife does not necessarily have to work, and her income does not provide anything to the household.
Are you in America or in another country?
I'm here in Dallas, Texas.
Me too. Me too.
I live in
Okay.
Frisco. Where you at?
I'm in Pleasant Grove.
Can
Where's
y'all hear me?
I don't know where
Yes.
Okay.
Uh,
So, but
Why does young lady? Why does a man being able to provide any of that have anything to do with you being soft?
okay, so
exactly.
let's look at this. So if we had these businesses and these jobs and these hotels and hospitals and y'all provided us with apartments and stuff, we wouldn't have to deal with racism.
So
I agree
that's
with
a great
you,
thing that you brought up, right? So
but
earlier when you asked the question about the two household, do you require the woman to work? I think we're forgetting that the bulk majority of the African American community is
Hmm.
below the poverty rate.
No,
Like we're
actually, black men,
My
their
goodness.
incomes have gone up to about $50,000 now. The
now
last
I
time.
don't know if you've noticed, right? But
Mhm.
$50,000 in 2025 is just barely paying regular bills,
Well,
right?
right,
So we're referring to raising.
but
Uh-huh.
y'all
Yes.
were making $35,000 like 2 years ago, so y'all done came
And
up a little bit.
but
And
then
So
also,
no,
so
no, no,
so did
no.
the
If
price
you
of
want a
goods, though.
traditional woman,
Uh-huh.
which is a traditional woman, is y'all looking for a housewife, right? That cleans up the house and stuff.
No, that is not the
No.
I
terminology
mean,
of a traditional woman.
No,
Absolutely
but
it does
not.
not.
just for your point, just for your point's sake, let's say yes, just for your point.
Oh no,
Okay,
we're not going to allow her to take that as a point. That is not the
it's
point.
not a point. Okay,
No,
No.
so the majority of you have wives who work 40 hour, at least 40-hour work weeks, just like y'all do, right?
no.
and make sure you
You said
speak
you
up
have a
for me.
stay-at-home wife. I'm talking about the rest of y'all.
Make sure you speak up for me, just so we
Oh, I'm
can.
saying the
No.
the majority of you
A
have
lot of these
wives.
men have wives that actually have the freedom to choose whether they do want to work or not. The other two
Okay,
gentlemen that are married.
But my
So
question, my
is that
question
it's not
goes
a
a little bit further.
requirement. So that was one of his things. He's like, are you saying is it a requirement for them
My,
to make
no?
ends
I'm not
meet?
saying that.
And
I'm
no,
saying for
it's
the
not.
black community, not just for your wives. I'm talking about just
but
See,
but
but
all
this
around.
let's ask this, because I think we skipped over when Cass or Tracy may have said this. Why does my income make you have to be submissive? Meaning, my grandmother was submissive when my grandfather didn't make a great income. It had nothing to do with his income as to why she was submissive. Also, why is it in other cultures, whether you're in Latin culture and Asian culture, where their men don't make as much, where Jose can be at Home Depot and Maria can be at housekeeping, and she's still submissive and they don't make money? So, what is
I,
it about the Western culture here that makes you not submissive where other cultures are, and money is not a factor?
I'd
Well,
like
first
to
of
add to that when she's finished, because I have a point to make on that. Go ahead, sis.
Okay, well, first of all, again, those men create infrastructure and jobs,
no.
and yes, they do. Yes, they do. You
Who
going
the
when
the,
you
Latin,
when
the
you
Latin
go
men at
when
Well,
you
Home
go to
Depot?
hey,
I'm
gentlemen,
sorry,
let's let
where?
her make the point
When you
first,
go to
even if we
Mexico,
disagree.
let's say when you go to Mexico, did white people come in and build
No,
everything
no,
in
no. Just go ahead
Mexico, or
and
did
make your
Hispanic
point. We're
males
not
do it?
gonna we're not gonna go back and forth because I want you to get the whole thought out.
When when you go to Mexico or South America, wherever you've been, and I've been there, is it run by white men or is it run by Hispanic men? Who
White
built the job?
Hispanics.
Who
White
who who?
Hispanics.
Okay, but they're Hispanic though,
That just
Sure.
means they speak Spanish.
and they know how to. They have construction companies owned by Hispanic men.
White
They have
Hispanics.
grocery stores owned by Hispanic males.
White Hispanics.
It's Hispanic males.
No, see,
Hispanic.
but this is
No,
the
no.
distinction.
There's
So
a different. Wait.
that's what I was gonna chime in to say. So this is something
Okay,
when you
say
ask
okay.
those,
I lived in
uh-huh,
Japan. I lived in
right?
Japan for 2 years. That's where I met my husband.
Okay.
When have you if you ever been to a country like that, an Asian country? Did white men come in and
Yes.
build infrastructure?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes,
literally,
white
yes.
They
In
do
Asians.
not.
Japan,
They do
yes,
not.
Yes.
Japan.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
So
I
W.
see
E.
them
Deming.
building buildings.
so
W.
like
E. Deming brought Japan up, man. Ma'am.
I know it's difficult for you to have that perspective, right?
Mhm.
Because I know where you're leading, but let's be clear, right? Let's just be clear. If you're gonna say and preference the specific topic of being the black community and black men, right? We cannot ignore systematic racism,
We
right?
can.
This
We
is
really can. We really
all right.
can.
Hold on. Can I just make this point?
Go
The
ahead.
only people that ever can say that are what we would consider people who are of financial means. because the majority of the Black community, I don't care what anyone who makes over $50,000 a year says, the majority, the figures state, the actual census, right? The whole hood, the entire neighborhood where the majority of Black Americans live, right, are in poverty. They're impoverished.
No, I don't.
Let me
Yeah,
finish,
the dude at the
please.
top does not live in poverty.
Please,
He's staying put
please,
though. I
please
don't
let
live in
me
poverty.
please let me finish. You are what we refer to as the elitists, right?
I
And
am
this is the
not.
sad. I understand that you believe differently, but the reality and the facts do not change, right? The only people that tend to say these things are people who are already past 40 years old, that have already created a foundation of life. And they are completely disconnected to the reality of the average young Black couple. The average young
Can you?
Black couple
I'm
do
sorry,
not
sir. That
make
makes no
over
sense.
50. You just do the figures. I mean, I'm not here to
No, I'm saying I
argue
can go
a
around the corner
point.
and go to a little Hispanic community and be in a Black Hispanic grocery store, a Hispanic cell phone store, a Hispanic anything. They got a bank.
Yeah,
They
and we
got it
have the
here,
same
and
thing in
they didn't
Atlanta.
start here.
We
They didn't
have the
start
same
here.
thing. Wait,
They
We
didn't
have the
start here. No,
same
we
thing
don't.
in
Where?
Atlanta.
All of you
Atlanta.
bank. Okay,
You're
in
asking
Atlanta,
where?
in that
In
small place.
Atlanta.
The rest of you
Nope,
bank and
Miami.
shop
No, hold
white.
on, hold on. I'm gonna give you all these locations. In Miami.
No. I live in Dallas. Where can I bank Black at in Dallas?
Again,
They used to have black banks
you
in
live in,
Dallas now.
hold on. You live in a traditionally red state.
So
This
what?
state is bathed, first of all, the state is bathed in still the Confederacy
Do
mindset.
we have Black males in Dallas?
That I wait, I
In the
don't know
Yes.
what you're
Metroplex, they
asking me.
probably make better money
You're
than
not gonna
most
win.
people.
All right, hey,
Do we
I
have
want to say
Black males
something.
in
I want to say
Dallas?
I want to say something. You mentioned something about you traveled, right?
Hmm.
So you've been across.
I've
Have you
been to
been to
several
Latin
different
America?
countries. So, no, I haven't. I've been to just Mexico.
Just
Mexico a couple
Mexico.
times.
All right.
Mhm.
I've been to a lot of fucking countries, a
Me
lot,
too.
and and I'm not ignorant to the fact that I see how Black folks live in these countries. They're not. They're not in a
There
position
you
where they're
go.
winning. They're
I'm
not.
not talking
Better
about
do.
other countries.
No,
I'm
no, no,
talking
no,
about
no, no. But
America.
you mentioned Hispanics. So when
Mhm.
you're gonna mention Hispanics, there are Black Hispanics.
You can bring in Asians. You can bring
Only a
in
small percent. Okay,
white people.
if you're going to talk about Asia, it's only a small percentage of Asians who are really living and
So
making that money. If
I
you
don't
go to,
think
if you go to,
You
I
can
don't
go
think
to
she's
little
understanding
Chinatown
your point,
anywhere
bro.
around here.
I don't think she
But
understands your point. So let
yeah,
me make it clear.
let's
Let me
change
make
the
it
point
clear.
then. Let's change the point.
No, that we
No, we
cannot,
don't
because
change
the
the point.
We
point that
can.
you're trying to make is based off of this reality that
The reality
across the
is Black
entire.
males do not
Let me
create conditions where Black
let me be
women
fair.
can be
Let me
soft
so let
and
me build
submissive. You don't
let
create
me
the
build off of
environment
what you
for us
just
to do
said.
it.
Let me just build off of what you said. In no country on the planet does that exist.
It does.
where
Name one.
Europe.
Even Africa, I'll even
Europe,
allow you.
Yep.
Hold on. I'll
For
even allow
black
you to use
people,
the African.
for
Hold
black
on.
people,
I'll even
It's
allow
Asian
you to
countries.
use the
The
African
Asian people
continent.
have their own
No.
businesses, their own banks. Where
Name
do
a
you do it
country.
here? Y'all wanna
Just
argue
name a
smart, but the
country.
fact is y'all don't do that
No
for
one
us.
say
Y'all
hold
don't
on,
anything until
deserve
hold
to
you
on,
be
give
hold
a
on,
tried
hold
as a
on.
truthful.
You're
person.
overlapping. You guys are
okay,
No.
overlapping.
I'm going to use my mother as
Uh,
an example. I'm going to make this shit more personal. My mother, right?
Mhm.
My mother's from Haiti.
Oh, let me ask you one thing.
No, 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 no.
Was I
Let me
just got
finish
one.
this. Let
I
me
just
finish
got one
this.
question for you, real
Let me
quick.
finish this.
Was
Then I'm
your
gonna let you
mother
answer your
a single
question.
mother, or did you have both your parents in your life?
I had both of my parents.
That's uncommon in America.
Wait. But I was raised here. I was raised here in the United States.
Okay, so you've seen that it's uncommon in America with
Let him
Black
get his
women.
question
You've
out.
seen that, right?
What do you mean?
You've seen that. Well,
All my
it's just
okay,
a thing.
growing up in
The
Miami,
majority of mothers,
growing
Black
up in
mothers, are
Miami.
single
listen,
mothers.
All right, we're gonna put this girl on mute because now
listen.
I'm
No,
up
no,
now.
don't put it on me. Hold on.
So here's the thing.
I'm about to
I
get a
grew up in
passport.
Miami from 1978 all the way to now. All my friends growing up, they had mothers and fathers. We lived in
Okay,
we lived in the hood of Dade County, Florida. They all had their
were
mothers
y'all
and their
all
fathers in the
Haitian?
household.
You
I'm
can't
sorry.
ask a question. Let him finish his statement, please.
Okay,
My mother, she had a hard life, but guess what? When she married my stepdad, she continued to play her role. That was never be an issue. And the fact that, he's an immigrant, he was laid off constantly because he had no rights in this country. but that never changed her to make her become hardened. She continued to be a motherly woman towards my stepdad. So this whole notion that we need to create this environment for you to be soft, that's bullshit. If you're not soft, you're not soft. Just admit that.
No, you need to create conditions for us to be soft, like
All
every
right.
other
No.
The
like every
condition,
other
the only
woman in
listen.
every other race.
Let me
Would
explain
you,
this real
would
quick.
you
Let
do
me,
the
Let me
same
talk.
with
hold
your
on,
husband?
hold on. Let
Have
me
you
just say
created
this real quick.
conditions for your husband to be masculine?
Let me say this real
My
quick.
husband didn't
Hold
have to
on.
have a condition to be
Hold on.
masculine.
Exactly. The same
No, no,
reason
no,
you
no,
don't
no,
need
no.
a condition.
Let me say this
No,
real
let me
quick. Hold
explain
on.
why. You don't
Hold on.
need
Let
to
me say this
understand
real
why.
quick. Hold
No,
on,
no, let me explain. My
ma'am.
husband was come from a two-parent home, black home. His father was an engineer in the military, so they
He's
made
about
really
to
good
make the
money.
point. Let
And
him make
so,
this point. Watch this.
because of that, he grew up in a two-parent home with loving parents.
Hmm. Hmm.
He didn't come from the same condition that most black males come from in our country. Does that make sense?
There it is. You see,
Do you
I told
Does
you
it
she
make
overtalk
was
your
sense?
gonna do
husband?
it.
Do you overtalk your husband the same way you overtalk us?
Oh, do
Sometimes,
not
yes.
trigger her, sir. You do not
Hold on.
trigger her. Hold
Stop.
on.
Stop.
Don't you
Can I
do
make this point real quick?
No.
it. No, no, but she just made a point, and let's make sure that she understands what she just said. Your husband
I don't forget about
does
it.
not represent the majority of black men in America.
Nope.
That's, you know why?
And
Because the
he's still not
majority of
submissive.
black men in America did not come from a two-person household. I know that you would love to think that, but that's not the case. Including the majority of black women does not come from a two-person household. Now go ahead, guys. Y'all go
Right.
ahead.
Let me say this real quick before anybody interjects, before I forget. Okay. You said a man needs to create an environment for a woman to be soft.
Yeah.
Okay. The environment is the home, not the whole fucking world. Okay. We can only create and control what goes on in our own homes. We can't create and control everything that goes on within society. Mankind has set up society so women can be comfortable in it, but we still cannot yet control everything that goes on. The minute you walk out that door, you have no control on what happens between the time you walk out that door, the time you walk back in. So you cannot say that all men have to have everything established for you to be in your soft era or your soft mode when you walk outside that house. Now, when you walk in that house, you should feel safe, protected, and provided for. When you walk out that
I live
house,
in a
we
black
cannot
community.
control that environment.
Look, it's just
But I
like
live in a
a
black
man
community.
cannot turn on and off his masculinity. You know, he can't be masculine when it's on, when
Yeah.
it's time to be masculine, when it's not to be masculine. He's just
Go
masculine person. Same goes for a woman. It's not
I
an
need
on
I
and
30
just
off
have
switch.
seconds.
I have
go to
one
a white
question
community and
to the
try to
man.
start some crap. As a black man,
To the
go to a
lady,
white community and try to start some crap.
well, I'm
Go
glad you
to
brought
a
up the white
Hispanic
community.
community and try to start some crap as a black
I don't
man.
want to seem
May I
like we're
Go to
ask?
all team.
Asian
Hold on,
country,
hold on. I don't want her to feel
Wait,
like
wait,
we're all
wait, wait,
community
wait,
and try
wait,
to
wait.
start some
Hold
crap
up.
as a black
Start.
man.
Wait. Start what type of crap? Like why?
Well, the crap y'all start in our communities, because if
Like
you
what?
look
Like
at
what? Okay,
it,
no. You saying y'all? So like what? Like what crap are we doing? Please tell us.
can somebody with a computer look up right now?
No. You saying y'all? So that means
I'm
that's
gonna
I,
tell
us.
you.
let,
So I don't want you
what
to
do you want?
I don't
What
want
do
you
you
to
want
think
us to
I'm
look
talking
up?
off the top of my head. What you
What do
can
you
do
want us to look up?
you
Look.
can look up that black males unalive black women 6 times more than white women. Y'all unalive us more than any other race of women in this country.
Come on,
What?
man.
But that's because
Same
black
goes
males are
as
most.
Hispanic unalive other
Hold on,
Hispanic women. Same
No,
goes
no,
as
hold
no.
on.
Asian
Y'all
men
do it more than
unalive.
anybody else.
Come on, man.
Wait,
And it's usually from
so
somebody we know and love.
It,
And that's not
okay.
just it. Y'all
And
don't
you know
only
what? When are you
unalive
gonna take
us,
some
y'all
accountability that
unalive
you
each
chose the
other
wrong person to
and you
be with that's gonna
unalive other
unalive you?
people as much
When
as
are
you
you gonna take
unalive us.
accountability that hey,
Wait,
Well, can I
you
ask a
chose the
question?
wrong person and that person
Well, no, no, no,
unalived you?
no.
hold on.
Hold
let's
on.
let's
Let
not
me.
pile up on her.
This
But I got
right,
a
and I
question
don't
real
want
quick.
that.
I
Hold,
I,
hold,
I
hold
I got
on,
one question,
hold on,
y'all, real
Tracy.
quick. Yeah.
No,
Hold on,
let
Tracy.
Tracy go. He's been quiet for the
I
whole
know,
hour.
and I
Hey,
just want to say this one thing because she likes to bring up this one term, unaliving. Do you understand what the word femicide means?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Do you know that's a word that's used in every other culture but our own?
Well, let me explain
abortion.
this
Do
to
you
you.
know why that is? Because it's heavily used and it's done in other cultures. Without me saying unaliving,
Mhm.
femicide is used in other cultures for a reason. So
Right.
you sitting there saying black men are doing this and the other to our own people in our own community. How much worldwide is it being done out of the right of the male, period? You should be fortunate enough to be in the United States where it's not acceptable to do that.
So there's no accountability for y'all for unaliving
I
yourselves
listen,
and
I did
others.
not say that. I said that it's more
You
apt.
changing the subject. I'm just trying to get y'all to see
No,
what
you
y'all
brought it
report back
up.
is.
What do you mean I'm
No,
changing the
no, no,
subject? You
You
no.
brought
got a
that
report
subject
back.
up. You brought that subject up, and I brought up a
Okay, and so
word
you
that
talked
means
about
is, hold
femicide.
up. I brought up a word that means exactly what you're saying here in the United States. That's
Okay,
widely done all over the world, and it's acceptable that the man
like
can do
where?
that.
Even if
Give us
even
some. Which country
let
are
me
you talking about?
respond to that talking to that
Go ahead.
aspect. I don't want to
Hold
talk.
on
I
one
don't want to
second.
talk
Hold
out
on
of turn.
one second. Excuse.
Let
I've
me
been trying to
let me
get
write it
Tracy to be
down.
able to chime in. He's kind of been waiting a little bit patiently. So
All right.
go ahead, Tracy.
I'll make it quick, and I'll be totally respectful, young lady. We were in here, and I enjoy your presence, by the way. But we were in here having a conversation. The moment you got on, it became an argument. Do you not
Man,
understand that that's the dynamic that you're bringing that causes these passport brothers, not myself, to turn away from women such as yourself? I don't have an issue with you. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I don't care what you do, but your aggressiveness, your tone, your general attitude, and your mentality, you can't be spoken to. You come in here, you want to overtalk all these men who were just having
Okay, I
a
got it, honey.
conversation.
I
You're doing
understand
it
what you're
right
trying to
now.
say, but you're not going to give me
You,
a lesson on how to deal
no,
with women.
I'm not giving you a lesson, but
Yes, you are.
I do want you to
Hey,
understand.
bon voyage. If you
Ma-
want to go to another country,
No,
I think you should go where
not
you
me.
It's
celebrate it.
called
Not me, young lady. What I'm telling you is the conversation, the whole tone changed. Everyone welcomed you in, but the moment you got in, it just became an argument. Now everybody's coming and attacking you. I don't want them to attack you. I know you believe you can handle yourself. I still don't want you to be attacked. I don't want you to be demeaned. But I want you to understand that you are causing that.
Like male attention, black male attention.
I'm done.
That's all.
Miss
you're
Clever
on.
Girl,
You're on mute.
would you agree with Miss Clever
You're
Girl?
on
Would
mute.
you agree?
Clever girl reading, so nobody can hear you. But I want you to
So
see
Miss
what you did. Every time he talked, you were still trying to talk. It was like you just couldn't you couldn't be cool for a moment. And,
Miss
and I usually
Miss
don't do
Clever
this, but I want to see if I can find this because this scene is something that reminds me of exactly what you did, and this person hit the nail on it. Let me see if I can play.
Miss Clever Girl.
You a woman. They tell
Unfortunately,
boys,
this
don't hit girls back. I've been whispering in my son here, go hit her back. Hit her, she hit you, you hit her back.
And that's why you got to stay away from males.
That's why you got to stay in a woman's place.
You got to separate.
That's why you stay in a
don't
woman's
live.
place.
That's why you don't live.
Quiet and don't talk back to a man, because all the women before me that I saw gracefully, those were those kind of women. Her grace and her essence of a woman would shut his motherfucking ass up. When the essence of a real woman come around, niggas pull their pants up, say, man, don't do that in front of her. It's naturally what we done it, because her presence of a woman, a bitch won't get that response. That was a bitch. Arguing back and forth with a man. I would have watched my mama remove herself out of the presence of a disrespectful boy, playing like he a man, wouldn't even responded to him. But a bitch got something to say back. A woman removes herself. It's certain things that a lady ain't go do. And when a lady walk into a room, men straighten up. I swear to God.
Damn.
So it's like it's important to understand, like to preference what all the gentlemen are saying. And this is what I really, really hope, Mrs. Clever Girl, that you understand, right? The energy that they're referring to is the energy that doesn't exist in a relationship that you're looking for, right? The relationship and environment that you're stating is actually based off of a woman who's feminine, who's kind, who's intellectually smart enough to be able to get her point across without attacking the man. Like when I grew up, all the women that actually they were actually in control of the men. All the men were in control of the household. But the women knew how to be women, and they knew how to get what they wanted from the men by speaking in the way that would make them actually do what they wanted. Right? At the end of the day, if we're looking at trying to get things from others, you always will get much more with you will get way more bees with honey than vinegar. So at the end of the day, we're not saying that you are a bad person, or we're not trying to attack you, but you do represent that modern mentality and that aggressiveness, right? That pain and that trauma in which most men do not feel they should be the responsible party of when it's not their fault, because it's almost as if we have completely ignored what has created this environment in the first place, which has been white supremacy. It is insane that these arguments that you're having completely absolves where it comes from. Whatever you're referring to as far as the trauma of the current modern black man, you completely ignore where it came from.
Where did it come from? Again, you said white supremacy.
I'm going to ask you this. As a black woman, do you believe that the black family, black woman and black men, has been treated fairly by the powers that be?
Of course they have not. However, that doesn't really matter if you take
Wow.
responsibility for your
Wow.
role in our communities. The
So
black
what you're
community,
asking, I would love to ask you something based off of what you just said. Based off of what you just said, a victim of the worst thing that you could think of should take responsibility of her behavior currently, because
well,
it's
see,
not the actual person that victimized her which is causing her to behave that way anymore. No, what you're saying is that victim should take responsibility for what happened to her.
no, what I'm saying is, as a man, if you're masculine at all, you take responsibility for your homes, your communities, and what goes on in them. And in our communities, which you said specifically, they're run
Mhm.
by black women because black men have stepped out of our homes and out of raising our children.
And I love that you
Is
said
that
that,
not
because
true?
not
Wow.
only hold on, not only do I agree with you, but
Hmm.
based off of your premise and based off of what you just said, it's black women that created the new black man.
No, what has
Black
created the new
males
black
make the
man
music,
is the
man.
absence of
Black
black
males make
men
the music.
because
That's
But
what
who
you
caused
just
the
correct.
absence? Who
Hold,
caused
no,
the
no, 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 no.
absence?
Forget
nobody
about
No,
who
no.
caused it. No, 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 no.
nobody
Hold
y'all
on,
did
gentlemen,
y'all
please.
did
I beg
That's
of
a
you.
lie.
I beg of you. Let me have the floor for a
Oh,
second.
go ahead, go ahead.
Bro, you been
Not
having the
only
floor. You like y'all ain't gotta have a one-on-one
Uh,
conversation, bro. I'm at work. I ain't finna.
w-
I
w-
didn't listen for two
I just
hours.
listen 1 second. This is only fair.
God damn.
Clever. I have
Oh,
run everybody's statistics. I need to know your
oh, you got it,
age,
man.
if you have any children, and if you're
Go
currently
ahead,
married or
go
how
ahead,
many
go
marriages
ahead.
you've been in. So what's
okay.
your age?
I'm in my 50s. I'm
Okay.
happily married. I've been married twice to two black men.
Okay,
I
what's
have
good?
Okay.
What's good, man?
stepchildren, but I have no children myself.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all we needed. Thank you. Go ahead, gentlemen.
You could give no
and
excuse
you
to floor.
No excuse. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Man, I
yeah, you've
lost
been
my
waiting too
train of
long. Go
thought,
ahead.
man. I'll come back.
All right, J
I can
Moss.
finish
J Moss.
again.
Hold on.
The
J Moss.
Moynihan report.
Hold on. J Moss hasn't spoken yet. Go ahead, J Moss.
Oh, no, I don't want nothing, man. I think that she says her community is black males, not black men.
Hmm.
But you was raised, you're at 50. Why are you on here? You're married with single guys. Why are you here? It's like
It's a
you
married
said
man on here,
before.
sir. It's
No, we're
married men
married.
on here.
There's married men and
Yeah, no, I know
one's in
that, but
committed
you're no,
relationships.
the difference though. You're not the same, yo. Why are you on here?
Why you not saying that same energy towards the men on this panel, sir?
Because I am doing. We're one.
Uh-huh.
You're still talking. Yo, Casanova, go ahead, spark.
Oh,
Go
and
ahead,
another
man.
thing,
I'm done.
another thing. Why
Go
would
ahead.
y'all
So,
bring
so to
Charleston
me,
White, Charleston White up here as an
so
example of a decent dude?
well, let's not get away from the point that you made, right? Because I don't think you're listening to what you're saying, and I don't think you're acknowledging it, right? I'm not saying anything I agree or my point of view. I'm going off of your perspective. And you said that the problem is that the black men left the house. They're not in the house. And let's just use that premise. At the
Well,
end of
we
the
don't bring that
day,
to y'all. Most of
who
y'all
raised,
decent.
I understand why, guys. I understand, but that doesn't even matter based off of the next point, which is the people who have raised these black men that you hate so much or that you have so much vitriol for are black women.
No,
Yes.
no.
In
You
one
left
second, I know
if the
that you.
if black males left women to do it themselves, and
Y'all, y'all vote. Y'all vote to disenfranchise black men. The way y'all vote. You know, what I mean, I don't want to make it
we vote
political,
in our
but
best interest
a
because
lot,
we don't have help.
a lot of the policies that y'all vote for, doesn't benefit a lot of black men anyway.
Why should
Whether
we
it's
benefit y'all when y'all don't benefit us or your own children?
now you
Don't
being
let
contradictory. You
Clever
want
No,
girl.
seriously.
don't
you
What you
want us
call
to
that
be in a
black man?
household. You want us to be in a household, but you're gonna vote for welfare that has been a disadvantage for black men. You know,
No,
you vote.
it has not been a
It's
disadvantage
been a
for black men
disadvantage for black communities,
Nah,
black
it's
families.
detrimental, yo.
because black men will not step into their
It,
role as
One
a
second,
husband and
one second,
provider.
That's
clever girl.
not
Clever
true.
girl. I know you said I brought up Charleston White, and maybe that was wrong. So I want to hear from a woman's
Had
perspective.
him
Let's see when she gets to
completely new. And let me tell you, the moment I stepped into that man's life, he really didn't know how to deal with my femininity because I was not loud. I was not screaming. I was not trying to, be louder than him. I didn't interrupt him because that's not something that I learned from home. If somebody would speak, and especially a man, you would let that man speak and then you would listen and then say whatever you have to say.
That wasn't Charleston White. That was a female in her femininity. And you
That's
see
a
how
that's a German
Always
woman
pride was
in Germany where
so
white
you saying
males.
German women are better than African American women.
No, I'm saying she in Germany, and German men have built infrastructure and jobs and hospitals and banks. So she can sit there and sit in her femininity because she has that type of support and resources around her. We don't have that in our communities.
What is
What
femininity to you?
community?
You mean no black woman has that? We don't, or no black woman has that. Period in the community, not one.
Surely you can tell me y'all bank at black banks.
I'm sorry, can you
I
repeat
tried
that?
to.
Do y'all bank at a black bank?
I tried to.
Do
No,
you do it now?
No, they didn't allow me.
yes, I have
Okay,
account.
how about a black hospital? Do you go to black owned hospital? Black women die more
It's
in
no black
childbirth
owned
than any other
hospital
race
in
in this country.
Harrisburg.
Can we go to a black hospital here?
no, I
Black
go to
owned
the
hospital.
VA.
Y'all.
Yeah, me too. Okay, good.
Yo, son, hold on, hold on.
How about grocery stores? Is
Yo,
there some black owned grocery stores y'all shop at constantly?
it's not that
No,
many
I
black
shop at Fry's.
all this stuff is
So
Yeah,
you're
called.
talking about
okay.
supply chain and infrastructure. I got a question. What do you believe femininity is?
We're not talking about femininity right now, sir.
The
What we
rest of the
talking
men are.
about?
The men are
Okay,
talking about femininity and how come you can't be soft, like it hurts your feelings.
you
What do
haven't
you think
provided
femininity
the
is?
environment for me to be
I,
soft. What you
I
have not
asked you
no,
for
provided.
a definition of what you think femininity
No,
is,
no,
nothing
But
no.
else.
You have to give me an
Right.
environment to be soft in. I do have that in
Hospitals.
my house, but
can
I
can
live
I
in a
can I
black
can
I'm
I
asking you
community.
for
address?
a definition of the words you're
so
using so I can
Yeah,
understand
I'm
you.
not gonna play your
Oh,
little definition game, sir. No.
okay.
damn.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
well, ma'am. Let me ask you a question. Does your husband provide the safe environment for your femininity?
Absolutely.
But she
He
ain't
does.
feminine.
Okay.
She
I'm
ain't
not
soft.
married to I'm not married to a common dude though.
But she ain't
Hey
soft.
man, how
Even
much
But
with
does it
even
cost
being
to
married
buy
to
I
her
insurance?
husband.
am. I'm just not soft to
Yo,
y'all. I'm dealing with the
yo,
y'all, and
how
y'all
much does
want to
it cost
You
to
require
ain't
me to
buy
dealing
be
with us.
soft.
You came on the show
get
to be
environmental
yourself. You are
black
not soft.
hospitals?
You hide
How
with
much
your
does it
husband.
cost?
You are who
No, I
you
don't.
are here.
I'm exactly who I am when I'm at
You are
home.
who you want to be right now at this
You're just
panel.
making
This
up
is what
stuff
you
right now, sir.
enjoy. This is what you enjoy. You enjoy this. You enjoy being who you are right now, or else you wouldn't have come to this panel to do this. If you're soft with your husband, then you can be soft and you have a reason. It's a choice.
Did you
You're
have a
choosing
black
not to be.
construction company build your
Th-
home or rent you an
You just
apartment?
asking dumbass questions right now,
I'm
man.
not.
None of this
I'm not.
matters.
no,
It does
this
matter.
is
Are
It
you
this
does
this
matter.
feminine for your own for
It does.
yourself?
It
this
Do
is
does
you think
matter.
you're feminine?
this is why we have to make a distinction between being nice and being submissive. It is, being nice and submissive is two different things. So what we're using as the word soft, I'll just change that with being nice. She's not coming off as a sweet woman. Now she's submissive to her husband,
She says
but
she
that
is.
doesn't but she says she's submissive to her husband, but she doesn't have to be submissive to us as men.
She also says
Re,
that she's submissive sometimes to her husband.
My
right.
husband.
So let me a lot of guys had time to get it off. Let me get mine off. Pause.
Yes, sir.
So I want to draw the line between being nice and submissive. I think a lot of men, I think a lot of people in this world really don't know what submissive is. Submissive is uh intertwined with control. You can't have the act of submission without control. Women have always been controlled by these three mechanisms: religion, um, physical, by physical means, and money. So women submit to their religion if they're religious. They submit to a man if he, back in the days where a man could rule with his hand or with money. You take away all those things, a woman doing something nice to you is just her being nice. It's not submissive. Submissive is an act of control. So when a woman submits, a woman can only submit to a man when he has something where he can have some control over her. This is why this concept is missing, because she talked about being in a soft environment. Women are soft, just like a man can act soft, just like any human being could be soft if there is some element of control. You know what I mean?
You
So
guys control though? What do black men
that's the point.
Where's your
Women,
power?
that's the point. Women in the US want men to be masculine, have this control, but what men need to have control, women have fought against it. To have control over women, men have to be financially superior. Now we live in an equal society, so that is kind of taken away. So now we got two things left. You got the physical and you got religion. Men can't control being physical. Men can't be in control with the physical because there's laws that protect women from men being physical. So the only thing that's really left, the only thing that's left is religion. Women have said, feminists have said, we're not going to let religion control us, or the Bible is too controlling, or the Quran is too controlling. So women have taken away all the things that allow men to be in control. You know what I mean? And so it's like hold on, let me land my plane. It's like black people trying to persuade white people to end white supremacy without any force or leverage. We can't, there's no way to get women to be to act a certain way without an element of force. You know what I mean? So I'll land right there, but I just wanted to make the distinction that to be submissive, control there has to be some control a man has to have over a woman.
But you guys have zero power. You have nothing. You have no land. You have no assets. You have no businesses.
Speak for yourself. No. I have
I'm talking about as
assets.
a whole, sir. I'm talking about as a whole. I'm not talking
Okay.
about just you specifically.
Well, I mean, that's just too general of a statement. I
It's
mean,
not. It's really not.
No, it really is. I mean, to say that
Woo, goodness.
there's like no black people out there with assets and stuff. That's crazy talk. That's coon talk.
Well, what we can look up is, say, like somebody was a basketball player, a football player, or they had was in
You
the
don't have
music
to be a
industry.
basketball player or a football player.
I'm just using them as an example, because what usually happens is they lose their money or they give it to a woman of another race.
Okay, no.
It's not help. Look it up.
Ma'am, have you been hurt?
So, I mean, so you don't think
I
black
live in
women
a
take?
black community, sir.
You don't think black women take black men's money?
No, I think black women
No.
work right along with their men.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, real quick, when you said black men were more violent against black women, conversely, black women are more violent against black men compared to other races too, right?
Black women
Yeah,
killing
that's a true
black
statement.
men. Black women killing black men the same way.
We're talking about violence. We're talking about violence.
Okay, well,
However you want,
again,
we're talking about violence.
look up violence. You can look up how much y'all kill us, and then you can look. I'm sorry, unalive us. I don't want to get y'all.
Black women are more violent. You compare races, so
And
black women are more violent against their men compared to other races of men.
first
So
of
we can
all,
make the
y'all
same.
rolled
Yeah, I
up
We
think
can
on
make the
black
same
us.
men are
argument.
violent
That's
towards
true.
black women
That's
as
Y'all
very
rolled
well.
true.
up on us like we men. I was at a downtown this about 2 3 weeks ago. I went to this place called Creation Kitchens. I met some females there. I had on a dress, I had on makeup, I had on sandals. I was doing my soft girl thing, and it's a black restaurant. And so it costs a lot. Just it was like $23 a park. I ordered enough food to come home for my family, for me and my husband. It was $140. So it's an upscale black restaurant. Okay. And so my cousin, well, the female I was with came outside and she started talking to this guy. I got ready to give her a hug and leave. This dude, I ain't never met in my life. I ain't never talked to him before. He put his hand out towards me and told me I couldn't leave. He had his hand stretched out towards my breast. My breast, and he was saying I couldn't leave the female I was with without protection. And she was only talking to him, but it was like 20 people outside. The front of the restaurant you could see inside and outside. She was in zero danger. The only person who was in danger was me. And so I had to decide if I was gonna like throw these hands on this dude or
Wait, was he trying to
I had
protect
to
you?
no, he was trying to get me to stay there to protect her while he was talking to her. Like I'm a linebacker.
That's what men
To
do.
protect
And
her?
you're talking
No,
about
no,
holding
yeah,
men
he wanted me to
accountable.
stay. He wanted me to stay to
Oh,
protect
this is
another
crazy.
female when she
He
was in no
wanted
danger.
he did not want her or you to be alone, it seems like, even
Right.
though he was
I,
out there talking to her, he was trying to do you a favor.
why does this? No, he was not, because I came by myself and I left by myself. I was in zero danger until I came up to that
You do
black
not,
man.
young lady, I'm gonna help y'all real quick. When you're being hunted, you don't know it. When you're being stalked, you don't know it. When someone comes up on you from a dark alley, from around the room, or been following you for the last 16 blocks, you don't know it. You
And
don't know
yet
it till
here
they
I
got
am
you.
safe.
Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. When people when
Y'all
someone
so
is,
ridiculous.
I'm sorry for
Look
saying
at
that.
you
I
trying to
apologize.
dominate me right now.
I apologize. What I mean is, no, seriously, what I mean is, if let's assume that this man was actually trying to protect you. You
No, he
walking,
was drunk and he wanted me to protect the
th-
female to
then
my left. But
let's
no, he's
assume,
trying to get a 2 for 1 special. That's what he's trying to do.
yes, he probably was. But let's assume
He
I'm
was.
trying to protect. Let's assume I'm trying to protect you
No,
right
no,
now.
no. That's not what
No,
y'all do.
I said, let's assume I'm trying to protect you right now. I'm me, and I'm telling you this is what I'm doing for you. You don't have to take it, but I'm gonna tell you.
I'm
Don't
not gonna
ever
take it.
leave your girl. Y'all walk to that car together. Y'all walk to y'all
No, there
cars
was two
together.
other girls inside that was just coming out,
They were
and they left
inside.
together. I
Y'all
left by
were
myself. No, they was
outside.
coming out the door.
Don't
And
split up. Don't go off by yourself like you did. I'm asking you for yourself and for my own fear for you.
am I
Don't ever
older
walk
than
up
you,
nowhere by
sir?
yourself.
Am I older than you, sir?
No, you're not.
I'm not. Okay.
No,
So,
don't ever walk anywhere by yourself at
that don't make
night
no
in the
damn
date.
sense.
No, you're not making sense. I'm a man trying to tell you that any man who wants to take you can. You
So
do not
y'all are
have
saying
protection.
that y'all protect the black women
You
and children in the black community.
listen to
That's
me.
what you're saying right now.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm telling you something. Any man who wants to take you can. It doesn't matter about your attitude, your demeanor, or nothing else you got going on.
You don't know
Any man
nothing
who wants,
about the situation
I
where I was
don't
at, sir.
care
I was
about what you're
downtown
talking about.
with a lot of people. I was like right next to
I'm
my
I'm
car. You don't
I'm
even know.
I'm asking you for my own conscience. Please don't walk on nowhere by
How
yourself.
about for your own conscience, you protect the whole black community instead of just me? How about that?
Are you not part of the black community? I don't know you from
I
dirt.
am. I am.
And I'm still offering you advice for safety. That is
I don't
protecting
need
the
your
whole
advice,
black
sir.
community. That's
I
not
don't.
just protect.
I know more about my safety here and about
That's
how to
not.
protect myself than the average person.
I'm literally the man who's answering your questions. Who is what you just asked
I don't
for.
need you to tell me.
I'm literally the
I got a
person,
husband for protection, sir.
and I appreciate that. But I'm literally the person who you just asked for, who's protecting his whole community. You are
You're
part
not.
of my community. I'm trying to protect you. I'm saying please don't walk nowhere by yourself. That is protection. Now you ain't got to listen to it because you're grown. But I'm offering you the protection that you just asked for. So you just saying words to hear yourself say words and sound flippant, or you really trying to listen and learn and grow? It's up
No,
to
I'm
you.
saying no, thank you.
You ain't got to take it, but I'm still there.
No, he has the
No, wait,
responsibility to protect
hold
his
on.
community.
That no thank you right there just negated every single thing that she said about black men not protecting the community.
Yeah,
Because
When
he
a
don't want to
black,
be protected.
hold on, sis,
that man was not
hold
protecting
on,
me.
but and you're speaking right now. That's another problem. Have common courtesy to let someone else speak. My wife would never be on a panel with 9 dudes. That's a fact. So now let me say this. This brother Tracy just gave you proper advice that I shared with the female members in my family. There was a female or your cousin, your family, that was drunk with the man He
I didn't
asked
say she was
you.
drunk.
He asked you to walk her and escort her, and then you try to turn it into him trying to reach out to your breast, and that you were gonna have to use your hands. Women using their hands against men is a L every single time. Number one. Number
That's
two.
not
So
true.
when the brothers are trying to tell you how to protect, how we protect the community, it ain't just about running out there crashing out for women we don't know. We can protect if the women are open to accepting it. And the fact that you keep making your face up like that tells me that the man that you're with has not laid down the law. The
You need
man
to
that you're
help.
with has not laid down the law
My,
because you're just waiting to respond instead of listening to what we're telling you. I'm the biggest simp on all these panels. My name sometimes on here is protect the black queens, protect the black woman. That's what I'm about. But women
so,
like you,
so you're saying,
hold
so
on,
you're
women,
saying we
because
have
you're
space for
not gonna
community.
overtalk
You're
me.
trying to say our
You're not
community
gonna
has space.
overtalk me. That's number one. I have more testosterone than your man. I
You're
can
not
tell you
gonna.
that.
Hey,
Now check this out. Women like you make it hard for brothers like us to speak up for you. You see, I'm never gonna give up, but somebody like you, I feel real sorry for, because like I said, you guys don't have the situational awareness to know when someone's stalking you. You don't have the physical strength to stop one from kidnapping you. So when a man tells you, hey, escort your cousin, escort your blood back to the car, you try to turn it into something weird. That's why you're on the internet at whatever time it is in the morning, speaking to a bunch of strange men instead of making your man a sandwich.
Hold up, before anybody goes on, let me play this
up.
because this is good and we may cut it up. So just give me 1 minute and 7 seconds, and then we are going to continue.
All right.
Warning, some viewers may find the following footage deeply disturbing.
Welcome to the Lion's Den podcast. Before we dive into today's episode, we have a brief disclaimer to share. The views and opinions expressed by the guests on the Lion's Den podcast are their own and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position of the Lion's Den podcast, its hosts, or affiliates. All content provided by our guests is of their opinion and is not intended to malign anyone or anything. Additionally, by participating in the Lion's Den podcast, our guests grant permission for their likeness, voice, and views shared during the podcast to be recorded and used in future episodes, promotional materials, and any other content produced by the Lion's Den podcast. This permission is granted without any expectation of compensation or royalties. Thank you for understanding, and we hope you enjoy today's episode of the Lion's Den podcast.
All right, we ended on make your man a sandwich, and now I'm gonna step back.
First, I just want to say this real quick. If my wife was in a destitute situation, I would want a man to come help her. And if it was a situation where men could have assisted her and did not, I would say something to those men. You know what I mean? I would have a mouthful for those men. So for you to reject a man looking out for his community and to say you good, your husband would disagree with that. I can't see him accepting. I cannot see him rejecting you being helped if you're in distress. I just wanted to say that.
Can I say this right quick? And I'm out. That's not your community, sir. That's not our community. That's the Pookies and the Keisha's
I
community.
think you're on
That's
mute,
not our
clever
community.
girl, and whoever's talking, just
That's
is
not.
that
You can't hear
Darnell?
me?
Darnell, we
No,
can barely
no.
hear you.
I think that's
No,
J Moss. I think that's
Yeah.
J Moss talking right now. Go ahead. Just speak up a little bit more, J Moss, real quick, and get your point off like you wanted to.
Is my mic working? Mic
Yeah,
check.
it is. It's
It's
you're good.
it's real low though.
That's
Yeah.
low. It's real low. Okay.
Yeah.
It's low.
That's not our communities, man. That's not our communities, man. That's the Keisha's and Pookies communities, dog. You're a black male, productive, a black man. Those are black males. That's not our community. We don't have to worry about that. What she's talking about. Has some other points though, but I gotta keep shutting them little butts. But why is this older woman on here arguing with us? We already talked about that though earlier though. Yo, Casanova, what up, homie?
As a woman,
What's
I
up,
did
gangster?
join the panel. Am I able to speak?
Hold on 1 second. Let's clear out. J Moss, are you done with your statement?
No, I'm going on mute. Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead, Maya. You have the floor.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I just want to say thank you and to what is it, Caribbean Casanova and Tracy. I kind of join these panels randomly and I like to listen in because I do like to get a male's perspective and point of view on things. So thank you for being compassionate and being respectful without degrading this lady. But it was very painful to watch, to see her in an attempt to make a point, which Clever Girl, correct me if I'm wrong. She said that Black men don't have hospitals and construction companies and businesses and things like that that allow Black women to be feminine or submissive. Am I right? Okay. And then
You're on mute, clever girl reading. You can come off. Okay. You can come off if you need to speak.
I'm not sure of who said it, but they said that it's either you're feminine or you're not. And whatever happened in the midst of the conversation, what did he say? He said you're either feminine or you're not. So
Nice.
I think what she was, the point that she was in attempt to make is that when you are a Black woman and you are a single woman and you are taking care of the home by yourself, there is a certain part of a woman that you have to become more masculine to protect yourself, to protect your home, and to protect your family. In essence of that, somebody else, um I'm trying to, it was so much conversation going on. I lost my train of thought. Hold on 1 second. What did Casanova say to her?
What was the cause?
What was the cost? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So a couple of the gentlemen said that the cause was because of the attitude and the aggression of the Black women has caused the Black men to leave the home, which I can understand that. Um what I do like is the way that they addressed her in making awareness. A lot of Black women don't have any awareness. A lot of Black men aren't in spaces and have the capacity to explain her behavior. And I believe Tracy even said earlier on, because I had stepped away, that his mom may be a little aggressive or spicy, and his father kind of balances it. There's
Yeah.
not a Black man that we talk about accountability on these panels a lot. And why are you a Black woman in the manosphere? This is a bunch of men on here talking. Well, don't condemn anyone for joining the panels because it's an open panel and it's a discussion. So that's why a lot of the women join it. I don't think the initial intent is to become argumentative or argue anyone down, but also too, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. So even as a Black woman, to hear what a lot of you have said, it was even painful for me because I may talk out of turn, I may be aggressive, I may have an attitude, but it's not with intent to, be disrespectful or to step out of my femininity. Maybe I'm unaware of it. And maybe I'm not going to say maybe, there's a lot of women that aren't aware of it. But when you have a man who is emotionally intelligent and that is in his masculinity to correct, it's received better. I may not be able to swallow that pill right then and there when you say it, but at some point it's going to register and the elevator is going to go up. If that
I
makes
agree
sense.
with you 100%.
Thank
It's
you. We
easy for
appreciate that.
me. It's very easy for me to respect a Black woman who has this type of energy that the beautiful, clever woman's had because I know where it comes from. It comes from the trauma. that us as a Black community have been experiencing for hundreds of years. Unfortunately, sometimes that because of these certain psychological nuances that people don't understand, like Stockholm syndrome, they tend to forget that the actual person that they're no longer giving the credit to all of this to is still the person who is the purveyor of all these problems. Like when I asked her a question, I realized immediately she's not aware of the reality. She has her perspective, but the reality of where we live in the United States, it's completely skewed from what actually is to what she believes. So until that changes, there's no point in even having a conversation about that, because at the end of the day, if she would allow me to make the point, I would have made sure she explains that first of all, the black community only represents 11% of the Americans. So
It's
I
about
want to
15%.
again,
13.
you know, depending on what
No, look
data
it up.
source we're talking about 3
Yo, it's
points in
semantics at
difference
this point.
for
1 or 2
sure.
percentage points is not going to make a big deal. Let's go ahead and
The
move on with
rea-
the
It
point.
does.
and
It's
the
kind of like
reality
people
is, and the
read the
reality that
quote.
I'm and the reality is that even if I use your numbers at 14 to 15%, the actual poverty rate of the US is at 11 to 12 to 13%. Where do you think that falls? Do you realize that that represents 70% of the black communities in poverty, and the other 30% falls between the 20% of the Hispanics that actually live in this country, and then the poor whites, which are at the bottom, which is at the bottom 4%. The reality is that you're forgetting about what actually created all of this. It has nothing to do with anything. I wish you would just do some of the research. Just look on some of these places, like the Census Bureau, right? The U.S. Department of Agriculture, if you'd like. They release data in detail of all American households, the economic well-being, whether they're doing well or the hardships. Do you realize that the numbers show that the official poverty rate went from 11% to 13% across the board? We're forgetting about why that happened. We're forgetting about how in inequality, the way that it impacts us minorities. You just completely ignore that as if it has no bearing on the state of our quote unquote community. When you say the word black community, you do realize you cannot reference an actual place. You're referencing a culture. There is no community that is a black community that wasn't allowed to exist by the white community
Exactly.
and the white power structure. Like, if you want to sit here and pretend as if that doesn't exist, there's nothing I can do to convince you to look in reality. But what about the specific enduring patterns, right, of the economic times for both that are horrible for black and Hispanic families, right? The
Can I speak
consistent experience of the crisis level of the poverty, the food insecurity. Like, we didn't even talk about it before COVID, and now past COVID, it's even worse. Like, I love the fact that you're doing well. You know, you represent the dream, but that's not the reality for most people. These disparities are not even close. Do you understand the direct consequences of all the decisions that are made by policymakers, the white ones, right, over centuries, at every single level of government? They exclude black and Hispanic families
Sir,
from any systems and
I addressed that
institutions.
immediately.
I understand that you'd like to interject, but let me finish the point, please, so that you can understand what I'm saying, and then you can disagree with whatever it is you would like, ma'am. But understand that all these institutions, they have built, all the financial security is gone. They collect all the generational wealth, all the experience of the economic mobile. Don't you realize that the sexism still exists, racism still exists, ableism still exists? Every single form of marginalization you could even think of are still manifested today in today's labor market, which is what creates whatever lifestyle you're trying to refer to. You understand that it is not possible for the average black man. Do you forget the fact that the laws that were created from Jim Crow made it illegal to be black? You're forgetting these are the great grandfathers, right? You're forgetting why the blacks were moved out of jail. It wasn't because they were hoodlums and thugs. It was because they were black. They went to war. When you saying that we didn't protect y'all, you forgetting that the civil rights movement was blade in the blood of black men. You know what happened? They murdered everybody. They're all dead now. You're forgetting that part. So what was left over are the ones that had to survive and still make it so that you wasn't completely violated by the white man. Are you forgetting about that? Because you seem to ignore it completely. You seem to forget about all of the gender, the disparities in wealth, the disparities in the racial inequalities, the wealth gaps. You're forgetting all about that. You're forgetting about the fact that to this day, in 2024, you go to a bank as a black woman, you're going to get a 12% rate versus a 4% rate.
I
You're
love this
forgetting of all these things. You're forgetting of the fact that it's based off of the person that you're in front of. I understand that you're laughing, but that's pain, my sister. That's pain. Because if you don't believe that this still exists, you're living in a white world. You were given this benefit, and this everything that you have right now was allowed by the white that's around you, just so you understand. But I'm gonna let you have the floor.
Exactly. And so I think what you lack in understanding is what I said is to cushion us from racism and economic disaster is for our men to create resources and infrastructure and hospitals and homes so we will be cushioned against having to go out and white and ask
You
other
are
races
absolutely
to
correct. You know what you forgot? You know what you forgot? We've done that, and they destroyed it at every single turn. Do you not remember
well,
Black
you,
Wall Street?
I
Do you not
no no
remember
no we
Rose?
not
Hold on,
no
you're
no
asked.
listen
We're not going to
they
talk
did
about
it.
what happened, is what you're saying. What you're just
No, we
asked
can talk
was
about it,
done
but what,
already, ma'am. It was done. They
sir,
destroyed it.
do it again. Do it anyways.
First
That's
of all,
but
not
It's
only,
not that
problem is y'all don't
simple.
do it. Y'all
So
don't
not
do it
so
like
only are you
this.
so your answer, hold on. So
Do
your
it
answer
anyway.
to all this, hold on. So your answer to all this is resegregation.
It's not
We need to
resegregation. It's
separate again and build our own shit again, from hotels to hospitals to grocery stores and everything else. We need to segregate from the rest of American society, which we helped build with our sweat and our blood and our ancestors. Now we
You
need to
don't
separate and rebuild that all over again, just so you can be satisfied with your femininity.
you don't have
This
sir.
to
is what
You
we're
you
have
don't
to
trying
have
to
go
to
do.
to a
you
white
don't
bank
have
to
to
get
segregate.
along. You
Hold,
have to go
hold,
to a white bank to get along.
hold on, young lady. Hey,
That's
Hold on.
sir, you don't have to segregate to do any of that stuff. All
Actually,
that
we're
stuff
the
can
only ones who
absolutely
don't segregate.
all of that stuff can
so this
And it's
is
not
absolutely
where
be
about
done.
segregation. It's about
All
our
of that
this is
own
stuff
where
can
self.
when I
absolutely be
know
done. We can
this
build our
this is
complete
where I know
infrastructure without
no, it
segregation.
can't be, it can't be done. What she's saying cannot be done. What she just said tells me she doesn't even understand banking. When you tell me that you don't need to go to a white bank and you can go to a black bank, you obviously don't understand how banking actually works. You actually don't understand that the Federal Reserve System and the way that it's broke down, there's actually only 12 regions for banks.
You
You
keep
don't
going on
understand that
tangents,
all the
sir.
bank, you don't
Did you say you live
understand
in
that,
Atlanta?
ma'am,
Didn't you
ma'am,
say you live in
can I
Atlanta?
school you? Can I give you
Did you
some
live?
truth
You
and
said you live in
information of
Atlanta, and there
facts?
were businesses and homes
First of
and
all, first of all,
stuff in
I'm
Atlanta.
specifically talking about banking because that's what you're saying. I'm not moving the goalposts. So what you're specifically asking for cannot happen because all banks are eventually
You
all
can't handle
banks.
the truth.
Not at
Usher
all.
has a bank. Usher got a bank.
All banks, every single one of them are ran by Zionists. You
You
obviously
keep
don't
trying to
understand
school
how
me.
banking works.
You ain't
It's
got no
very
Let
job to
clear.
take
I'm not
let
trying to
responsibility
let's
of.
school
let,
you, man.
You
let's be
are. You just
careful
said you were.
on the Zionist.
Yeah,
Let's be careful.
I was gonna say that.
Well, let
Okay.
me
They,
rephrase. There,
Okay.
every single bank is run by the dreidels.
let's just say this: Black men do not want to provide resources for their communities. That's just
I
basically what it
can't
is.
agree with that.
That's
I
absolutely
can.
I
incorrect.
can't
Go
agree
ahead,
with
Maya,
that.
but that's
Let the
absolutely
ladies
incorrect.
talk. Let a lady talk
Go ahead.
to her.
Go ahead, Maya. Sorry.
I can't solely agree on that, and I cannot solely put that on all Black men and all of the Black community. I hear what you're saying, and I get it, but in it's all totality. I think that we're all getting a plethora of information, and we're getting too much information and so much information extremely fast that we're not able to like really sit down and dissect it. So I totally get what you're saying, but at the same time, there are Black entrepreneur men. There are Black men protecting the community. There are it is. And
No.
I'm actually able to for once in a very long time, I'm able to witness that with some of the men on this panel. That's just like them saying that all Black women are angry, or all Black women are
Right.
lazy, or all Black women get Section 8, or all Black women get food stamps. And that's not necessarily true.
What's really
But the
frustrating is I
point
just don't
was, she even
understand how
called
she can.
me Casanova. Hold on. She even called me an outlier because I allowed my wives to stay at home and do the thing they were traditionally supposed to be for.
But with that being said, Ronan,
No, you guys are supposed to. I'm supposed to bring food home. You make a meal. I'm supposed to
okay.
provide a house. You make it a home.
But Ronan,
And you're
here's what's
laughing.
wild,
Okay,
Ronan.
can I?
But
Here's what's wild.
you're laughing at that though. But this is
I am.
exactly what
But
you
do you know?
said
But you
as an
wait. But think
outlier
about
of
who's
what
laughing,
we're
Ronan.
supposed to be doing. You said I'm supposed to be a
But she's
provider. I've been a provider. You said I'm supposed to risk my life for my country, and I
Ronan.
did that too. I'm a
But
business
Ronan, you don't
owner.
even
So
you
everything I've
don't even have
done,
to go that far.
everything you've excused as I'm the outlier.
Okay, you
Ronan,
are the
you don't even have
outlier
to go
because
that far because based off of what Clever said in her own sentence is completely contradictory of what she's saying. She's saying black men don't protect their families, black men don't want to actually provide, black men take their wealth and leave. Yet she lives in a black community. So what are those black men doing? Are you saying that these black men are not black? They're not blackity black? They're just black, or they black? Which one is it?
What is blackity black, bro? Break that down.
Can I say
but
good evening, brothers? Can I say something real quick? I'm not even gonna be long.
Oh
I'm over
Lord,
here.
Mr. G.
I'm over here sipping on this Douce, man. But she really worked my nerve, man. Um, Sister, we've heard those talking points about us not building oxygen, building. I mean, we're building the universe, and we've heard all
He
that
said building
bullshit
oxygen.
before. The fellas and you guys got took the bait. Look, femininity is not something you can turn on and off. Femininity is not something you can just turn on and off. It does not work that way. You're not the first person. I spent I work on the computer. I spent hours in Clubhouse listening to these rhetoric. I've heard them all before. I keep trying to come up with all these little bullshit reason. Oh my God, you didn't give a kidney for my mother. That's why I cannot submit to you. That's bullshit.
sir, you
Femininity
from
is
another
not
country.
something you can turn on and off. It's either in you, it's not on you. It's either in you or it's not. If you are not raised like that, if you don't want to be like that, you're not just gonna just turn it on and off.
Sir,
Just stop this bullshit, my trick. Are you trying to
what
say something,
country are
sister?
you from?
you
What country are
What
you
country
from?
I'm from?
Yeah.
Why does that matter in this conversation?
Well, you
So
came
just
here
just
for
Maya made a very good point. Just Maya made a very good
no,
point, and
no,
I
no,
don't
no.
think people
Did
actually
you come
understood what it
here?
was.
Did you come to
It's
America
just
for a
okay. Don't
better
worry about Mr.
opportunity?
G. Don't he told you he was sipping on freaking the
Of course,
but
Douce.
but
That
can
should
I
have
of course,
told
say
you everything you needed.
okay?
no, hold on a second. Of course, like many immigrants, yeah, I
Oh
came here for
man.
better opportunity. What does that mean?
Okay, so you came from a black country.
Come on here though, Carly. No, hold
I
on.
think he's from Haiti.
What
Clever.
does
Of course
what
he
does
is.
that
He's
have
Yeah.
to do with
Haitian
anything?
because his name is Mr. 1804. He's
So there,
Haitian.
there were enough jobs for you in Haiti. There were enough good schools. The fathers were in your life when you were growing up.
What that has to do with
Don't you
anything?
take
That's
don't you
exactly
take the
what
bait.
that's exactly what we have
That's
here.
like racist as hell that you just said that.
I'm not.
And
No,
here's the
I'm just.
thing.
No,
Here's the
no,
thing.
no, no, no,
Here's the
no.
thing. Stop for a second. When did a lot of women start risking their lives in order to provide for immigrants to come over here? Who are you to speak to anybody coming over here to immigrate? Because you didn't, and none of the other women fought for the right for immigration to even happen or the decision for it to even take place. So why are you
Well, you
speaking
see,
towards why immigrants are coming here?
well, let's go specifically to Haiti. So in
Oh
Haiti,
no, you're
it's
not about to
No,
do
no,
that.
no, no. You're not.
You're not about
We're
to
not gonna
expect
speak for
anybody
you.
else to do
Yeah,
anything.
we're not.
Oh no.
Hey,
Please.
You got one of the
Haiti is
hosts
one out
that's
here
a
to go
look,
to
stay
Haitian.
Haiti.
your
You are
ass in
not going to do
Dallas or
that.
whatever.
What you gonna
So
say
I'm
Whatever
about
gonna
state
let
you
Black
are.
Man.
Haiti?
I'm
We're
gonna let
not
Black
speaking
Man
on that.
Travels hold
Please.
on to that. Black Man Travels, you go ahead and take care of
Man,
that,
what you
brother.
gonna say about Haiti? The
Wait,
first
Okay.
free black country that
Mr. G,
even put the idea, the thought
Mr.
of
G.
revolting to a white man in your head. What are you about to say?
I'm not trying to mute you, brother, but
What
let
you
her
about to say
How's your
about
country
Haiti?
doing? How's your country
let her
doing now,
talk. She
sir?
hasn't said anything yet. We don't know what she's gonna
Wait,
say.
man. Stop muting him. Let him talk, man.
What you about to
But
say
he's
about Haiti?
talking to her.
The
To
first people
say,
that put the seed in your mind to even look up to a white person. What the fuck? What you about to say about Haiti?
Sir, what I'm saying about Haiti? What did I say? Haiti. I forgot my train of thought. I
Haiti
had
was
said
built
it.
by
Of course you
slaves.
forgot.
Haiti was
Oh,
built
what I
by
Of
free
forgot was to
slaves.
ask you. So so there are job opportunities in Haiti. Yeah, well, how's Haiti doing now?
What the
Yo,
fuck
y'all
this
are
got to do
going.
with this
Wait,
conversation?
you're
Just
going
because
way off
France and
topic.
United
How's Haiti
States
And
have
doing
why are
kept
you
now?
attacking a
See,
Haitians,
racist
see,
people?
this is why I told y'all she's here in bad faith, and y'all
She
I'm
took
is.
not.
bad
debate.
spirit.
I'm really not.
Y'all took
So look,
debate.
Okay.
at the end of the
So
day,
Haiti is doing all right as a country
but let me ask you
that's run by
a
black men.
question. Let me ask you a question,
Wait,
Mrs. Clever, because you're
hold on. So
clever.
I've been
Let me
quiet.
ask
I've
you a
been quiet long
question.
enough.
Yep.
Wait. I want to say something.
One at a
I
time.
want to say something.
He's a host. Let him host.
What Haiti has to do with about this topic? I'm just curious.
Well, he came in here and what he's trying.
No,
They're
but
doing.
you asked him where he's from. He told you where he's from. He's from Haiti. So what
Okay,
does
right.
Haiti has to do with anything with this
There's
whole
black people in
conversation?
Haiti.
Argue you.
Are there black people in Haiti? Okay.
Okay, is it a
That's that.
black? Is it a black run? It's a free country. Is it a
She
black run
walking it
country?
down the
Can
line,
I
bro.
can I say
You
something
know
that
what? No.
actually
You know what? I
matters,
know.
please?
I'm gonna
Let
answer your question.
the young
Yes.
let the young
Yes.
lady
I'm
address
gonna
the
answer
other
your
young lady real
question.
quick.
Yes. Haiti is a black run country. What
And
else?
so y'all have.
No, it's not
It is. How's it doing economically?
It's not doing well.
as well
What else?
as it would be based off of the white supremacy
And so
that
y'all
it's
have to
dealing with.
travel to
Tra-
get better jobs.
We have to
Okay,
travel to
so
survive. Wait,
so
Okay, right.
hold up.
And
what
Because
were you?
hold up. Because I'm speaking from experience. I came into this country just like these immigrants that you see coming through Mexico and all that. I experienced that as well because I came in this country the same way. And guess what? All my family members are doing way fucking 10 times better than most.
Yeah, but this is even a silly conversation because she's speaking as if her family is not immigrants. Unless she's Native American, there's nobody on this panel that isn't coming from a family of immigrants. So what are we talking about over here? Y'all just
what
sitting
I'm
here
saying
just
is he
biting on a
came
silly
from.
bait. So did you. So did your granddaddy. So did your mama. So did everybody. They all came from a different ancestry, didn't start from this country. So every single person on this panel is coming from the exact same place, somewhere else.
No, he specifically came here for a better opportunity, and he is not. Did you, sir, when you moved here, did you move into a black-owned home, or did you get one of the black jobs Trump was talking about,
What's a
Why is she
black
or
getting
did you
job?
off
go
on a
to a
See, I
black
tangent?
told y'all
grocery
she came
She's
here
store,
in
really
bad
or
trolling.
faith.
She's
or
really
Can
are
okay,
trolling
you
right
did
can
you
now.
I
at a
can I
black bank,
She
interject?
sir?
is really trolling.
Do you black?
Please, ma'am.
Seriously, what do y'all do for us?
She
What do
is
y'all
really
bring to the
trolling right
table?
now.
But
Hold
No,
on,
you're
hold
we
on,
But
married.
we
it's
hold
set
on.
for
Okay,
a
Let's
all
white
but
economy.
you're
let's
married.
to
But
We
you
set
let
said
for
that
a
just
you
white
Maya
economy.
wait, stop
but
everybody.
you
Let
said
We
that
set
just
you
for a
were
Maya.
best
married to a
job.
black man. You said that you're
Let just
married.
Maya deal with this. Let just Maya deal with it. I have
See, this
confidence in her
lady's
to
not
have
married to a
All
a
right.
black man.
female
She's over
a
I'm
there
female
currently
sucking
married
female
to
some
a black man.
Okay.
conversation.
fake ding
Mister
dong.
K,
Hey,
stop for a
guys,
second.
shut up.
Stop.
When
I'm
we
Stop.
all
trying to.
talk
Sure,
at the
mister.
same
I'm
time, you cannot hear anything. So if we
I'm
can
Right.
trying to
just
make
let
sense
whoever's
of it.
speaking
Maya,
speak.
go ahead and address
I'm
the
gonna fall
woman on
back.
the panel. I'd rather have two women address each other. So y'all go ahead.
There's my
Congratulations.
wedding photo.
Okay, go ahead. Go
Right.
ahead, Maya.
I didn't say that you were married, but I'm just trying to make
Put on a best
sense.
friend, yo, Ronnie.
I just want to make sense of where the direction of the conversation with the black men, because I'm just trying to piece majority of the conversation, because a lot of this was basically based on cultural differences, and a lot of points that the men made about going overseas and traveling overseas is because they're looking for more traditional women. And with that being said, I don't believe that the United States necessarily offers a space for tradition. So it's almost like a catch 22 as to say, well, um, the black woman is also being punished for not being culturally feminine or traditional when we haven't even been allowed a space
Black woman
to
is
do
over
that.
with, yo. You have no options. The black woman is over, yo.
Okay, well
That's done.
that's fine.
It is though.
That's
It's done,
Sir,
yo.
y'all don't even
Y'all
know
been
how to
Let
okay,
her
raise
that's
finish.
South
fine.
feminine women.
Let her finish her statement,
fucked up.
please.
It's done, yo.
Okay, that's
Y'all don't
fine.
even know how to raise South feminine women. Y'all not even in home to do it.
Which I agree with that. I agree with that. There aren't a lot of black men in black families, but
So
you know,
they going to other cultures to get South feminine women raised by men who raise South feminine women who provide infrastructure, banks, homes, banks, what are, hospitals, jobs, security like that. But
You know
black
what?
men don't do that
I have
for us.
well, I have some questions for you. I'm sorry.
Hmm.
So, where did you meet your husband? Military? Because
Yeah,
I'm getting
we met
military
in
vibes.
Japan.
Yeah.
We met in
Military.
Japan. Yeah.
So did your husband build anything?
I'm sorry, what?
Did your husband build anything? Did he do anything in the military that was significant, like that had any value?
Hold
Of
on,
course
man.
he
Yo, the
did.
problem
Like
is,
what? Like what? Tell me.
What do you mean? You trying to say our jobs in the military? We made the
Look,
whole
just
world
look,
safe.
just because you serve the military doesn't mean
No.
nothing.
The military as a collective makes America safe and
No,
the
no,
rest
no,
of the
no, no,
world.
no, no.
Oh, yes, it does.
What was your husband's job in the military?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
The
It it
military
He
as
could
a
it
have been
does
collective,
it
he
does
could have
the
been a
it
military
simple
as a
cook.
collective make the whole world.
it does matter. And sister, I really want to be with you on this, and I'm trying to be with you on this, and I want to stick this out with you. But you're also married to a black man, so
An
this tells
amazing
me
black
that
man.
this tells
She don't
me.
So
respect
he's
her.
the only amazing black man. He's the
No,
only
no,
amazing
no,
black
no.
man,
He
right?
has
She
a
don't
brother.
respect her.
He's not a one-off. He has a brother that's also a great husband and father too.
She don't
Oh, so
respect
there's
her.
only two amazing black men then.
I mean,
She don't respect her.
my grandfather was amazing
Well,
too.
then now there's
If
three.
if it's not in her family, everybody else is a fuckhead, basically.
Yeah,
Well,
pretty
no,
much.
I'm just telling you what I see
Pretty
in the
much.
community. I already told you this guy
So
tried to
again,
toss me
did your
outside. Y'all
husband
tried
build
to say he was a
anything? Did your
professor. He
husband
wasn't.
start any businesses that employed other black people? Did your husband do that?
No,
Or
he's
has
never
he
done
done
that.
that?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
But
okay.
but you just required every other black man to do it.
Okay, look, let me tell you this. I don't really want
Interesting.
to put my business out there. However, I told my husband I had some dreams about helping out the community, and so he bought me some flowers a couple of weeks ago.
Okay,
Isn't that
flowers for
awesome?
Mexicans, right? Because he didn't grow those flowers. Someone else did.
No, they're wildflowers on our new
But
10 acres
someone
of
else
land.
plant those
On our
flowers. It
new
wasn't
10
him.
acres of land. We bought land.
But
Congratulations, you own
Thank
land.
you.
Everybody else does too. So what?
No, we got a house. No, you don't.
Okay.
Is that big enough in the black community? We own a lot of land.
Okay. So owning
it's
land is
interesting. You
Is that
continue to
big?
attack the
is
black
that a big
community, but
deal?
yet you live in the black
This
It is
is
a
community.
this
big
is
So
a
it's a big deal. Real
typical.
estate
I've
creates
met
wealth.
people like that in the
Real estate creates
military.
wealth.
This lady is simple and ignorant.
Okay. Real estate
Very
don't
ignorant.
create wealth.
Okay, y'all, please just let her go. Y'all could either boot her off the panel or continue the conversation, because we were actually having a very nice, intriguing conversation that was mentally stimulating me in a lot of ways, and now I'm turned off
Sister, do you honestly
because
think she's
y'all.
here in good faith?
I don't know. I don't know. That's not my position. That's not my position to.
That's the
That's
whole
not my.
deal. We don't care what fuck off.
Who's just talking in the background?
I
I
was
think it's
really
Jay
enjoying.
Moss. Your mic is
Your
really
mic is
crappy, bro.
low,
I was
bro.
really enjoying Tracy and Kareem.
Yeah, and
Over.
that's after she said all that venom that she said regarding black men, this black man that. There's
I
another
don't
girl
listen. I
on
don't even know
YouTube.
how real she is. Black Man Travels. She's in your room. You have to look at her history on her account, because I can't look at it. She doesn't have anything listed under her. It's a blank name, like she made it up today. So I don't have any history on this account. And I mean, I don't mind
There's another
trolls.
girl like her on YouTube. Y'all know that girl that's always she says I'm mixed, I'm not black. She always talking shit about black people. She's very anti-black.
Yeah.
She's like an exact carbon copy of that girl.
Hey, give me 1 second.
All you gotta do is show me what y'all been doing. All you gotta do
I
is
would
prove it.
like Tracy. I would like Tracy to comment because he is the special guest that he brought on. And just to let you know, clever girl, I met Tracy, and the reason that I brought him on was because when we met, he's actually a really nice guy. Like he's the nice guy, and I told him that's the sad part, that he's almost overly nice, and because he's not, he's going to get used. And he was saying, "Hey, this is how I am." We talked about going overseas. He's a person who has never been overseas. He said that he dates black women. That's what he likes. So it bothers me or boggles me that you would think that he is bad because he's opposite of everything most of the men on this panel are. He's totally opposite of that. He's like the person
Hey.
He's opposite of you.
But
So
but
Tracy,
but getting a passport and saying to get a passport and to abandon black women isn't necessarily a solution.
No, I think it's a great solution.
What's wrong with you?
She's a
What's
Z.
wrong with me?
She's a Z
Well,
copy.
okay.
so
If
Tracy,
you think
please you can always talk up because I don't want to talk for you, sir. I know you're a special guest that we brought on, and like I said, your personality and your demeanor was far different, and that's why even the caption was "King of the Simps." So he seems like that's a nice person. So I'm not sure why you would even argue with him. He's not even that kind of guy. Go ahead,
But
Tracy.
clever girl, if all the black men got passports and they left because they feel like there isn't a space for them here, what would the black women who still want black men have?
See, that's the thing. The majority of black women only date black men. I think black women should open up their options to other races.
I like my
And
meat well
But you're
done.
married to a
oh,
black
I
man.
agree. I
I
No,
like
no.
agree.
But you're
Let's ask
married
her
to
a
a black
question.
man.
meat
Did
well.
she
I
used to
like
be? Did she used to
I'm
be
married to
married
an
to a white man?
extraordinary, but no, never.
I wouldn't I could never. I mean, I have dated outside my race, but
Hmm.
it doesn't suit me and it doesn't work for me at all.
Are
I
you
in fact
married? Are you
I in
married,
fact
ma'am?
no, I'm not.
Are you
I
dating a black man right now?
I am.
How's it going?
It's going very well.
Good, good, good.
It is. It's going very well. I will say that. Um, However, if there isn't any correction in the black community, it's going to continue to be just about what you enter the panel speaking on.
Well,
So
can
there
I
has
ask
to
you
be.
this? Would you like to bank at a black bank?
I haven't considered that, to be honest with you.
Because it's not available. Would you like to?
Liberty
Would
Bank,
you
One
like?
United Bank,
They have one United Bank here in Atlanta.
Okay, so
Um,
in Atlanta.
I
Atlanta,
just
Miami,
Would
Boston, and
Would
LA.
you like to go to a black hospital so if you have children,
I'm sorry.
the
If you
doctors
have
won't
such a
kill you?
phenomenal
actually
husband,
I'm
wait.
very
Is
If you have such a phenomenal husband, why don't you guys open up a franchise for everything that you say you need in your
we
community in
have plans,
Dallas?
huh? We have plans.
Plans is not execution. You're telling all men
What
they
do
need to
you have?
execute.
What do you have?
You're
You don't
telling
even
all
have
men.
plans.
You're telling all men that they should already have executed. If you have plans, why they haven't executed? You're buying land. Why don't you
Oh,
just go ahead and buy a bank?
that don't make no sense. Why
Why
would
not?
you try to? No, no. What you're saying is it's our responsibility, which we're going to try to do something. We are trying to do something for our community,
Which
but
is
you're
what?
literally.
What is
I'm
your
not going to tell you.
something?
I'm not going to tell you my plan. You'll just be surprised. It's certain
Man,
things.
we sitting
I'm not
over
gonna. No,
here
no.
What?
It's
entertaining
it's
this lady,
it's certain
taking her
things you shouldn't tell
Yo,
seriously
people, hon.
while
It's
this
certain.
lady's
You shouldn't tell
trolling
nobody
yo,
your
us.
I
you want
finances.
totally agree
You
with
everybody
shouldn't
Miss
tell
else to
Lady,
give you
anybody
man. She's
who.
specifics, but you
trolling.
can't give
She's
specifics
totally
yourself.
trolling,
No,
man.
seriously. What? Okay, seriously. Which one of you have land and you have some plans for the community? Which one of you?
Oh, I'm not going to live here. I'm moving to the Philippines in 2025. So don't
Okay.
ask me.
Can we get back to the topic?
Where do
This is
you?
Seriously,
beating a
y'all
dead
not
horse
y'all
here.
y'all telling me to do something, but you're literally not trying to do anything.
You're the one
You're
that
not
brought it
doing
up. So
anything. You and your
you're the
husband are
one
not
that's
Would
doing
you
supposed to
not like
anything.
to
be.
bank at a black bank? Would you not like to
Hey,
live in
Clever.
You might
environments
need
Hold
to
up,
where
move to
Clever.
people
You
Atlanta
said
if you want to
unprotected?
do
you live
that.
in
Move to
Dallas.
Atlanta and do that.
Well,
Open
I
up an
don't
Clever. You
think
account
live
in
in
so,
Atlanta.
clever
Dallas.
girl,
Wait a
because they
second.
have.
I
Clever.
think
You
y'all
said
need
you
that
live
as
in
a
Dallas,
collective.
correct?
Yes,
Clever. You live in
we can
Dallas.
actually meet.
Yeah. What
Pleasant
black
Grove.
bank do you go to? Because I put all the black banks on there.
I
There you
don't
go.
bank at a black bank.
There you go.
Mm-mm, I
And
don't.
they're in
She's
Texas too.
asking
But
these
thank you. Let me
questions
take a
in
picture.
bad
Hold on.
faith, guys.
And they're in
Like,
Texas.
you know what?
Which
I will
black
give her
bank
some
do y'all
benefit of
bank at?
doubt if she came on here and she criticized all sides, both black men and black women, both sides, the women and the men, as I sometimes I do myself. Because I come on here, I give it hard to the brothers, like on the shit that we fuck up on. But this lady is not here in good faith. She's just here to just stir up the
Let,
pot and just get us triggered.
Sir,
let
can
me
you
say
raise
this and we can
can you
move on.
raise
Hold
that
on. Let me say
moderation?
this and we can move on. I can order damn near anything online. If you want to deal with a black bank, you can set up a black bank in Atlanta and bank long distance in Dallas. You can use an ATM anywhere in the world, even though you're banking in Atlanta. If you want to use a black grocery store, you can order your groceries online and have them delivered nowadays. So you can
Hmm.
actually go and order groceries from a grocery store somewhere and have them shipped to you, just like I do on Amazon and other places. So there's always an option for you to bank and do whatever you want with a black business. You have to seek and want to do it for yourself. Don't put it on
Exactly.
everybody
I
else
have
that
to
they need
seek
to
it.
build it. Wait. Don't put it on everybody else to build it locally for your convenience. Your convenience is online nowadays. You can go online and order anything you want from anywhere in the world and have it delivered to your house. So now that you know that you can do that, you can let that whole issue go, because you can go to any black business you want, order it online, and I'm sure they'll be happy to send it to you.
And let me bring this back to Tracy. Tracy, how you doing, brother? I'm glad you stayed with us.
I'm good.
I know you cut your date short. And I just want to have that conversation, because the reason I brought you on, because as you see the thumbnail and the name of it is the King of the Simps. So what is because remember I told you when we talked, I said, how would you handle a woman that would be contentious with you? And you're like, oh, as long as she look good. So can you tell me your perspective now, or how would you handle this, or after you've been on the show?
Although I'm not proud of it, I already told her to shut up. But
because black men think they dominate everybody.
No, it's not
you don't
because
dominate nothing, sir.
Yes, I agree with you, ma'am. I'm
You
not here to
literally don't.
I agree with you, ma'am. I'm not here to dominate you, but I'm talking. And so I would like to respect that you don't seem to offer anybody. So I told you to shut up disrespectfully, and I apologize for that. I was out of line. What I'm telling you is that you are mouthy and quite often looks like purposely out of line, and no one wants to hear that. So that causes discontent, and it causes chaos in a panel that doesn't need that. This panel seems to be trying to be positive, but you are extremely negative. You say that you're respectful to your husband. I don't believe it, but I'm not there to see it.
I don't believe that.
Because like I told you before, if you are a soft woman, you are that. This other woman here, she could be having a good day, but she seems soft. It's a choice. I could be disrespectful for the rest of this panel, but I choose every single time not to. So to answer you, Phyllis, I choose to be as respectful as I can. My emotions get the best of me sometimes, but I generally don't allow someone to just overcome me and get me outside of who I want to be, who I choose to be. And my black women and my black men, I still do what I can in their best interest from my perspective. So I'm not here to argue with a woman such as this. I'm here to help her, let her know that we love her. And we're not here to argue with her at all, but she, not maybe necessarily in her points, but in her delivery is quite wrong. And so maybe she just calmed down or presented a little bit differently like the other lady did. Everybody sat here and listened to every word that the other lady said. There was no argument. We don't even have to agree. We sat here and listened because we're respectful. She was respectful, polite. You can go a long way with honey, but you want to bring shit to a panel, and that's not necessary. But I'm good.
Okay, my response is,
Go ahead.
how can you even dare ask for submission or kindness or softness when you bring nothing to the table, when you don't do anything for our community?
Who
You
do you
don't
mean
even
by?
try to create the situation
So are you
for
Who
us
do
saying
you
to
mean
just
by
that?
talk.
you?
There's no safety there.
So if you're saying that because an individual doesn't bring anything to the community, they don't
As a
reserve.
collective.
As a
No, I'm talking
she
about
means the
collective
collective.
as
She means the
collective
group of
black
men.
men. Yes.
So
Not,
it's not about just about us asking. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to agree with you for a second. I'm going to say you're absolutely right. We should not dare ask for submissiveness or whatever we're asking for from you without bringing this to the community. At the same time, I'm going to hold you, your people, your group accountable. Support us.
but you left black
Wait,
women. No, black women always support y'all. In fact, you were raised by a black woman, and
you are
so the
you are
majority
literally
of
here
black
not
men.
supporting.
No, why should I support you when you don't support us?
So
You provide zero
are you
protections.
speaking
You
for
provide
yourself?
zero buffer from racism.
Are you speaking for
There's
yourself? Or are you
nothing you
speaking
do
for
to
the?
protect us.
Let me finish. Let me get it out. Are you speaking for us? Excuse me, for yourself? Are you speaking for the group of black women? Because you're asking me to speak for on behalf of black men. How come black men don't do this? But when I respond, you speak personally. You're talking about yourself. So which perspective do you want? Do you want a personal perspective or do you want a group perspective? Let's be on the same page.
It's a group perspective because
So if you want to,
our communities are matriarchal because black men decided they didn't want to do their jobs and they just left women to take over the communities. And now that the community is in chaos because y'all said this, women cannot raise men, cannot raise boys to be men, but you're not there to raise your own children. And then you don't show black women, your black girl children how to be treated nice or how they should, what the type of men they should look for when they go out into the world. If
so I'm going.
anything,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
If anything, y'all tell us the majority of black women understand that it's gonna be 50-50. We're not gonna be taking care of the same as y'all, except for
Yeah,
the guy, what's his name, Ronan at the top.
Ronan.
And then on top of that, y'all gonna try, even though we work the same 40-hour jobs y'all do, and even though we make as much, if not more, than you do,
That's a
we about to
lie.
come.
That's
Bro,
a
let her talk. Let her
motherfucking
talk.
lie.
Let her talk. Let her talk.
Okay, y'all don't make much more money than we do.
Yes, we do.
Let
And
her
black,
talk.
no,
Let
you
her
don't.
talk. Let her
Look it
talk.
up.
Don't
Look it
turn to
up.
an
Y'all
argument.
make
Just let her talk.
$50,000 now, and women just make maybe $6,000 less than y'all, the
So
average
that's
black
more,
woman.
right?
But black women are the largest group of college educated women in the country. So there's
Let her
gonna be a
talk.
come
Don't
up.
Uh,
interrupt.
College
most of them
attended.
roll.
Hold up, hold up. If you're gonna
College
throw these
attended.
numbers out,
There
at
you
least
go.
say it
College
right.
attended.
College attended, not
Hmm.
graduated.
College attended. Yes. So
Attended. That
black women
meaning
are trying to
that they didn't
improve
graduated.
our lives. Black women are trying to improve our lives, which
See, this
improve
is
the
the thing.
lives
It's
of your
like this is the
children.
constant negative shit that we hear that
Is it
we're
not
not
true?
doing this, we're
Disprove
not
anything
doing
I
that, and
said.
it's just like it's draining, man.
Yeah,
Clever girl, I got
can
a
I
don't
say
question
believe
can I
for you.
can I
One
say this
second, I
real?
got a
Go
question for
ahead,
you,
bro.
Clever girl. I'm supposing. I know you were saying that you raised by a single mother, or was that your husband?
So no, my husband was raised by both of his
So he was
parents.
raised by a family, and you may have been raised by a single mother.
Sort
So
of.
my question is, you're saying that the black men have gotten worse, but who has been raising those black men in the last 30 years, the last 50 years? Who is that? Because you said the
So
men
you're
weren't there.
saying black women are raising the black children? Is that correct?
I'm
I
asking
agree
you a
with that.
question.
I
So
agree. I
if you
agree.
do not like the black men out there, do you blame the black men who didn't raise them, or do you
Yes.
blame the black women that did raise them?
No, the black
It's
women
it,
who
it,
did
it's
raise them.
it's both parties, Fearless. I'm sorry. I get
No,
what you're trying to
no,
say, but it's both
no.
parties. It's both. If the man leaves and the woman is left to raise the child on their own, it's both parties because it's two responsible adults
Parents.
It's not the
consensually.
woman's problem. It's
It
not the woman's fault.
it's
What?
it could
How
be
is
and it
it?
couldn't be
How,
because we
how is
don't
it
If the
not
men
we
the
if the
woman?
men
every
voluntarily step out of their children's lives and provide zero to no support
Look,
and they don't
we could
guide
both
them.
agree that it's
No, no, no.
collective.
If
Both
you're not
man
it,
and
it,
doing
it's
women
if you're
takes
both
not
the
doing your
blame.
parties.
job, how do you expect a woman to do her job by herself? She's just trying to figure out how to do it by herself. So you're trying to tell me that she's supposed to understand how to make a man? You trying to tell me she's supposed to understand how to if she's not being treated well, you telling me that she's supposed to raise a daughter that knows how to vet a man,
Then why
how to
didn't you
get a
guys
guy that's
give
gonna
up
be
custody? Listen. Why didn't you guys give up custody of all your male children to the men?
sir,
You won't do
nobody
that
There,
kept
because you want to
I
check.
mean,
sir,
Stop
but
it.
Ronan,
You
if
won't
there,
do that because you want to check. So let's
but
be real
Ronan,
about it.
no, that's not
but
true.
Yes,
but
that's
Ronan,
exactly what it
It's
is.
not.
but
I'm
Ronan,
sorry.
So
Hold
the
on,
second
Maya. Hold
part,
on, Maya. Hold on. I'll let you get your point. But to my point is, if you feel like men have been raised incorrectly by women and you're holding men responsible, why wouldn't women have given up the men since you guys are quite capable of raising women and let the men raise the young boys? You guys
okay,
wouldn't do that because it would cut your check in half. And
okay, which one of y'all
let's not lie. Zaddy has been taking care of the black community since the 50s when they came out with welfare system.
y'all ain't
Let's
right, right, right.
let's
No,
not lie about that.
I'm
And
not
let's
lying
not
about it.
lie about back in the
Can I
60s when
finish?
there was let's not lie about back in the 60s when they closed all the steel mills. They closed a lot of the processing plants. They moved all those jobs overseas and a lot of black men lost their jobs. And because
Hmm.
there was welfare system, a lot of black men they decided to leave the home so
And
the mother and the children, listen. So then the mother and children could be provided for, correct? So when the
you
70s
keep
came
saying
back
that like
around,
y'all not sorry.
so when the 70s came back around and the economy came better, we tried to come back in the home and y'all were so used to getting the check from Zaddy, you refused it.
No,
So
who
let's
kept
not,
you away,
I'm just as old
sir?
as you.
Who kept
I'm
you away from your
56 years old.
sir? Who
I'm
kept you away from
56 years
who
old. You're
kept
not
them
going
away
to
from
lie to
their
me.
children?
You're not going to lie to me.
There's a court system, and so what happens is when
And the court system always favored the mother over the man
the
back in the
first
60s.
time,
The laws are changing now
who
because
keeping you
they
away from your
found out you
children
guys
now?
have lied a lot of times.
Who keeping you away
But
from your
back
children
then,
now?
they always thought the mother would have done the best thing for the children. What they're finding out, even scientifically, is boys and families are raised better by their fathers versus the mothers.
Okay, who keeping y'all away from y'all children now?
the laws and the system. Why do you think most men don't want to get
Because
married in
no,
America?
they didn't show
Don't be
that.
delusional. You know what the laws are. The
Well,
laws
Are you
favor
married?
most
I
men.
don't.
This
No,
is
I'm
this
just
is
telling
this
you.
is why.
Can
Let me
you?
Mr.
say just
Ronan,
let
Mr.
me say
Ronan,
just real quick.
may I chime in?
But
But
go
let me
ahead,
let
bro.
me
Go ahead.
go
It's
ahead.
like
Go ahead.
May I chime in?
56% of
May I
fathers
chime in,
who
Go ahead.
please?
go back to court
Because I
to
think
get custody of their
no
children,
one's
get their children.
okay. So Miss Clever, I think both you and Ronan are forgetting two of the most important things that we are totally ignoring. Is in both of those scenarios, we're talking about irresponsible adults, right? We're talking about in the aspect of the irresponsible male that leaves the household, and we're talking about the irresponsible woman that uses and weaponizes the children
Oh,
because the man may not want to be with her, right? So
Why do
we're
you think?
referring to. Go ahead. Ask your question. I'd
Why do
love
you
to
think the
answer it.
women should be better than the men?
I
excuse
didn't
me.
say that at all. What I'm referring to
But
is
see,
that
y'all,
in
y'all.
these situations, I didn't say that at all. You said, why do I think that the woman should be better than the man? I don't think that
Yes.
at all. What I'm saying is in these scenarios, we're typically dealing with immature adults, people who are irresponsible and people who are unaccountable. When we're talking about the man that doesn't raise his child, then we're talking about the woman that is using that child as either bait or a weapon against that man
Yeah.
or for that man's attention. So we're not talking about individuals who are responsible because those people on the opposite ends of those spectrum represent the minority, whether it's the man that wants to be with the children, for the most part, or whether it's the woman who wants the man to be in the family for the most part, that's actually a minority, right? So when we're
What kind of
talking
man
about
let
these
the government raise
situations,
his kids? What kind of man do that?
so when you're saying that, I'm going to tell you a disenfranchised. Hold on, let me answer that. A disenfranchised man who decided to have his family be able to be fed because the jobs that they did have was taken away after the war.
Because y'all don't create jobs.
Now, I
Oh my
agree
God.
with you. And do
Everything
you
is
know
not
why?
karma.
Hold on. Wait, no, no, no. She's right. You know why we don't create jobs? Because we don't have access to the income and the actual monetary system that allows jobs to be created.
You're
Okay,
taking her
well,
bait,
there's
my
Wait,
brother.
wait,
You're
wait. She
taking her
forgot about
bait.
redlining and all
there's
that, but
people.
I want
Hey,
Maya to
Nobody,
chime
no,
in.
no,
she,
Mr.
Hold on,
Go,
hold on, hold
Mr.
on,
What's
hold
his
on,
name
hold on.
said
I
he
want
came in here
Maya to
doing
chime
red.
in because she's been patiently waiting, and I kind of stepped on her. So Maya, you can go ahead and talk. Go ahead, Maya.
Y'all could finish. I kind of got a headache a little bit, so I got to retrain my thought. What were we talking about? We were talking about. Okay,
You
Ronan, you
you see
said
this?
give.
This is how I keep my organization going on during the conversation.
So, Ronan, you said that
not the legal pad.
the mom the mother should give up the child to the man, but most women don't want to do that because
Male children.
I said that only because of her complaint that we are not the boys aren't being men because we stepped away, but that's not necessarily true. Black fathers specifically are the most ones that have the highest rating of success.
but you
We're the
also
best when it comes to
No,
fathers.
no, 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 no,
but you
Yes,
no.
we
gotta
are.
That's not
also
true.
understand, Ronan, that these isolated situations about fathers leaving the home and women not able to raise them and the whole single mom whole thing, those are very isolated situations.
Yeah.
um that's not affecting every black family. And I feel like those situations where the mom is putting the daddy on child support because she still wants him and he's moved on, or, the father has left and abandoned the family and disappeared, it's irresponsibility. And it's also two people that more than likely didn't really know each other.
I agree with you.
Okay. Those are
There,
people
you
that
can literally co-parent. You can get your rights and
you can't
co-parent your children.
co-parent with
Yes, you
someone
can.
that you cannot co-parent with someone that you don't know and understand well.
The law
Whenever
says
there's a
different.
whenever there's a situation where you have two people that can't co-parent because they don't really know each other and they're both emotionally, mentally immature, that's when the court system has to come in place, where you need to get a shared parenting or a planned parenting. And a lot of black men don't make the efforts because they're either usually burnt out already, or they don't have. I work for a company like this. It was called Kids in Distress, where I've
No,
seen
finish saying what you're saying
so
about
many different
what is it that they don't have.
they don't have the resources
There
to
it
get an
is.
attorney to help
That's the
fight for
facts.
them to get to even get the child.
That's
She
the
don't
facts.
understand that
These men
social
say y'all make
services.
more money than
So
us.
Hold up. You don't
what
understand that
they
social
have this
services are
thing.
built around assisting the female, not the
They
male.
have
There are
this.
no social services for males.
They
The
have this
thing is,
thing.
y'all just want to make excuses instead of just being
I'm
real
not
and
making
doing
excuses,
I'm not
baby.
saying
I'm
making
a
what.
woman.
excuses because you
I'm a
already said I'm
woman.
the outlier. I don't
I'm
have
a
background
woman.
support.
I'm
I
a
Exactly.
raised
woman.
all my sons. So I'm
I'm a
always going to
woman.
be outlier in these conversations.
Yeah.
I'm a woman.
Okay.
Hey,
That's
and
right.
let me ask you a quick question because I really want to see that. Sister, do you think it's only the men that are the cause and the women are just perfect? Because I
Of
know
course
so you
not.
make it so
Of
obvious.
course not.
So
But however,
why don't you also highlight the other side and hold the other side responsible? Because
You know,
unlike what you might
that's what
think, even
y'all
though you see these
do as
brothers on
black
here,
men, is y'all blame the women
Mr.
instead
G,
of
you know
taking
what?
responsibility for
I
everything and
we
fix your
hold black
hold
men
on,
situation.
accountable all the time,
hold on,
especially these brothers
hold
on.
on.
How?
Let me make this very clear, and we can move on from this topic after this, okay? Because it's a moot point, and the reason I'm saying it's a moot point,
No, it's
this
not.
woman has never given birth. She is not
Okay.
a true mother. She's a stepmother, and I'm not taking that away from her. I've been a stepfather. But unless you
Okay.
have skin in the game and experience at childbirth and what you will and will not do with your child, you can't really speak to it.
I can because I have to deal with y'all children in the neighborhood. And Ronan, let me ask you this. Are
Yeah.
you a husband? No, let me ask you this. See, my husband is solution based. So if I come to
Uh-huh.
him with a problem, what he does first of all, he takes responsibility for everything. I mean, literally, there is nothing I can bring him that he will not fix or come
In
over
his
and
own
fix
home,
for
that's the way
himself.
he should be. Yes. He's the
Okay,
leader. He should be taking responsibility. Absolutely.
exactly. However, why won't you take that responsibility for your children
I
and for your
have.
community?
You
Okay,
can't blame
okay.
me.
I'm just saying for the
You
rest.
can't
I
blame
don't
me
I don't
because I
Listen,
believe
you
have.
know I'm not talking about you
I don't
specifically. I'm just talking about
Ronan,
the rest
I
of
do
the
not
But
leadership.
it's not
I do
Understand?
not
everybody's. It's
believe.
not
You want
everybody.
the
Listen,
women to
listen,
fix this? There's a
listen.
problem in our communities with
Ronan,
our
Ronan, I don't
children
believe that
unaliving
anything
people.
that she's saying right now, I don't
I don't either.
I
I
don't
don't either.
believe that anything she'd be saying right now, I don't believe anything she's saying right now she would say if her husband was sitting right next to her. I just think she's here just to be cantankerous. Like I can
Yeah,
see it. I've been paying
I
attention.
can
I
too.
can
I have
assure you
to.
because
Sir,
at no
That's why I said
point
sir,
it's a moot
did she
point.
actually
if
at
there was
When
some
you haven't
every
given
solution
birth,
single
based
you can't
stuff
really
going on
talk
in
to
your
these
country,
things.
you wouldn't be
well
here,
You know,
at
sir.
so
every
we can
single
move on to the
at
next
every
You wouldn't
topic
single
be here.
because
instance. There we go. That's what I think we should
childbirth
do. I
has
think we
nothing
should
to do
move on
with
to
the
the
king
next
simp
topic.
thing. Yeah,
Yeah,
childbirth
let's
has
move
nothing
on.
to do with what we're talking
But
about.
Suffer, I do have one question because this has always been posed to me. What you were saying is why won't the man fight for his children? And my
Mhm.
question is, why should he have to fight for his children?
There it is.
Meaning
That's a good question.
he shouldn't have to fight. They should just be willingly there.
Okay, let's say you shouldn't have to fight for your children, but the reality is that you do. And so
Who
why
By
set
would
up
who?
you?
that reality? Wait, who
Who
set
said
up that reality?
it's like when COVID came around, everybody was like, is it real? Is
She
it
didn't
not
answer the
real? It
question.
didn't matter. No, no, I'm
Yes,
answering
you
for
didn't
Answer
you.
that
answer.
question
So
again,
It's
bro.
here. It's here. It's here. It's a problem. And so since
where's
it's a
Who
here?
set
problem,
up? Who
Wait,
set that
where's
up?
here?
Meaning, if I want to go see my children, and the woman is always making an issue, a problem. You know, you can't have this other girlfriend. You can't come over on this time. I'm not here. And now every time I want to see my child and you're not there, I have to try to file some kind of lawsuit, which costs money. All of those things, you're putting roadblocks for me to see my child when that should just be easy. I shouldn't have to fight. Why are you making me fight for something that I have a right to do?
sir, do you live in this patriarchy that is
There it
America?
is. You see how
You
she
just said
doesn't
it
You
was a
answer
big.
just
any
said it
He
was a
questions.
just said,
No,
matriarchy.
I'm
Let's
just
stop
I
this
asking.
think we should.
conversation
And
right
so if
now.
you
She just
live,
said
I
it's a
think
if
we
you
should
are
move
you
matriarchy.
on,
operate
guys.
in this
Yeah,
patriarchy,
yeah.
you operate
I'm
in
I
this
think we should move
patriarchy
on,
all the
guys.
I
time
want
because
to
you don't
I
create
really
jobs, you don't have hospitals, you don't have homes to protect us from
so
racism,
that's
and so
stopping
you
us
don't
Those
from
have
being
you
talking
don't
safe.
points are
you
stale
I
don't
by
have
now,
really
you
man.
don't you should have judges and more judges in the system to help you, but it's a racist system, and y'all don't pattern
None
from
of
it.
that
Y'all
makes
don't help
sense,
us from
ma'am.
it. It
Ma'am,
does.
none of,
It really does.
so the
Of course,
question
it
that
doesn't
he
make sense to
asked,
y'all. Y'all don't provide it for us.
I'll,
Yeah,
I'll help
arguing,
you.
man.
I'll help
You're
you.
not
Hold on,
ready,
hold on,
man.
Phyllis. I'll help you.
Oh yeah, let's
Fill his ass.
Fill
Phyllis
No,
asked why we
no,
should have to
One
fight.
J
second,
And
James.
Moss,
your
J
response,
Moss, your mic really is bad, bro. And we're
Phyllis
not trying to
asked,
bump you for no reason. Your mic is
Phyllis,
off.
Phyllis
In
asked
one
why we
second,
should have.
James. Let Tracy talk.
Phyllis asked why we should have to fight, and your response was, "There's a patriarchy that you in." No, the answer was, it's because we're fighting the black women who want to keep us away from our kids. That's the only
Sir,
person that you're fighting. You're not fighting the system.
But
You're fighting the
your
person who's stopping you from being with your child, and that's the person
your
in the
whole
home.
life is operated within the patriarchy. Why can't you
Lady,
operate within that system to get your
because
children?
because because what we're not going to do is avoid the actual
Why
answer
are
to
we
the
back on
question.
children again?
so
Well,
Tracy,
I'm
We
not
need
on
to move.
children. I'm not on
Yeah.
well,
children.
because
I'm just responding to the
well,
question that was asked by Phyllis.
Because black men
yeah,
create
The the
black men
the
commit the most
question
violent crime in this country.
the question that was
okay,
Black
asked by
men
Phyllis
unalive black women more than anybody else
was
in this
why
country.
should a man have to fight for his child?
can I answer that,
The
She
Tracy?
answer
is literally
I'll answer.
using
Oh,
white.
I'm answering, but I'll let you answer too.
She
The
is literally
answer
using white
is
supremacist
that
talking points.
the answer is
You
that the
One
realize
hundred
that,
Well,
right?
percent. This is
yeah,
why I
he
don't know
has
pretty
why
to
the
you
much.
guys
own
are.
woman
it.
is
This is
He's
keeping
Hold
got
up.
to deal
the
with it.
Stop,
child
stop.
from the man
Let
and
Tracy
using
talk,
the
then let
system
mine
to
talk.
do it. The answer is that the woman is keeping the child from the man and using the system to do it. He's actually
No,
having to
y'all,
fight.
y'all,
He's actually
no,
having to fight the
no,
woman. He's not fighting the system. He actually has to
no.
fight the woman, which we
You
don't
can look
want to
this
do.
up. Black
Baby,
men make more single mothers than
baby,
any other race of men
let
in
Okay,
let
America.
me
we
So
know
It
it's
that,
not
but
it
just with
Clever,
black
y'all.
we
women,
You're
it
know
affects
that.
take
women of
We
other
know that.
races as
none of
well.
that
it takes two
addresses
to
the
do the tango,
question that
ma'am.
was
So this
asked.
Okay,
is
and that's why
When
y'all
you
always like to
when you
listen. My married
respond,
parents decided
when
to have, they
when you
decided to get married,
respond,
and they
when you
decided when they
respond,
were going to
young
have
lady,
each of their children.
young,
We weren't
young
the
lady,
same.
You do realize
I'm not a
20%
bastard.
of black men have most of the children that are in our community, right? Only
y'all,
I'm
20%.
sorry, what?
none of that is
Only
Say
addressing the
what?
20%
question,
of
P.
black men are the ones that are impregnating women.
None of that
There
is
are
You know who's
addressing the
doing
more.
it?
There
question.
are
She's
more
moving
black
the
men that don't
goalpost.
have babies than there are that
You
do.
know who's doing the
That
most
means
crime in our
most black
communities,
women
though?
are laying down with the same dude, knowing they
Wait,
already have
hold
children
on.
by other
Let Tracy
women.
talk. Let Tracy
You
talk.
know who's doing the most crime in our communities, though?
Oh my
She's
Black
God.
just moving
men.
the
Yes,
goalpost.
she is using.
You
Listen, no, she is using white talking points. She is
Yes, she
using white
is.
supremacist
Yes, she
talking
is.
How
points
is
at
this
this point.
white supremacy talking points when we
But
Go
the
ahead. Let's
point
deserve,
move the
is,
we
point. Let's
deserve
go
to
ahead and
be
move the
sheltered?
conversation, please. Let's go ahead and move the
Well, let,
conversation
okay.
let
from there.
Tracy finish his point and then let
Go ahead.
mine talk.
So what I'm saying is the only person that the man or the black man is fighting when he's trying to get to his children is the woman, because that's the person who brought the complaint to the courts anyway. Yes, the patriarchal system is being used against the man that he's participating in, whether he wants to or not. But he's actually only fighting the woman. So the question is really, why is the woman keeping the child from the man and then blaming him?
Why are you
Go
blaming
ahead.
black women when you're not trying to take care of your children? It don't make sense.
That wasn't the
Okay.
question. That's a
We
whole
need to
different
move
topic.
on with this
Okay,
conversation,
do y'all
man.
go literally? Do y'all go to court to get custody of your children?
I have
But
been to
this
some
court.
men
circles
Do
do.
you?
back.
I've been to
But
Do
court
this
you try
14
to
circles
get?
times
back.
for custody of my children. I was denied. I was the one who was not only the breadwinner, I was the only one with the job. I was the
Did
one
you
who's the
go?
one.
Did you go back?
14 times. Did you not listen? I need you to listen.
Okay.
14, literally. I was the one who was denied. When I lost my job and I never filed for reduction in child support, I was held liable. I didn't argue with it. I said, hey, I lost my job. Why are you raising my child support? They said off of your ability to make money.
Mm.
I
Yep.
So
lost my
can I?
job
So
and
this
they
can I?
raised my
Yep.
child support. And I
So
still
this.
was there fighting. Matter of fact, her lawyer walked up to me before one of the court sessions and was trying to dog me out. But I sent her back with her tail tucked because I told her I don't know who she deals with. I'm not that person.
You know,
You are indeed
let
fighting a
me
man
let
who
me
wants
just
to end your children's life, not the other way around. Your client is trying to
Tracy.
keep yeah, go
Well,
ahead.
So this
I'm gonna
circles
one
back
up
to
you.
what I.
Hold up. Wait
I'm
one
sorry.
second. I'm gonna one up his scenario.
Wait, CC, it's Maya's turn. Let her talk. She's been waiting. Go ahead, Maya.
With everything that's being said, this circles back to what I mentioned before. A lot of these court systems call it a mother-friendly state where they're not going to remove the child from the parent. So when you say the man should have to fight for their child, I'm sorry, clever girl, I'm not going to have to disagree with you on that. The reason that I'm going to have to disagree with you on that, because as some of the men on the panel said, a man should not have to fight with a woman to see their child. If there's a relationship or a situation where they have to separate, co-parent should be the first conversation that needs to be addressed when they're separating. Now, a lot of Black men do not have the resources to afford an attorney to fight with the woman to get rights for the child. And as Tracy just explained, he's gone back and forth 14 times and he's the only one that had a job and he still wasn't able to care for his child. So if this is a situation where he has the income and the money to be able to provide for the child, and the courts have taken the child away to the mother who does not have a job or who's living it within poverty means, then that's kind of a disadvantage for the child because they're not going to be able to live a fruitful, safe, or healthy lifestyle.
In this court system, what has to happen for the man to get custody is the mother has to be completely inadequate, meaning she has to be on drugs in the streets and has to completely abandon the children before they will be lenient to the opposite sex. Here's what I'll even put it to you even further. So I was the man who actually had the ability to have a lawyer. And let me be very clear. I'm going to give you the scenario that actually happened. This was a long time before me and my ex-wife got on the same page. When we got a divorce, we were both sitting there in the court, and the courts were completely trying to split us apart when we were both agreed, to the point to where I said to the judge, I said, I don't understand. You know, I want to have my kids half of the time and I want to share custody, right? And the judge looked at me and said, listen, don't talk to me, ask her. I looked right over. I said, so I can talk to her right now? He said, yes. I looked right over and I said, ex-wife, you know I'm the greatest dad. You know that they're great with me. We should, you know, I love them dearly. We should split 50-50 time sharing and custody. She said, okay. Do you know what the judge did? The judge said, wait a second, cleared the entire room except the judge and my ex-wife. When I came back in, when we all came, yes, it was. When we all came back in the
Did you have a
court,
white lawyer?
when we all, no, not at all, Black woman. When we all came back into the courtroom, whatever was said to her, all of a sudden she changed her mind. And she said she doesn't want to do 50-50 time sharing, 50-50 custody. Whatever it was the judge said to her changed her
Thank
mind.
you, Zero.
Because it was going to take away from the money that the company,
The child
court was
support,
going to make.
correct.
Yep.
Well,
Correct.
let me start out.
And
by
it is a
saying,
business. The whole system is
No,
built
but did you
around
hear
business.
what I said? The
Caribbean, I'm
judge,
really
when we
sorry you had to
agreed.
go through that.
But this is what happened is, sister. What happened? No. But sister, this is the reality for all men, not just me.
But again, like I said, she doesn't have any experience in this area
Sir,
because
let
she
me ask
doesn't
you
have
this
any
question.
children of her
Why
own.
didn't you vet better? Why didn't you vet your wife better?
Wow.
Get the hell
Hindsight
out of
being
here.
2020.
No,
Why didn't
wait,
you
guys,
vet better?
wait.
You
Let me
have
respond. No,
oversight.
she respond. No, Ronan, she responded. She
Go
was
ahead.
talking to me. Let me answer her,
Go ahead.
please. Not only did she agreed with me. The judge cleared the room. And we don't know what the judge said to her. To this day, I never asked her. But all I know is when she had agreed, she was like, you're absolutely right. I'm fine with that. The judge cleared the room for 5 to 10 minutes, then the court bailiff, whatever they are, called us all back in. And when I was there, she was crying, and then the judge said no, she doesn't want to do 50-50 time sharing anymore.
Is your wife American?
Again,
Your
how
ex-wife?
many different characteristics are you going to ask? I literally said, you asked me, was she Black? She's Black. You asked me, is she American? She's American. What's next?
Okay, so I was just trying to figure out if she was
You
from
asked me
here or
what the
from
color of
your
the
country.
judge was. It was a white judge, like the bulk majority of the judges.
So perhaps if we had more Black judges and more Black
Oh
lawyers,
my
No.
God.
you don't think so?
We're saying
Listen,
To
that is
shield us
not in
from
and of
that
you're
itself
type of
the
right.
answer.
racism.
You're
Because we
right.
don't see that type of racism.
I wish those were the systems, the scenarios, but unfortunately,
We don't
that's not the
have that.
system we're in. So when we're talking about the system that we don't have, we have to refer to the
We
one
could
that we
have that
do
system
have.
though.
But here's the
But
thing:
listen,
she suggested
you're
that
right.
if there was a black judge, she would have done something different than the white judge,
We
which
don't
is
know
not
that.
necessarily true. That's a highly speculative fucking thought process.
What's
It's,
more
it's because
important,
we don't
even
have a collective. We're not together as a collective. Black men and
So
black
what
women
would
vote
have
their
been the
own way.
difference of having a black judge and a white judge? What is the point of that?
If we had a collective as black people where we did the best for ourselves and we made the best decisions for ourselves, like y'all say the black feminist black women vote differently than our males do, it's because we're not on the same page. And we should be on the same page until y'all provide us with resources
Oh, here we
to
go.
put us in the no, you got to put us in the
Oh
best
God.
situation to make the best choice, and what y'all give us is nothing.
Yo,
And so
let's
we're
move
gonna
on.
make other
How we
choices.
put you?
Was
How can we put you in
Amaya's
a
turn
better
to talk?
situation? You're fighting us
Provide
the
us
whole
with
time.
banks and
Doing a good
hospitals and
job, man,
schools
to
and
the moon.
and
Come
homes
back down,
and
yo.
land
yeah,
Yo,
but
and
man,
she's. But
generational
I don't
wealth
understand why
Y'all
and
is
finna
anyone
generational
even.
I
wealth.
just want to get
Anybody
off
can
the
get
Why?
in here. The stock
merry-go-round.
check
market.
I
the
just want to
vote.
get off the
Here's
mental
there's
merry-go-round
no
about
there's no
children.
merry-go-round because at the end of the day, what never happens is she never ever decides that both parties should be responsible for their behavior. At no point
Correct.
is it both
Who?
parties. At every
But
turn,
y'all
when we
keep telling
finally
us
get,
y'all want to
what I'm saying
lead,
is,
but you won't
what I'm
take the
saying
lead.
is, what I'm saying is you're not going to bait me into saying y'all said
You
because I
won't
never
take the
said it.
lead.
So you
You
won't.
won't
No, I
take the
won't
lead.
take the bait. So what's important
No, you won't
is
take
what
the
I will
lead.
say is
Black
this.
men will
What
not
I
take the
will
lead.
what I will say is this. At the end of the day, you are not even a congruent with what you're saying because black men do take the lead because you're married to a leader, like you said. So
I
obviously, what
sure
you're
am.
saying is not the truth. So black men do it. So at the end
No,
of the
not for the
day,
community. You don't. Not for the
you're
community.
right. Your husband didn't do it for the community, and you
Well,
didn't
you up
require
Working
pushing
it
on
from
some
talk
him,
that
but
stuff.
you still
high,
with
We're
yo.
him.
working on some
So,
stuff.
so we are
And
talking to.
clever.
I am referring to
Clever.
her because I'm responding to what she's saying to me, and she's saying everything she's saying her husband she didn't require of her husband, but yet
You a
she
lie.
says she respects her husband. None your husband hasn't done anything for the community. You said no.
I
We
said
asked
we're
if your
doing
husband did
something
it.
for the community, sir.
You will do, but hasn't yet, and you still married him prior to him
You're
doing
not
it. So
even
everything
planning to
that you're
do
saying,
anything, sir. Neither are the rest of
the
the black men
requirement is
that
still
are
the
on here. You're
same.
not going to
So
do
this is
anything.
why
You're
I
just going to
know,
take your wealth and go to another
I
country.
understand,
You're going to give
I
your wealth away
understand
to
that,
another woman
yeah,
where
I
other men
understand
have built
I
infrastructure and
understand that
banks
you're
and
just here
clubs
to
and
argue.
everything.
So what I'm
No, it's
gonna do is
true.
I'm gonna close on this. At the end of the day, if you don't agree that every single person should be responsible for their actions and their behavior, and they both parties, both genders participate equally in the destruction or the furtherance of the actual community, then you are just a distractor and you are what we call the tether.
Well, men in other communities do these things for their women. I'm just saying, why don't we get the same thing?
Clever. I have a question for you. You said that
Yeah.
you are a stepmother. That means that your husband had children prior.
Yes.
Was he a weekend warrior? Did he just see him every other weekend?
His children are grown now.
I didn't answer the question.
He was, yeah. I guess.
And no, he wasn't a weekend warrior because we live in different states.
So it
So
works.
he lived in a whole different state than his children.
Yeah.
Yeah, he abandoned his
Why
kids
didn't he have
to her
custody of his
statements.
children?
No, no, no. I mean, I could see your point where you're going to, but there
Hmm.
was also child support and stuff
He's
involved
going to
and
your
stuff
point,
like
man.
that.
Yeah.
This
No,
is
Why?
what
Why
you're
is
because
No, he
saying.
no,
abandoned them.
because there is a large community of our men who don't even pay child support, and on top of
No.
that, they
Right,
don't
but
even take care.
your
They don't
husband
Your
take care of
abandoned
their
husband
his
was
kids.
children, is
not
what you're
there for
saying.
his children, man.
If you
Yeah.
say
And you
So
that,
you're
sir,
married
saying
him
that.
That's
anyway.
what
I
you
can see
said.
that. All right, I can see that. All right.
That's what you
So your
said.
So what?
husband is the problem in the community. He let a mother. All he did was throw money at the problem. He didn't. He wasn't a father.
But y'all don't even do
There's no
that.
but. You're making excuses
Hold
for
on.
a
Hold
man.
on. So your husband allowed his ex-wife or ex-girlfriend or whomever to raise the
Ex-wife.
very men
We
that
don't.
you
We
would
don't.
hold
Yeah.
up. That he raised the very men that you wouldn't even date.
Okay. Were you in the military as well, sir?
Military
No.
doesn't matter.
No, I don't know what
No.
that has to do with anything.
Anybody? Okay. So I met my
That's
Roland
called
was
a
in
husband.
the
red herring.
military.
I met
Roland
my
was in the
husband in
military.
another country. I met my husband in another country. He was divorced by then. So
Right, he left his
What
kids
does
in
that
a
have to
whole
do?
nother country.
What does that have
no,
to
he
do with
tried to
him
get
raising
child
his
support. He
children?
tried to get his children.
But he only got them every
What
other
happened?
weekend. But you
Not
saying
leaving. He was in Japan.
He wasn't even there.
But
He was in Japan.
as a collective, black men have
You
not
met him
tried to
in
give
Japan.
us.
Yes, right. You met him in Japan. Was his children in Japan?
Correct. Correct.
So how did he raise his
So
children?
now do you see when I said earlier
is,
she's not congruent? It's not true, bro.
I already
Nothing
said
she
I can
says she
see the
believes.
point. So what you said, I
Hey,
said I can see the point. The
hey,
problem is y'all don't
hey,
create
we've
environments
given
where
her
we can
enough of
have
the
judges,
spotlight.
Yeah,
Listen,
for
judge,
listen,
and
sure,
jurors.
Ronan. For
listen,
sure.
listen. We've given her enough of the spotlight and the time on the
I
mic.
guess
Let's
I'm
move
just
on.
1 second, Ronan. I'm curious because you came to say all these great things that your
Cut her
husband
off,
is.
yo.
I
He's
have
a
an amazing
leader. He's
husband.
this. He's this. But was he a
Yo,
father?
cut her off, yo.
That's all you got, sir.
No, I'm asking, was he a
That's
father?
all you
Because
got.
you're saying, hold up, you're saying that black men are bad, and I stated
What's
it's
your report
because a
card?
lot of these women.
Serious. What's your report card? Do you think the black men are doing for the community?
What's your husband's
It's a
report
That's your
card?
matriarchal
husband's report
society.
card.
It's the
She's
same as your
happily
Matriarchal
married.
husband's.
card.
She's on here
Yeah,
with
it's
Okay,
the
It's the
same
he's
as
same.
your
a
husband.
black man. He's a
any
The
black man.
male
report
I agree.
card's
talking
grade.
I
to the
agree.
phone, dog.
I'll answer it
Hold on.
very simply. The report card grade for black men is the same one as your husband's.
Okay. So as a whole, what is the grade?
The same one you would give your husband. What would you give
Acceptable
your
for you to
husband?
marry.
What would you get? No, I have an extraordinary husband. He's not like that. So, but
What,
when it comes to as a
what do you
collective, as
mean?
black men, no, he's not like
Right.
y'all.
What's the
Not
grade
like
you would
us.
give him? Hold
Wait,
on,
wait,
hold
wait,
on.
Oh,
hold on.
my husband would definitely
Ronan
get
said,
an A.
Ronan, you
Wait,
triggered,
wait,
brother.
wait. Wait, no. I'm not triggered. I'm not triggered. I just want to
Okay,
understand
okay.
what do you mean by he's
Ronan
not
got it
like
different.
us? What do you think we are different?
I'm
How are
not
we
Get
talking
some
different?
about you,
respect, though. She
Ronan.
kept it
We
on,
already
yo.
said you're an
And she
outlier.
hurt,
You're
yo.
not the same as the rest of the black men in
She's
our
not
community.
I'm
all
just
what they
curious on
saying.
the
So,
definition of how you feel like they're different.
well,
What's the difference?
Okay, well, again, black men do not create jobs. I'm not gonna go down that list again. Y'all don't provide us with resources, first of all, and then second of all, again, black women are killed more than any other race of women in this country, and black men kill more people than any other race in this country.
there she
And so,
go. Stop, Keisha.
but y'all black men live in our communities. Does that
But we're
make
not
sense?
there.
You are there.
No, what you said just no.
I see black
It's
men in
just
my
completely
community all the
But
wrong.
time.
white men shoot up more schools than anybody else. I don't know what that means.
Why do we care that they shoot up more
Stop it,
schools
Keisha.
when
Just stop
when
it,
we
bro.
do more drive-by shootings than anybody else?
Except for schools, and those are the whites.
What they got to do with anything? And why we trying to
That
compare ourselves?
has everything to do with it.
Okay,
I mean,
Well,
you,
look
you
like,
up the
like
can't.
I
I
said,
see what it
look up the
is.
FBI says
yeah,
on
yeah.
who must not. Look up the
Let's move
FBI
on.
says on who
I'm
must not.
Yeah,
tired of
It's
for
these
y'all.
sure.
same
It's y'all.
talking
So
points.
I have a question to hopefully it'll spin the block. So clever. Let me ask you this: Do you think black men and black women should leave the United States to date outside of the U.S.?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I have a follow up to that question. Do you believe black women should date outside of their race?
Oh, I hope so.
There it is. I knew she was a swirler. She's a divester, guys.
I'm not a
She just
swirler. I'm
hasn't
married to a
divested
black man.
She's
herself.
I've
not
been married to two
not for
black men.
herself. Yeah, she's a
No, not
swirler
for
for everybody
herself,
else.
for the
Yeah,
community. For the
yeah.
community. There you go.
If
Like,
black
especially not
men
for her husband. Her husband
black
doesn't get
men
to
get
be held to
divorced
these
more than
standards that she's
anybody else.
asking, but
Yeah,
everyone
but
I
else
don't
her
does.
husband
agree.
only
Same
I
with
dates
don't
women.
her
agree
for a
with.
white
Black men
woman.
I
date
don't
outside
agree
our
with.
race more than any other race.
I
Black men
don't
date
agree.
outside our race more than any other race.
I don't agree
Well,
with.
thank
Go
God we're
ahead,
getting
Maya.
our passports.
Let Maya go. Let Maya
Hey,
go
I
with
don't.
look.
that. Go ahead, Maya.
I don't agree with any black woman telling another black woman to date outside of their race, especially if you have a black man, because that'll definitely deter them from possibly being in a happy, fulfilled relationship like the one that you're in. Secondly, I don't agree with any black man telling another black man to go out of the country to be with anything other than a black woman. Now, the reasons being said on why they should or shouldn't do it, I totally understand. But there has to be some sort of recourse or resolution to solve the issue. And I think what I hear a lot of times is different perspectives on what the
Yo,
black
Ronan. Hold on. Yo,
J
Ronan.
Moss, and you can't
Ronan.
interrupt. Let her
Hold
talk.
on.
You can't interrupt,
No,
brother.
one question. Yo, Ronan.
Wait.
Yeah, what's up, J Moss? Hold on. What's
This
up,
is
J Moss?
yo, hold on. Stop, please. Stop. Right quick.
This is my last question. Yo, done. Is this are you from Black Channel, Maya? Are you from
I
Black Channel?
I can't hear you.
You're breaking up
Oh,
really bad, J Moss. What's
I'm
up,
sorry,
man?
can you hear me? Are you
Yeah,
from
we can
Black
hear you.
Channel, Maya?
Am I from where?
Platinum,
No, I don't know who that is.
Plat,
I
Plat.
don't I don't know who that
Come
is.
on, Platinum Elite. Probably not, bro.
No, I don't know
I'm
who
from
that
Platinum
is.
Channel, yo.
No,
Hear
I don't
me?
know who that is.
All right,
Mm.
forget it. Okay, my bad, my bad,
Did you
my
have to
bad.
interrupt me for that?
Gee.
It's all good, brother.
Okay,
Let's
I thought I
let's
heard
move on.
something. My bad,
Go ahead.
yo.
Go ahead, Maya. But here's the thing. I want Maya to finish,
I
but then I want
forgot.
to turn this conversation into this. We've been talking about the problem, and I like to find out how do we
Maya,
The
solve
this
the
will solve
solution.
your
problem.
problem.
Yeah,
I
I
don't I
want
don't
to.
I mean I'm not that deep in YouTube to be taking notes and shit like that, honestly. Like I'm just
I'm
here.
telling you, it helps you get your thought process straight.
I'm just
Because I
here.
can.
I'm just here, but there has to be a resolution, and we have to be willing to listen to one another because black men ain't listening to black women ain't listening to black men. However, I will say Tracy and Caribbean Casanova, I really appreciate the genuinity and the compassion and the respect and patience that you had within delivering your point. It's a lot easier to listen when a man uses that kind of tone and those kind of words and realism to help you understand because like I said, I think there's a lot of just lack of awareness and there is a lot of lack of accountability in black women. I would say that I probably was one of those women 7 years ago.
Thank you for saying that, and
But
I
I
think
had
that's
nobody,
speaking of.
I had no one to tell me or address me in that manner because again a lot of people don't have the life experience and the capacity to say what it is that they feel and how they feel in such a way. I would be more it hurts to hear it. I'm gonna be
Yeah,
honest.
sure.
As a black woman, it fucking sucks. It fucking sucks to say you're fucked up and you're wrong and this is how it is. It sucks. But
You know what?
at the same, my dad used to do the same thing to me, and it would irk my nerves because he was saying, "Do this and do that, and you should do this, and this is
Right.
how it is, and this is how it should be." And then I'm like, "Okay, you just gave me a whole shake up. You got to understand, I've been living with my mama and living this way for X amount of years in my life, and then now I'm here with you, and I'm fucking unlearning a whole bunch of shit that I did learn."
Right.
So I'm like,
So
"You
now
got to
you
give me."
want a regular dude though.
You say what? you
That's
gotta you gotta
it.
give me you gotta give me some time to process it and understand it
Right.
and take it and apply it.
And I think that's the issue, Maya. The biggest problem is that right now everyone is basically got PTSD, right, in
Apply
our
what?
community.
Yeah,
The black community
45,
has
50.
post
Apply
traumatic
what, yo?
stress disorder, right?
We
So
do
like
have
even
post-traumatic stress disorder. We do
on
have
both ends of the
post-traumatic stress.
yeah, on both ends of the spectrum, right? And so the kind of the way the quick solution that we offer for our black men in this interim to get that reprieve quickly is to travel outside the states, right? It's not that that's the best solution, but for right now it's a solution, right?
I
So
agree.
a lot of times what a lot of black women forget is the stress that they're under is the same stress that black men are under. Unfortunately, because women have the ability to be able to attract men, there's a lot that they can do, right, to kind of relieve that stress just with their female gender. With men, there is none of that reprieve. So having a passport allows them to kind of get out of from under this massive amount of stress. Like most black men, when you ask them when they travel, the one biggest thing that you will see that's consistent amongst all of them is the fact that they feel stress free. That in itself is worth the price of admission. So I agree when some women will go, "Oh yeah, but you guys are poverty pimps." Well, it's not the poverty really. It's the stress-free life that they're living, even if it's for a short period of time. That's why most of these places men will refer to as paradise.
Well,
The
that's
place could be a third
escapism.
world country. It is escapism, you're right. And at the end of the day, like this is what they have right now because the other solutions require time, effort, but more importantly, require a ton of more stress. And I'm not saying they shouldn't go through it. I'm just saying that at some point, everybody has a breaking point and they need a break. They need a reset. And that's what the
I
passport
totally
does.
I totally agree with you. And as I've said before, I've never had an issue or any problems with men getting their passports to solve, the problem at hand and come up with a solution for their lives and themselves. My only disagreement with that is the degradation of black women. If that's your
Yeah.
choice and that's what you want to do, go right ahead. I want you to go and be wherever it is that you need to be stress free and to be celebrated and to live a fulfilled life. But in the process of doing that, there's not another dark cloud that a black woman needs over her head because you also have black men shitting on them too.
Yeah, but I think the problem is that there's so many of the echo chambers, right? So even if a black woman doesn't fully believe it, there's more Cynthia G's that are perpetuating such venom, right? But because people who, misery loves company. So if someone is attacking the idea of what you feel is the source of your hurt and your trauma, you're going to gravitate to that, even if you don't fully agree. And so it's actually created this closed loophole of just people who are listening to this venom and regurgitating it and taking on this mindset, and now it's becoming a conflictive mindset to the black community, right? And on the other side of the spectrum, you have that same closed loop of the red pill, right? And so it's the extremes of both of those ends that's creating such horrible discourse
Who took
between
off
the
more than
two.
Kevin Samuels, the black man who degraded black women more than anybody else?
What
So
have you so you remember you
in
used to
y'all
watch you
saying,
used are
excuse
you
me,
talking about
excuse
Kevin
me, sir, I'm
Samuels?
talking right
Because
now.
if
Yes, sir.
you
I'm
said
talking right
you
now.
said you
Excuse
watched
me.
him, he didn't
I did.
degradate black women at all.
Of course
No,
he
he
did.
didn't. He
Yes, he
held
did.
everyone accountable. There's no way you
No, he
watched his
didn't.
content. No, there's no way you watched this content
You
and
just
that's
keep
what you
making up
got.
stuff in your head. I don't know
The
what kind of
the bulk majority of the people
delusional
who
space you
watched
live
Kevin
in. You keep
Samuels
telling me
were
who I
black
am.
women. The bulk majority of people who watched Kevin Samuels were black women because they were
Oh, okay.
resonating with what he was saying. The bulk majority of the people that were supporting
No,
Kevin Samuels were
unfortunately,
black women.
no, it was black men.
You're
So my
definitely
question
not
for you,
watching the
Clever,
same.
is
I did watch him.
my question. You've been here and you said all the issues. We kill more people in the community. We don't have banks. We don't have this. So you noted
We
all the
have no
problems.
resources.
You noted all the problems, and you said that your
Hmm.
husband was problem is a solution solver. So I'm going to put
Come
that
on
on you.
through. I know what you finna say. I
So,
know what you finna say. Come on.
so tell me, how would you solve the problem?
She's a Brad worshiper. She's not
Let
married. This is what she's doing for the show,
Let me
man.
ask you this,
It's
sir. Why
all
would
for the
you ask
web, yo. Why
a
is she
woman,
still on
to
here,
fix
yo?
the problem? Because I was
Stop
gonna
it.
ask you, as
Stop it,
men,
man. I'm
how
tired
do
of
we fix the
it.
problem? Especially since y'all want to lead and you want submission. How do we fix the problem? Why are you asking me?
Well, you're the one who said there was a problem. So usually the person who says there is a problem knows the problem, and
Is
then they
there a
say that
problem?
there should be a solution.
Do we have a
What
problem
problem
in
are
our
we trying to
community?
fix? I'll brainstorm real quick.
Okay, well,
I,
first of
I don't
all,
know. Well, I'm trying to find out what the problem is from Clever.
we
There's
got a
no
What's the
little
problem,
problem?
over
man.
an hour.
Same thing is going on in the rap community, man. He's just on these matriarchal
societies, man. It's never going to end, man. She goes on here the same as zero tolerance, man. The same shit, dog. It doesn't matter, man.
So the problem is y'all don't provide us with any resources, which doesn't provide us
Resources. Okay.
Resources.
any protection
Protection.
from
The
the
pookies.
patriarch.
You with the pookies, man. The
Y'all the
Wait
pookies.
pookies.
one
Like
second,
the
J Moss.
pookies.
I want to find
Black
out what the
black men
problem is.
doesn't provide nothing. We're not in the communities, yo.
What community
Black
do you live
men
in, sir?
doesn't. We don't
Do you
have
live in a
communities.
Hispanic
Black
community, a
males
white
are your
community,
community.
or Asian
J Moss,
community?
hold
Where
up
you
a
live
second.
at, sir?
Let her talk.
You live
So
on a Native American
wait,
Native
Clever, don't
American
don't don't go off sentence. I want you. I want to talk about this because I want to come to a solution.
Native
So tell me
American,
what the problems
yo.
Fearless, J
In the
Moss, J
20s,
Moss, Fearless. I think we're digging a bigger hole, man. She's just gonna keep going
we
down
should
the
actually
rabbit
come to
hole,
some kind of
man. There's nothing in good faith from her. This is not even a
sir. What
productive
country are you
conversation.
from?
It will be good to entertain the conversation, and I'm
Who
willing
left
to
your country
entertain
to
it.
come here
But
to get
she's
into a
not
white
coming
environment?
through in good faith.
I am
Well,
willing.
let's find out because there's probably some
Let's
other
find
women out
out.
there.
Go ahead.
There's zero tolerance that's been
Solution.
in the
Well, this
comments
is
a
a
lot. So there are women
solution-based panel.
like the
Resources and
No,
Bowery.
not
protection.
really.
Is that it? Clever?
Well, yes, of course. Who
No, I'm
don't want
asking
that?
you. I'm asking you to define to define the problem so that we can
check.
brainstorm
I
solutions.
mean, I
Go back
literally
to
been defining it for
problem.
over an hour.
The Clever. I'm gonna try this again.
Did you not understand what well, could you please parrot back to me, if you could, in your own words, what I've
I'm
been
going.
saying for the
I'm
last
gonna.
hour?
I'm gonna try this again, Clever. I'm talking to you in a conversation. I'm answering your questions as best I can directly. Don't come back to me saying you've been saying something for over an hour. You've been saying a lot of shit for over an hour. I'm
And
asking
you
you
ain't been
directly
listening.
what the question was in order to try and address it respectfully. You can't respect your own question enough to give it that. So let's try it
I
You
already
again.
drink
told you so.
water. You work out.
You want resources and protection, correct? Is that
Yep,
all that you're asking for? Is that the base of everything?
that's the base of everything. Well,
Okay.
also,
So
y'all
go
don't
ahead.
also generational wealth.
Very
That's
generation.
resources. That's resources.
You don't give nothing. You don't care about your kids.
No, no,
You
no.
give
Wait.
nothing. What are you
Solution.
talking about?
Remember, this is
Generational
solutions
wealth.
based. So I
You
have a
give
solution
nothing,
for her.
yo.
No,
You
no,
give
no. I have a solution
projects,
for.
roaches
Wait.
and
Let's
rats.
refer.
Then
Let's J Moss. Let's refer to what it is she just said. You said resources. My black queen. Do you realize that not only did we create resources, we created one of the wealthiest black communities in the entire world in Tulsa, Oklahoma. You do realize
Y'all
that
didn't
what
do
happened.
that. Your ancestors
The
did that.
black the
Y'all ain't
black
did
man
nothing.
did that. The black man did that. That's what we're
She
talking
wants
hold on,
about.
she wants
Pastor.
to
So
Hold
no,
Back
on,
in
win.
the
no,
quick.
20s,
hold on.
sir. Back in
You
the
Wait,
don't give
20s.
nothing, yo.
ma'am,
You give
hold on,
rats.
hold
You
Back in
on,
the
give
hold on.
20s,
yo.
sir.
You give
Just
nothing.
let me
You give
finish. One
nothing,
mic,
yo.
guys. Wait, one mic, guys. So say we didn't do that. We not only did that, but when we did it, there was a 2 day long massacre. You do realize that, right? It happened between
Your
May 31st and
ancestors
June
did
1st, I
that. You
believe, of
haven't done
921.
anything, sir. You
I hear
haven't
what
done
you
it.
I hear first. Now, if you're gonna say me, I've actually
I'm talking about
owned
y'all as a collective. I'm
14,
talking about black men as
14
a
schools.
collective.
Oh, I thought so. Okay. So what I wanted to make sure you understand is that everything you're
Rat
asking
worship.
for
Sorry, Nova. Rat
was not
worship.
only done, but was also destroyed. Every single time you ask for us to collect,
So
we
what? Do it
collect,
again.
and
Do it
they
again.
destroy it. No,
Do
what
it
we need
again.
to do is do something different, which is what we are doing, which is
You're doing
building our
nothing.
individual families up, right? We're actually
You're
taking
doing
care of it.
nothing.
Like me, you know what I do as a black man? I'm actually my kids are sleeping in the room right now because I now have custody of them, right? Everything you're
Praise
asking
God
for
for
the
that.
black men to do, not only do I do, but what happens is that I see that in your eyes, you're actually looking just to make horrible statements because when you just met a black man that's doing everything that you ask, including internationally and locally supporting the black community in
You
different
keep talking
countries
about
and in the
yourself,
one that I was
sir. I'm
born
talking
in,
about as a
because I'm a
collective, as
black
black men
man.
as a collective.
Because I'm a black man. That's why I'm talking about myself
But
and we're
you're an
talking
outlier
about
as
black
well,
men.
Hey, Casanova,
Thank
you're
you,
an
brother.
outlier as well. You're an
Ronan,
outlier as
that
well.
means the whole
Join the crew,
all us
bro.
black
Come on
men
over
are
here. Come on over here. We're outliers, bro. Come on
we might as
over
well
here.
sit in
Join
the
the crew.
corner, bro,
Come on,
with
man.
the
Come
rest
sit
of
in the
our
corner
black
with me. Come
brothers.
sit in the
But
corner
all
of
of
the
you
Shit,
don't
guys that are
Casanova,
understand
man.
is
outliers.
Stop
that
that
y'all are
shit,
too
man.
scared
Yo,
Come
to,
yo,
sit over
to
here
hold
with
stand
on,
the
man.
your ground with
outliers.
it.
Yo, hold on. And shit, stop talking. Hey, you remember that shit, that Austin app talking to Cole right now, Casanova? You hear me?
What out?
J Mom, she been smoking or drinking a
Yo,
little
Cas.
bit.
Yeah, I can hear you, boss. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, that shit. Yo, I remember you had sent her that app on Austin shit. You know what I'm saying? And she looked at that shit like it
Yeah.
wasn't nothing. She talking about she spent 300 on nails. She don't spend that shit on fucking nails. Yo, I remember that
So
shit. Yo, your face,
yeah.
dog. Yo, I remember though.
So
I'll blow some money
it was
too though, but
so this is
yo,
why
I
this
ain't
is
like
why
that
like
shit,
me
man.
I get to
Word
yeah, I
up.
get to speak from experience because I make sure that I stand behind what I say so that when there's this rhetoric like black men don't support black women, right? Black men don't show love. At the end of the day, this is
Hey,
not the reality. Like we're
Y'all
not the
literally say
outliers.
we
We're
look
the
like men and we got big backs.
What?
see, we
what
Y'all
know
the
it's
hell
literally
is
okay.
say
wrong
we
There
with
look
it
you?
like
is,
men.
Ronan. That's all
Is
you
it
had to
is
hear,
it
Ronan.
is it me?
Y'all, hey, y'all,
Hold
y'all
on a sec.
gotta,
Hey
you gotta,
guys,
you gotta
Big
balance.
back. What the hell?
is it just me or can you guys see the
What's
smirk on
that?
her face when she say the bullshit she been saying?
Well,
It's
this is
too
a
That's what
Big
I
deep.
we
said.
gotta
shit,
stay
Y'all
off
big
of
y'all have
titties,
social
featured
dog.
Y'all
media.
cannot see that
y'all have
smirk on her
featured her
face?
for an hour. Can we move
What kind
on?
of
So
man? Yo, hold on, hold on a second, yo. Yo,
hold on a
yo,
second.
guys, man, y'all sober. Y'all probably all sober. I'm
Oh, we
We
know.
can
We
tell.
know
We
you
can
were
tell. We
blazed
can
the hell up,
tell.
J Moss. You were lit. We
Go
know.
ahead,
Mr.
Mom.
G's
So
on the Duce, J Moss is blazed. Even
I
Clever
ain't
No,
sipping
no,
on
sipping.
something.
And
I'm
this
Bro,
what we
chilling, man.
get
I
when
bro,
probably
I
should have
had to
everybody
kept
go
can't
drink.
stand
drinking.
the
I
men
had to go and
together.
get something to drink,
Look,
goddammit.
it's y'all problem.
Ronan
You
had to
got
Y'all
me
get
in
problem.
here
something to
for
sip
us.
on.
That's what we
Hold
get.
on. I don't want to mute
We
everybody.
get somebody
I'm still
blazed up
trying
and
to get to the
intoxicated.
solution. So it seems like Clever wants her other solution would be, because she does not have an issue with men leaving the country to find other people. So that would be one of the solutions. So
Yeah, cause
since we
y'all
want solutions, I would like Maya to comment on some of those solutions from a female's perspective about the resources they're providing and I guess men divesting to other countries to find that. Go ahead.
I mean, if men are divesting and go do that, I mean, like I've always said, I've supported that. Go where you're celebrated. Because if this is not where you want to be, to work out whatever cultural differences is that exist within the black community between the black men and the black woman, then if you have to escape, then I mean, go and do that. We need you to eliminate yourself so that we can maintain the black women, the black men who want to be here, that wants to be with the black woman, that's willing to work through those differences.
So let's talk. Let's start with that, Maya. That's why I have Tracy on here. Tracy has not been out the country. He does not date those other ethnicities. Tracy is a man who dates black women. So what do we say to Tracy, somebody like Tracy, in correspondence to Clever? When he's saying, "Hey,
Tracy's already over here frustrated. I don't know what you can say to
Well,
Tracy
I
at this point.
mean,
I'm cool. Go ahead.
Tracy's ordering his passport as we speak.
You know what? For a brief moment, it popped into my head, and then I came back to my senses.
I'm telling you, bro. He's putting that app right now, putting in the application. He's on the state website and all.
Oh my goodness. Go
Tracy,
ahead,
that's
Maya.
not a
Sorry.
Tracy, that's not a solution. That's an
Sorry,
escape.
Maya.
That's that.
Baby girl, I know that's not a solution. I'm not even considering it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
teasing.
My only thing is that I feel like a good black woman finding a good black man is kind of like a needle in a haystack. But also
It's a
like
damn
finding a
shame you said
unicorn
it like that. It's a
during
in
damn
Florida.
shame. It's a damn
during
shame
your
you had to say it like that, though.
during your dating and vetting process, for me, what I found to be successful is being extremely transparent.
Facts.
Um, during those first dates, and I do like expensive $600, $300, $400, $500 dates. During that time, I'm really getting to know this person. I want to know what their family life is like. I'm going to tell them what my family life is like. I'm going to tell them my traumas. I want to know their traumas. I want to know all of those things about you to decide that if we are compatible and what our issues are, You might have some childhood trauma. I might not. I might not. I may be able to help you with your traumas. You may be able to help me with mine. But we have to have some type of openness and discuss those things with each other to say, this is the direction that we're going in, and this is how this is going to be. I need to know how this man is going to handle arguments. He needs to know how I'm going to handle arguments. Is it okay to leave a house? Is it okay to sleep in separate rooms? How do we maneuver through our differences with our Black issues?
Well said.
Gender
You ain't
roles.
sleeping in another bed.
what was the dollar amount you said on the first few dates again,
I do,
sister?
I do, I do. I go. My dates are typically $200 to $600. They are.
But that's
And if
average.
you listen to,
That's what it's cost for me to go out here in the
But
States.
that's
So
if the
that's about right.
that's if the man has it. I'm not out, you know, fishing for no man to take me there. I take myself out to nice dinners myself, but
You're
I'm not
married.
out fishing for a man to use him for no food. I'm not married.
You're married.
I'm not married.
she's not married.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
No.
Maya, can I ask you a
She's going on
question real
dates.
quick? Since you're on the
Hmm.
dating marketplace, do you feel like some of these issues that we deal with when it comes to dating it's just it's just the environment, the rules, and this culture, right? Because it's a free culture, right? Meaning it's very liberal. You're free to do whatever you want, right? You could have the guy that's on paper that you would like to date, right? The guy who went to Morehouse, who got the JD and all, but he's not the perfect guy that really turn you on or gets your box wet. Is that this other
Oh
guy,
my
right?
gosh, dude.
No,
Seriously?
no, no, no. I'm just
No,
painting.
no,
I'm
no.
just
First of all, that was nasty. And second of
What?
all,
no. I
that's
didn't say
exactly what he
nothing.
said.
What
It
are you
was.
You
You
could
talking?
do
did.
What?
You
a
did.
panel of men.
What you said? No, it's women on here too. So please
All right.
don't talk to us in a
What
condescension
what
manner.
Mr.
But what
G
I
is
do have a
basically,
question for Mr. G about is you're
Can
from
he
another
finish his
country.
statement?
Mr. G is
can you
from. I
ask,
was talking first. I was
he's
talking. I was
asking
Nobody
Maya
talking.
something
interrupted
though.
Mr.
you.
G,
Nobody
Mr.
interrupted you.
G,
He's talking to
you're
Yeah,
from
Maya.
another
I'm
country.
sorry,
So how
yeah,
is
but
ma'am,
dating
Mr.
in your?
ma'am.
Just put her on mute.
Mr.
Just put
G
her on
was
mute, bro.
talking to Maya. You need to be quiet and let him finish talking to Maya, not you. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. G.
Where's that state website at?
I don't. I said box wet, and she. I mean, I guess I could have said, the guy that really turned you on,
Yeah.
but I really wanted to drive it home. This is why I said box wet. I don't know why we acting like we're like 12-year-old
Hello.
children.
Yes,
Yeah,
Maya's
Can you hear
asking.
me?
Maya's
we can hear
listening.
you, Maya.
She can hear
Yeah.
you.
So Maya, um, don't you? Oh no, she couldn't hear us. I think she'll be coming back. Yeah, the question I wanted to ask is that, in this environment, right? There's a lot of factor. It's a very free country. It's a very liberal country. People can do whatever the heck they want. Arranged marriage is almost a thing that hasn't been in existence in this country for so long. People do whatever they want. You could have a woman in your family and you like a certain guy for them, or you don't like the guy that they're dating. That's your business. She's gonna do whatever the heck she wants.
Ronan,
I think.
M-
pause. Mr.
Mr. G,
Ronan,
I got kicked and I missed half of your question.
Mr. Ronan,
Yeah.
hold on, hold on.
Can
So
hold
so
on
let me
one
make it
second, real
quick.
quick.
Yeah,
Who's
yeah.
calling
Let
my
me
name?
synopsize it. So, don't you think some of
Ron-
many of
Ronan,
One second,
hold on a
one second.
second, Jim.
Let him finish the question, then I'll get to you. Is that
Yeah,
Casanova?
because you talk about dating, and I
No,
think
no,
the
no,
word you
sir.
were probably trying to use probably is intentional, right? People being intentional in the first few dates, or you date people that are intentional. Don't you think in this environment, of dating, there's a lot of factors that are somewhat beyond us, right? Because it's the country we live in. It's a
Hmm.
very free culture. People can do whatever the heck they want to. So don't you think some of these problems, a lot of us, we have no control over them?
No, we don't.
Mr.
Like I
Ronan, hold on,
said,
hold on, hold
it's
on.
the
Hold
it's
on,
it's the
man. Hold on.
culture.
Mr. Ronan. Mr. Ronan, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Yeah.
Yo,
Go ahead.
yo, before you came to this country, what country were you from? Yo, your parents.
Oh, my parents are from here. What are you talking about?
No, 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 no. The guy that said that. I'm just curious.
Oh, you talking about Mr. G?
Yeah, the guy that asked the question. I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
that's Mr. G.
Before he came
If,
to
if
America.
if you care to answer that, Mr. G, that's on you.
Oh, I did. I told him I'm Haitian.
Yeah.
Okay, how long were you born here? Or did your parents come here or what? In
No,
America?
I came here when I was 13.
So you was 13, so your parents they came here as immigrants?
Mm-hmm.
I came here. I was 13. Went to high school here. Served in the military. Went to college here.
Got
What else
you.
you want to ask? My blood type?
No. So you're in America. Okay, so your parents came through. Okay, I was just asking. I was just curious though, because there's a lot of stuff that's going on. You know what I'm saying?
So you had to interrupt me again for that?
Oh.
Yo,
why
man,
you doing
J Moss,
Must
no
agree.
disrespect, bro. I'm glad you're having a good Friday night, bro. But you messing the flow up, bro. I'm trying to tell you, you messing the flow up.
I'm going on mute, man. I'm going on mute.
I appreciate you.
All right. Can we just all right? Let's just spin the block. I know how to get this.
I appreciate somebody having a good day on the weekend and celebrating.
He's enjoying his life. It's that Friday, baby.
Exactly. Go
so
ahead,
real quick,
Maya.
real quick, Maya. Just basically what Mr. G asked was based off of your dating history with the men, because you are on a high caliber men. What he's saying is the men that actually the ones that check off a lot of the boxes, or those the same ones that actually turn you on sexually. That's basically what he was asking.
You said that the ones that check off the boxes, do they what?
That was wild.
Right. Well, I didn't ask her that specifically, her directly. I was just prefacing my question, saying that attraction is a big thing here in the United States, right? A woman can just choose any we've heard all these things on social media where women will tell you literally, if he's the one of the quality, I'll make him wait, but the guy that I really want to have fun with, that I don't want to build anything with, I'll give it to him fast. So there's a
Mr. G, you
lot of
obviously don't know who Maya is. She gets the point. She's not that type of person.
yes, I was speaking of.
She's not gonna play games with you.
I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like,
she's not gonna play games with you.
I'm like, this is too many words for me to process.
Yeah.
Like,
Maya,
He's basically saying you're not going to beat around the bush. If Maya, we've had this conversation.
Go ahead, Maya.
You're not going to beat around the bush when it comes to somebody you're attracted to. It is what it is.
I mean, and to be honest with you, it really goes two ways, because I'm an adult and I'm consensual to do whatever it is that I want to do. I don't play those type of immature games with men.
Exactly.
Like, well, I'm going to make him wait X amount of days. First of all, I need to know where we're going. Okay. In all
compatibly,
sexually, mentally, physically, financially, spiritually. I need to know all of those things. I can't sit up here and say, okay, well, I'm going to wait to marriage because, I think you're a good guy and you're marriage material and you want to marry me. So we're going to hold off to sex for our honeymoon. That's bullshit. Okay. That's bullshit.
What he was asking, Mr. G was asking that though. He was asking, are those the same men?
That don't work.
No, I know you're not doing. No, we know you're not. What Mr. G was asking, are the men that you would marry also the men that turn you on? That's what he's saying. That's what he asked, basically.
I would.
No.
I don't know, because no. I'm gonna. I gotta be honest.
Answer, man.
I have my baby daddy's fat. I'm not gonna lie. He's fat. I wasn't attracted to him physically, but he treated me like a princess. Until this day, he still does. I don't have any.
Oh, you said your baby daddy's fat. You're probably not in the best shape yourself.
Hold on.
Okay.
No, man. Come on, Boss, man.
I'm sorry.
So you know what the real question though is? I understand the sentiment. It's very horrible, but the sentiment is this. Here's the true sentiment that everybody's most men are gonna be like, if he's so great, why aren't you with him?
I mature. We just grew apart.
You grow apart.
We had a bunch of differences.
Gotcha.
But we both had trauma at the time. We had a child at a young age. We tried 2-3 times until we just hit the wall and it couldn't work. I mean, even until this day, he wants to try to work it out, but I'm like, I've outgrown that part of wanting to work it out with him, because it's just gonna happen again. I've gone through therapy, and I'm still in therapy, and I'm growing and healing, and he refuses therapy. And I said that is something that is required in order to be with me. You got to go to fucking therapy because I need to know how you handle problems. I need to know what your solutions are. He doesn't have solutions because he's still in a trauma state. And I need him to get out of that trauma state. And I mean, he's 45 now. I don't know if he ever will. And at this point in my life, I'm not willing to take that chance to figure it out anymore because I've wasted a lot of my youth being a mother and trying to work things out with him.
Got it.
Thank you, thank you for highlighting that trauma.
So
Time
physically,
you was messing around when you was younger, so now it's over with you. So now you're calling out like,
Here
yo,
go J Moss.
now it's
J
over
Moss,
with.
J Moss.
okay.
Bruh,
You
bruh,
gotta
we
relax a
yo
little.
man. Yeah, just
I
enjoy
don't care. Let
your
him
high, brother. Enjoy your high. Just sit back and
I
relax.
don't
Just
care. I
listen.
don't care what he's saying. I don't care what he's saying because
Listen,
he
J
don't
Moss
know me.
represents a section of guys, man. You know, there's a lot of guys that
I
got
don't care
that
about. I
trauma.
don't care about
You know,
those
them
guys.
ladies was going crazy, wasn't giving them no shine, and now they spinning the block in older age, and he's
I
feeling
got
mad
them
about it.
though,
I
the younger age,
respect
but
it.
now they're older. So now it's like, yo, you
See,
still
I
want
told you.
a
I'm older
rescue?
and I'm
It's not
still
gonna happen, yo.
fine. I'm older than I'm still fine
It's
as
over
fuck.
with you, though.
Hey,
Not
hey, J
personally.
Moss, J Moss, black don't crack, brother. Black don't crack. It's all good.
I'm just
I'm
saying,
still.
though.
She gonna pull somebody eventually when
I'm
she
gonna
ready.
pull
When she
even
ready.
even when
You got
I'm
She
it.
ready.
not at my perfect weight. I'm gonna still pull somebody.
Your
That's
perfect
just
weight.
even
Yo,
at my
how tall are
perfect.
you, yo?
Oh
Yo, how
Lord,
Oh
here we
man,
go.
here you
We're
go.
Here
not
we
doing
go.
that. We're
J
not
Moss,
doing
sit
that.
back, bro.
We're
Sit
not
back.
doing
He's
that.
Relax.
doing the Kevin Samuels. Okay,
We're
Kevin
not
Samuels
doing
kick.
that. But I am. But just to answer you, I am 5'6". I'm 5'6".
5'6"?
Yeah.
Here we
So you
come.
Yeah,
Don't
probably
you
from
ask
J
her
about,
Moss,
weight.
from
Don't
her
you ask
voice,
her weight. I know J
yo,
Moss is going there. Don't do it.
J Moss
No,
from her
no, I'm
voice.
gonna
I
go
don't
there
think
with
she
him. I'm gonna
sounds
go
J
there
out
with
of
Moss,
him.
shape.
sit back.
She
Sit
she
back,
no,
J
she,
you
she
Moss.
know
seems
you're
like she's
5'6",
nice
though.
Good.
and
You good, J Moss.
thick.
Sit back, bro.
Oh,
Sit back. Sit back. Sit back, bro.
165.
Just
I'm
relax.
165. Yes, I am.
She's nice and thick, like I said. Yeah,
what's it? I
yeah.
don't believe that. Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
Okay,
got it.
well,
Oh Lord
it
Jesus.
it
J
doesn't matter.
Moss, come
But
on, man.
J
Come on.
Moss,
Just
you must
enjoy
You
be
your
kind
know,
of. I feel
man.
like you got
I,
triggered when I said my
no,
baby daddy was
he
fat.
over there lit as hell.
I don't.
He blunted up
You
No,
and
got
he's
triggered when
lit.
I said
He's
my
lit,
baby daddy
Maya.
was
he is
Yo,
fat.
litty as hell
how
right now.
many kids you got, though, right quick, though? How many kids you got?
Oh,
I don't
bro.
have
Come on,
kids. I
Jay.
have a
You say your
child.
baby
She has
daddy.
one daughter. She has one daughter,
I
bro.
have one
It's all
She
daughter.
has
good.
one kid.
We already got the stats,
One
Jay
kid?
Moss. You behind. You behind, Joe. You
No, no,
behind.
it ain't multiple.
okay, yes, that's on behind. Okay, you got one kid. Okay, that's good for you. One kid.
She one of the good
Yo,
ones, J Moss.
got,
And
Are
okay.
you
I have a
recruit? Or
I
Jay Moss? Are you recruiting? I'm just asking.
No, I think
Okay.
other
Okay,
guys,
bro.
any women have kids, that's a no. But
well,
go ahead.
guess what? It's never been an issue for me. It's just never been an issue for me.
Plus, her
You
kids are
got
grown now. Her kids are
you
grown.
got
My child is going on 15. She's a
Yeah.
straight A student, honor roll student,
Amazing.
AP classes from a single mother with a child. Yeah.
Let's
Can
go.
can can I
Let's
touch?
go.
Can I touch on what J
oh, yeah, I
Moss
already
just
told that.
said?
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
And
we
I
already
think
know. Come on, Mr. G. Leave it
no, no,
alone,
no, no,
bro.
not
Just
not
let
not
That's
not
not
let
the
let
exactly on
subject.
that.
let it
No,
That's not the
go.
I'm not.
subject.
No, I'm just going to continue conversation.
I'm
You
not a
know,
YouTuber, man. Y'all go and get
no,
y'all other way.
see the
Bro,
whole baby mama situation and things of that nature that people usually talk, around the manosphere and male spaces. I, I do think a lot of us wouldn't have problem dating a person who have kids. It's just here in the United States, there are tons of layers of complication, not just with baby mamas, with dating period. And when you add that layer
Mr.
of,
Ronan,
mother.
Mr. Ronan,
Yes,
please
yeah,
stop.
yeah, J Moss.
Uh,
What's up?
it doesn't matter is it U.S. or other countries. A woman has kids, that's a no. I don't care if it's in the Philippines, in Thailand, U.S., wherever, dog. That's for you. Oh, you can
J
have a
Moss,
lot
Mr.
how
of
many kids
kids.
you got?
Oh,
See?
I have
Shit,
two.
this
They're
motherfucker's
grown.
lit
They're
as fuck
grown. They're
right
grown.
now. I'm sorry, man. I
Are you
need to
married
go.
to their
Hey,
mothers?
You making me feel guilty. I need to go get another double. What the fuck? I'll be right back. I need another drink. Y'all motherfuckers are high as fuck.
So Jay Moss,
Goddamn, I'm falling behind. It's Friday night. Fuck it.
Yo.
Jay Moss, do you consider yourself?
You got 2 kids. How many baby mamas you got, Jay Moss?
Yeah.
2.
One. I got one. They're both by the same one. The one is in the military. The other one has a business. Who is this? It doesn't matter, yo. A woman.
Did you marry their mother? J Moss, did you marry their mother?
I was a young guy, man. Flint, Michigan, man. I was like 19, 22 years old.
Oh, you from Flint, Michigan. That explains it right
there. You're going to diss me? Oh, you going to...
I used to live in Detroit, man. I know how y'all are up there.
I know Detroit, man. I came down to all-star strip clubs and shit. I fucked around in Detroit.
Shit, you got a little strip club junkie here. Ain't that right?
Hey, listen, he was in love with the stripper.
I came to All-Star Brass Key. I was in Brass Key All-Star. No matter, man.
Why is it open for a woman, but it's not over for you?
Exactly.
What now? I hear you.
Why is it over for a woman who's a single mother, but you basically a single father too? Why is it not over for you?
Man, you know what it is, man. A mother. Man, stop it, dog.
Nah, explain it.
Nah, answer the question.
At my same age rate, it is over for her, dog. You know what it is, man. If a guy's coming up, go ahead.
Because if I was a woman, I would say you had 2 kids and you were not responsible because you didn't marry the mother. So why, as a woman, would I be with you and you're an irresponsible man?
Okay, if I wasn't responsible, okay, so I would, but okay, say if I wasn't, I'm 45, you're same age rate. But for a woman though, for guys to have money that has
you're not talking about a woman, J Moss. We're talking about you. I'm flipping the script.
My man laughing, man. He cutting you off, man. I can't hear you.
Jay Moss is slizzy. Y'all can't talk to an intoxicated person about this.
I wish the brother was sober because I really want to seriously have this conversation.
Jay Moss is the male clever, bro.
Hold on, man.
Yeah.
No, I'm a little bit.
Jay Moss, why isn't it over for you?
You said what now?
Why isn't it over for you? You got 2 kids out of wedlock, and you worried about.
Ain't over for them though. You know they own, dog. Come on, man. You know they own, man.
Brother, you gotta stop running from the question. I done gave it to you directly 5 times.
Why is it over for me? Not them. Okay.
Why it's over? You said it's over for her. Why is it over for her, not you?
Because she can't. If a young guy that's gonna have a career or whatever, if she's like over the birthing age or whatever, it's not, it's not conducive, not
okay. J Moss.
Birthing age. What's that mean? What's that mean, J Moss? You trying to have some more kids?
No, if he want to have a family, if a single guy, a black male.
Hold on. So you don't want to have more kids? Why is it if she meet a man who is at your age who does not want to have more kids, then what's the issue?
It's not, at my age, man, I'm not old, I think, per se, but I don't think that's what she's looking for, though. You know what it is, man.
What she's looking for? You just said she can't get no man, but if she's looking for a man who does not want to have kids,
all right, you got it. All right, you got the internet war, man. You win, dog. You know what it is, man. She's not, dog.
What up? It ain't no win. If I'm gonna hold a woman accountable, I gotta hold you accountable, and I gotta put you to the same fire. You gotta be able to answer the same question. You can't grill a woman and not be grilled yourself.
Yo, she's not, dog. That's bottom line, man. She's not. She's looking for. She's a 4 or 5. Yo, what up?
If she's not, all right, let's do this to you.
I'm not no damn 4.
How tall are you?
5,
How tall are you, J Moss?
boy.
How tall are you? J Moss, how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
5'2".
How much you weigh?
She
I
said,
don't know about that, Jay.
that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. The black woman, she said I'm 5. She automatically said 5'2". Not that I care what she says, but she automatically says I'm 5'2" because she's programmed. I am
You
not
said I can't
5'2".
get a man. You just said
Nah.
I can't get a man and that I got a kid.
J Moss, how tall are you for real? Like 5'8", 5'7"?
No, 5'10",
All right,
How much
so
do you
that
weigh?
was the question.
220. I played football in high school. I'm 220, man.
Well, you know,
You
the average weight
you a
for a man is
fatty.
a lot less than that. Seems like you
Yeah,
overweight. What's your
Not
style?
just
yeah,
that, not
yeah.
just
What
You're
you
that.
overweight,
drinking?
buddy.
But
You drinking
what's the
Hennessy right
body
now? You
what's
got a
the body
Hennessy belly?
percentage of fat?
Yeah, what's your
That's
body
what you
fat?
got.
It's
Percentage.
probably like too much. I need to work out more. I gotta work out
Oh
more. I'm
shit.
not perfect. I'm not saying a woman. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying a woman is perfect. That's not what I'm talking about, yo.
So
I'm
you can be
5'10",
fat, but
about
I can't
220,
be
yo.
fat. So you can
So
be
J
how
fat,
can
but
you
I
get
J
a
can't be
how
fat.
can you get
J
a woman when you overweight? You got two baby mama, you got two kids out of wedlock, and you saying that you can get a woman, but you tell a woman she can't get a man. I don't understand.
I think he's
I
implying
got,
you got
I got,
money,
I
J
got.
Moss.
Yo, hold on. I got 2 kids by the same baby mother
Baby,
back in the
it's
day,
different. You ain't got no wife,
Quan
Jay.
and Tay. Yo, my son is in the military. My other son had a business. Have two sons. That's it. The same baby mother. I understand what you're saying. I get you. I got you. I got you what you're saying. Whatever. I'm fucked up right now. I'm bent right now.
That's clear as day, baby. That's clear as day.
But you know, but you know what GMAS is
No, it is.
saying? It is
I'm just
those
saying.
are
I don't know what
typical
you guys
talking points in the manosphere, and I can somewhat understand in a certain circumstances where the woman may have young children and things of that nature. Yeah, it could be true or whatnot, but I think what guys don't really the nuance that guys don't sprinkle in this conversation is that all single mothers are not created equal because you will have some childless women and you put her next to a single mother, no matter the amount of kids she has, dudes will go for that woman because she's blowing that childless woman out the water in looks and in other areas. And don't tell me you guys haven't seen that where guys, this is why a lot of these single mothers sometimes that ended up playing to their detriment because they happens to have so many people, so many suitors that keep on talking to them and things of that nature, and they think they have infinite
Can I say
options.
something right quick? I got you. Yo, single mothers is a downfall of the black community that we think that
But
exists.
you created a
They,
single
they are
mother.
they are the ones.
Right.
No,
You
So
created a single mother. So your baby, basically your baby mama is a downfall.
yo,
And
fearless,
now
No,
yo,
yeah.
fearless,
he's
yo,
So
he's the
stop
so
talking, yo,
so
he's
fearless,
the
yo.
Cheers.
creator. He's
Cheers,
the
Fit,
J
creator
Moss.
of the
Chill out,
downfall.
Jay.
talking
Jay.
about.
Cheers, enjoy,
Jay, I'm
bro.
gonna drink with you, Jay. Calm down, Jay. I got you, bro.
All right,
I'm
all right,
drinking with you. All right. Go
all right,
ahead.
go.
I think what do y'all think about this? I
Drink.
believe the biggest, what the biggest problem is, period. I believe that people actually don't fix the last one before they go to the next one. So I think
Facts.
that's the biggest issue. I
Yeah, well,
think
when
they
people use people to cover up their trauma and their pain, they think that going to the next
Mhm,
person is gonna resolve or fill the
correct.
void
To
that
cope
they
and make up.
Yep. And
and
I
it
think that's
is
the biggest issue.
I'm gonna have to
Yo,
agree with,
Ronan, can I say something right quick?
and that's why I
Yo,
said
that's
that
over. Everybody fearless.
therapy.
Can I say something right
Let,
quick?
let her finish real quick, J Moss.
Yo, right
That's
quick, yo, right quick, yo. No respect. You
I
got
think
it.
he's on a delay also. I think he's on a delay also, not
but
just
he on
not
a
just
delay, all right. He got a
he
delay.
not just
Yeah,
on
he delayed. Yeah,
no, he
he
got
delayed
both
all right.
delays. He
I'm trying
got
to
the
catch up
alcohol
to his
delay
ass. He's so
and he
goddamn
got
delayed.
the actual delay too.
No, for real though. I mean, like, it doesn't matter. Like the community, that's y'all community, man. It's no black community. I don't live in that community. My community is something different. So
dude, Flint is like 90% black, bruh.
You wait, let's find out. What's his community? What's your community, J Moss?
Flint back in the day, yeah, I got love for Flint, but it's not
Nah. What's your current community, boss?
Southern Ohio or whatever. I'm Midwest. I'm just a Midwest guy,
So you
man.
in Cincinnati.
I
Where
don't.
you at in Cincinnati?
I said, how you know? Oh,
Southern Ohio is
hold
Cincinnati.
on, hold on, hold on.
and you in
Yo,
Hick Town.
Cincinnati, what part? Yo, it's the suburbs, though. It doesn't matter, though.
Let me know. I know Cincinnati. Where you
He
at?
from Cincinnati, J Moss. He trying to figure out where you at, bro, so he can give you big ups.
Tell you where you can find them at.
I'm low
Ain't
key.
nobody coming for you like that unless you
You
low
from
key like
down
that.
the way?
I'm
You
down
from
there,
the
yo. I'm down there by the YouTubers, man. I'm down there by the YouTubers that got shit down.
Where you from, J Moss?
What's wrong with you, bro? What you on
Yeah.
tonight?
You know
What's
he
up?
paranoid right now.
What
He
you
ain't,
on tonight, bro? You
Where you
lit.
at,
trying
J
to get
Moss?
no
You
info.
down the way?
Yo, I never tell nobody know where I'm at. Because when I do, yo,
This brother is
they'll
lit
send
up.
someone. Yo,
Who lit this
I'm
brother's
good,
candle?
man. Yo, good, yo. I'm
J
good.
Moss.
Down by
J
the natty,
Moss.
man.
I don't want to kick the brother off the panel because
J
it's
Moss.
hilarious, but damn, he lit.
What have you been
All
drinking?
right, hold on. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What have you been drinking?
Good stuff.
There's a don't worry about it. Yo, go ahead. Yo, roll
You
it.
don't want to tell me?
Yo, roll it. Give me 2 minutes, yo.
You drinking that L? You drinking that L?
What's going on, yo?
You drinking that L?
No, man, doesn't matter, man.
It does. We want to know. I want to get a drink like
I
that.
want to know what you drinking, bro, because I don't know
I'm
this
good.
Crown Royal
Oh,
and
yo,
shit.
sober,
This
man.
shit, you
This
know.
ain't fair, yo. Well,
What?
wait, yo. That's a wrong term.
He's sipping on some E&J.
No, I
Nah, he's
said
doing
that shit,
something a little stronger than that. I already know.
Yo, nigga sober though. But it's all good though. Yeah, I had sipping on something though, but it's all good. I sound stupid to y'all right now because no, it sounds stupid. Yeah. Yo, black woman, yo, word up. Yo, it still doesn't matter, man. Y'all the most motherfucking evicted. The most
Damn.
evicted.
Damn.
Jay, come on, bro.
You says the stat says
Yeah,
some
he's
words
definitely the
internet
male.
wise.
The male. What's the girl named Reckless? The girl that was here.
Educated, but you're not
Clever.
educated.
Her
You're
name
just
was Clever.
the most
Yeah, he's
enrolled.
definitely a clever boy.
Yo, what I'm saying, yo, black women, I'm tired of all this bullshit though.
I'm trying to figure out your location. You in Forest Park? You in College Hill? Where you at?
Here, Forest Park, Georgia. Yeah, I'm in Georgia. Yeah.
Well, we know you in the nasty natty. Where you at, brother?
No, I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, dog. In Georgia, man.
Ohio, man. That's a long way from
Bank
Southern.
Highway. What's the highway in Georgia? I forgot the Bankhead. I forgot the.
Damn. Maya, can you even remember what you were talking about?
I'm down there in Georgia, dog. Hold on, man. Hold on, Ronnie.
Yeah, bro. Come on, man. What's up?
Yo, Nova. Yo, Casanova, dog. You hear me? Ain't there.
Man, she done dropped you guys
Caribbean.
so
Caribbean.
crazy. Here's
Caribbean,
the example of not
Caribbean
drinking.
probably getting a drink like I had to just to catch up to your ass, Jay.
Oh, word. Yo, I'm out of here, man. Y'all go ahead on the show, man.
All
Black
right,
women, yo, most black women, yo, word up, man. Yo, check the YouTube channels, man. Check my man, Ronan.
Yeah, bro.
Yo, check account of you got it email. I'm trying to remember, dog. Come on, man.
Bruh, hit me in the back chat.
Yo.
Hit me in the back chat with your email. Hit me with the back chat.
Back check. Yo, just said it.
Yeah, hit me in the back chat.
You got a public like Gmail or something?
Yeah, Ronan Travelers at gmail.com. How about that?
Travelers.
The Ronan Travelers at gmail.com.
There's a cat. Yo, it's another cat with your same name. I don't know. No.
Shoot me an email, bro.
Hold on for a second.
Going for about 4 hours and 45 minutes, and I want to start wrapping it up a little bit. And I want to get some solutions. I have Tracy on here, and we got Maya and
did Maya get her thought out though?
No, she didn't get a chance, so I'm gonna let Maya.
Yeah, because every time Jay Moss keeps interrupting her, I'm trying to get Jay Moss cleared up out of here.
I'm on mute. I'm on mute. I'm quiet. Go
okay,
ahead.
be quiet. Be quiet. Just.
I thought he left.
Go ahead, Maya.
Anybody else can go before me.
Uh-oh.
Tracy, you are
So
the
what are we
man.
doing? Are we doing the solutions to the problem that she said?
Yeah, so we
What
doing like
problem?
our final thoughts here, brother. So if
Yeah,
you
final thoughts. Ain't no solutions right now.
Oh,
Man.
yeah,
Just
final
final
thought.
thoughts.
Oh,
I mean,
and I'd like to thank you for coming to the show, brother. I know that was
Absolutely.
just a day ago. I greatly appreciate it. I know I put you on the spot and all
And
that.
it was in good fun. We know you're not a simp like that. It's all in good fun, bro.
It's cool.
You know, you got
So
to generate some kind of interest with the thumbnail. You know what I mean?
I got you. I guess my final thoughts. Well, first, I enjoyed the panel. I appreciate you guys inviting me here. I think that there can be a lot of solutions to whatever the problems are if we just put our heads together and try to actually work on something. And as long as we're not fighting at each other's throats, we can do a lot together.
I'm
As far
sorry. I
as
just heard some hearts above me.
Oh, my bad. As far as the whole my thoughts on the passport, bros, I'm still cool with y'all. To each his own. I got on the state site for a little bit and I got off. I couldn't do it, but she almost drove me there. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh wow!
Well, shit, she almost drove me there.
Oh man. Did any of your perception change? We had a conversation. You weren't traveling. You're going to do that, and did any of your perception change throughout this conversation? Or are you still the same Tracy that started?
Okay. So I'm still the same Tracy. I never had a problem traveling. I just don't travel because I don't have a particular desire to travel. If somebody wants to travel, I'll go. But I'm not going to get up and say I want to go to Paris tomorrow. That's just not me.
Tracy, would you get a travel bay? Would you get a travel bay like a woman who likes to travel and get your passport and travel and explore the world and date with her?
We fucking?
I mean,
oh shit! Go ahead and be direct. Why don't you?
He said travel bay, so I'm assuming there's some stuff going on here.
I mean, you wouldn't be taking a woman out of the country or traveling.
You sure the hell won't, because I'm that guy. I always took sand to the beach, Tracy. So if you're gonna break it in, man, get your passport, get on a cruise ship, get you a travel babe, like she says.
I
have fun and hit a couple ports.
Would you get a travel babe like
sure.
to travel the world with you and y'all go and make magic over balconies and ships and beaches all over the world?
I would absolutely do that. I would question why we got to travel all over the world to do it, because there's balconies and beaches at home.
I mean,
if that's what she wants to do, that's what turned her on.
It is balconies and beaches at home, but it's about exploring an adventure.
He said we can be adventurers in the U.S. God damn it! What the fuck?
But so to her point, I mean, if that's what gets her off, then yeah, I'll do it. If it's more fun for her, because it doesn't matter to me one way or the other.
So the motivation for you to get a passport would most likely be a female.
Yeah, it would 100% be a female.
In the United States, by the way, in the United States, yeah, in the United States.
It would 100% be a female, because I have no particular reason to go otherwise. So it would definitely be a female influence, either to take one or to go and find one. Now, I'm not trying to be a passport bro yet, but yeah.
You ain't got to be one when you get your passport. There's several of us sitting on this panel. We ain't passport bros.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought, according to Phyllis, I thought that's what half the panel was.
Yeah, it's the only way to put it in perspective, because you can't just say I'm a person that travels, because that doesn't help the algorithm out.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Passport bros it is. For life.
Or isn't.
Or you.
Tracy, don't be a passport bro.
Okay? Yeah, don't be a follower. Be a leader. Be a leader.
You come off
seriously.
You come off to be very intelligent.
Man, guys been traveling, man. No passport, bro. That shit don't exist, man. Guys from fucking war, black males, they been overseas. Yo, stop this shit.
Yes, sir.
Hey, J Moss, relax, yo. Naya was just calling Tracy a sucker. Let her talk.
Say that again, J Moss. What you say?
And just to let you know, I think Tracy,
I'm just saying, though, man, ain't nothing new, man. Guys been over there, man. On the 60s.
Right.
Ain't nothing new, man.
Say that again.
And just to let you know, Tracy business is in Dallas, Houston, and he is saying he might be expanding to Atlanta. So he is national. He's doing that. So
Word up. I'm not down in Houston, yo.
Well,
You were? Okay.
Atlanta's a very beautiful place. I will tell you that.
Oh,
Lots of
is that an
mountains.
invitation?
Sounds like it.
I didn't
It
invite
did, didn't it?
I didn't invite anybody to do anything. You know,
You
I'm
just
still.
said we was fucking.
I'm hearing
Wait
harps.
a minute. Wait
I'm
a
hearing
minute.
harps again. I'm hearing harps again.
Wait
What
a
the fuck?
minute. Wait a minute. I never said that.
Do you
All
or
right,
do you not want to travel, babe?
before we feed
Oh,
Tracy, hold on. Before we feed Tracy to the wolves, I need to say one thing, Tracy.
oh,
I
damn.
Yes, sir.
I definitely want for you to do one thing. I
Yes, sir.
want you to get your passport to do only one thing. Okay. I want you to visit only 3 locations. That's it. You just
Okay,
have to
listen.
do it before
Don't
you
do it.
know if you want
Don't
to
do it.
fully
Maya's gonna
commit.
call them
All
Candyland.
right.
Don't go to
No, hold
Candylands.
on. Hold on.
It's not
Just 3
Candyland.
locations. All right. You got to visit the Dominican Republic,
Dominican Republic.
Colombia,
One.
and Brazil.
Go ahead. Say it, Maya.
Don't let them put you in danger, okay?
Go
He's
ahead. Say
Wait,
it,
in
Maya.
danger.
Don't
why
go into the
Colombia?
danger zone. Don't go into the danger zone.
Why
You like
Colombia?
you like your black women. I appreciate that you like black
Because
women. I respect the fact that you haven't turned your back on black women, and that dating and circumstances haven't gotten so detrimental to you that you have to escape the US.
so the reason why, if you, to answer
Black
your
women at
question,
their own path, man. Black
you
Tracy,
said
women at
why?
their own path, man.
You said,
1 second.
Y'all fuck
Hold on,
that
This
shit
is
Pastor
up,
why,
Nova.
man.
Tracy.
Word
Tracy, you
up.
want to know why Colombia?
What?
Give me. I'm gonna let you know why a native in Colombia. Give me
All right.
25.
Fearless, y'all don't even be getting women that looks like that.
God
So
damn.
cut it out.
damn, son, why
Cut it
she did
out.
that though? Why she
Wait,
said that?
what she
So
say?
she
They
said
don't
he
even
don't even get women that look
they
like
don't
that.
even
That's
be getting
crazy.
women like that.
Phyllis's wife
That's
is
for
gorgeous. Looks
that's
exactly
for
Yes,
like that.
I'm not
I was
saying
at the house with my wife. He met my wife in person.
She looks exactly like that. She's gorgeous.
his wife don't look like that. His wife
Yes,
don't look
no,
like
no,
that.
no.
Oh my
Let me
God.
help you out.
And I'm not saying
Not
that, and
my
I'm not saying that in an offensive way.
Y'all
his
That
stuck on
wife
looks,
looks
man.
like that.
All y'all
I,
stuck on looks, yo.
I'm not
He's seen
saying
her.
that
Look,
But
he's
Maya,
seen my
that
wife
girl
face
comes
to
off.
face.
Maya, you
That
missing
girl's
it.
that girl
He
comes.
does. He's saying he does. He's saying he has seen it. Tracy is saying he has met his
Yo,
wife,
stuck
and
on
his
looks,
wife
yo.
is
On
just as
looks, yo.
beautiful.
Yeah, she real. Oh, she left.
Nah, she probably
She'll
just
probably be
got
back.
kicked
I
off
think
by
her phone.
No,
accident.
she'll be back. She got
Oh,
Hey,
So
Tracy,
Apple problems.
Tracy.
Her phone go to sleep and she get kicked.
okay.
so
Tracy.
Tracy said
That
why?
was there for
Why
you, though.
Let me say
Colombia
something
and
to
why
this.
these
Let me say this to Tracy first.
I'm Mike,
Tracy,
man.
when you were there, my wife told you something, but I don't want anybody here to know. All right.
Oh shit.
Nigga, fearless, man. You doing some
You
dirty
understand?
stuff, man. You do some nasty work,
I don't.
dog.
Shit, I don't even know what she told me.
Oh,
So I
well,
wasn't
that's
gonna
good.
repeat it.
Don't worry about
Huh?
it then.
He
Yeah, I
said,
wasn't
"Don't
gonna
worry
repeat
about
nothing.
it." Oh man, oh
I just
man.
said she was gorgeous. I don't know nothing else about your wife.
Oh no, that's good. We good, Trey. We good. We good,
Oh,
man.
okay.
That's all you need to say. We
What's
great.
going on, fearless, man? Yo, other chick, man. It don't matter, man. It's what about look? It's about building your income, her income, have a
But Jay,
life.
we both broke on Section 8. We still making it though.
Yep.
But see, but let
Yeah.
me ask this. Let me ask this question. Like, does anybody feel that women don't necessarily want to build, but kind of move in once a man is built?
A finish line
Of
woman.
course. That
Yeah,
was
they,
the whole conversation we had
yeah,
when
they
we talked
want
about professional
yes.
players getting their teams picked, and all of a sudden there's a white girl sitting next to them, and the black girls are messed up about it. You know what I'm saying? So of
Yeah.
course they want to show up after all the work is done and get the rewards. Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, I mean, so what J Moss was saying then is like, it just don't make no sense then. If we all agree that, women just want to kind of move in, you see what I'm saying?
Okay, let me ask you
So
this then.
there's
Daniel.
nothing.
Do you want to meet an ugly girl and then build with her when she gets her breasts, her BBL, her eyelashes, and then she look good and she
No,
was
because you're
fat
gonna have ugly ass kids. I
but
keep
now she
telling y'all
lose.
motherfuckers, y'all better start
No,
watching
what I'm
these chicks,
saying is,
man.
Kylie Jenner.
so the thing is, Darnell, you don't want a woman that you want to build with, meaning she got to drop weight, she got to do this. You want her to come to you already prepared. So you can't blame a woman that wants you to come already prepared.
Well, I
No,
mean,
the internet,
I'm
society
not
has messed up America, dog.
I'm not blaming a woman or at all, but I mean, would I like an attractive woman? Of course, but what I'm saying is like, and I hate to sound like the red pill guy,
Why?
but I mean, it's a touchy subject, but
Spit it out, bro.
all right. So I mean, basically, it's like, all right. The way I feel is as a man, I mean, I just think back to, when I was younger and I didn't, I mean, women wouldn't even look in my direction, wouldn't even give me the time of day. You know what I'm saying? Had to
Right.
build myself up, right?
For sure.
All of a sudden, now, what I'm saying, the same women that rejected me try coming back. And it's like,
No
I mean, I
mas.
hate, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because they usually come in with baggage. They're coming with debt. They're
Yes,
coming with
that's after
kids.
they're used up and used up and they're ran through and
Yeah.
all the pieces, and then they're coming through for you to say, "Hey, come here, save me." Yes,
Right.
sir. You're totally correct. So
I'm,
yes, you're right. Shit.
I mean, and again, I mean, I hate to sound like that, but I mean, we got to call a spade a spade,
That's right. So what else is to talk about? So yes, they fucked around in the 20s and the early 30s, and now you're the comeback. You're the claim back. You're the snatch back. Yo, let me come here and get this guy, yo. Let me get Keith, yo. That's what I'm saying. You're right, yo. I'm done.
I mean, for me to be, like I said, for me to be
Drop the mic, J Moss. Drop the mic.
For me to be considered attractive to the opposite sex, it's like, okay, especially if you starting out as, say, the average black man, like I'm the son of a Navy man, and I mean, we're all prior, or some of us are prior military. We know people in the Navy, or excuse me, the military don't, an E6 don't make that much. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that I gotta build myself, and these, which takes time, right?
Is
So
this Tracy or is this Darnell talking?
That's
this
Darnell.
Darnell talking.
It's Darnell.
Oh man, he let you out the basement. Thank God.
I know, right?
Yo, Darnell, man,
I
you did some fake
finally
stuff,
get to
man.
talk.
Yo, Darnell, man. Yo, that's some real stuff, though. But you did some fake stuff, though. You flip flop, but I got you, though. But you know what it is.
Well, where am I flip flopping at, sir?
Wait, one second, guys. We'll be going like 5 hours. It's 3 a.m. where I'm at. I'm trying to wrap this up a little bit, so I'm trying to get some final thoughts here. Final thoughts and some
Man, you
good.
got it, man. You got it, homie. I'm done.
All right.
right.
So if I could just say this, and I'll bring it back to, because I think he had asked a question. So you want to hear some solutions. I'll try to keep it short, but basically,
you sure about that?
I'll do the best I can. I mean, but basically,
let me ask this question, Darnell, because this goes back to what the whole subject was about.
Mm-hmm.
Is simping the modern day pimping, and is simping okay? Is simping
No.
No. Simping is not at all pimping. If anything, it's more like getting pimped. And it's just to me it's just not acceptable. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. I mean, and I wish Maya was still here, or Clover, whatever her name was still here. I'm willing to bet you know
Sit
they
me
don't
here, man. Yo, real quick, yo.
they wouldn't want no simp.
Yo, come
You
on.
know,
They're Brad Washerford and you are a simp, and that's what you are, dog. But go ahead.
You gonna have your turn, brother. You got to wait in line. You are gonna have your turn.
well, he's not. I mean, he's not lying.
Sorry, man.
I was a King Simp back in the day. You know, you could probably put my face as the thumbnail of the video. You know,
Put your army conditions up, dog. Yo, come on, man. Stop it. Yo, go ahead. You got it, though. You can speak your piece.
Thank you. But you know, I mean, as far as you know, simping, nah, man. You don't want to be a simp. Women are not going to respect you.
What's
You know,
your
you're
army
just going to
conditions,
be.
dog? Yo, come on, yo.
I'm sorry,
What?
I got to mute him. Go ahead. Don't just keep talking.
Okay. Where was I? Oh yes. I mean, simping is just. It's just not okay. Women are not going to respect you. Society is not going to respect you. You know, you're going to be walked all over upon. You know, no one's going to. Women are just not going to be sexually attracted to you. Now, you might be considered, to put it in NFL terms, you might be considered the backup quarterback, but you're not going to be. I don't think you're going to ever be in a happy. If you're a simp, you're never going to be in a happy relationship. I'm gonna just say it like that. You ain't never gonna be happy. You're gonna be with somebody that
You don't
probably
believe in happy wife, happy life?
Hell no, that shit is that's greatest lie ever told.
Mr. CC, I'm gonna let you roll with that same question. Is simping ain't easy, as they say. So is it the new pimping? Is that more of a traditional type man? You know, the simp out there
So
takes care of
it's
those responsibilities. Is that?
They say if you got it, it ain't tricking.
That's a simple answer, right? Like if you a good looking guy, you're not simping. You're just taking care of your girl because she's attracted to you. It's if you're not good looking, if you don't have those attractive characteristics physically for the female, then of course it's simping. But then of course without that simping, you don't have access to her. So you have to do it. But this has been the beginning of time. I don't think it's new. I think it's what it is. And I think at the end, go ahead.
I apologize, CC. I just wanted to ask you a question real quick. I mean, what if she is not reciprocating the same feelings that you're giving to her?
That's why you got to keep it moving, right? Like if you simping and she ain't reciprocating any sort of what you're looking for, then you got to just move on to the next. That's all. The problem is that guys are just staying on the same dry well, trying to get some water out of it. If it ain't giving water, you got to keep it pushing, bro. So that's the truth at the end of the day. Like as far as simping, that's what the girls are looking for nowadays. You know what I'm saying? They're looking for guys to break bread. You know what I mean? So if you find one, you break bread. You don't see if at the end of the date you don't get no type of action whatsoever. Keep it
That's
pushing.
why,
Next.
Hey,
Casanova.
hey, can I ask CC one more question, real quick?
Go ahead.
Hello, Mike check.
Yeah. So, CC, like,
yo, hold on, man. Hold on, man.
God damn, bro. Come on,
Hold on.
man. You ain't gonna be talking. You ain't gonna be talking about nothing, no way, man.
He found his mute button.
But, so CC, CC, let me ask you this, brother. When it comes to God damn, man, that dude threw me off, man. I don't lost my
Well,
goddamn
I basically
question.
said if you gotta simp on the right female so that you can get the right reaction.
Oh no. Now I remember. So so if she do you have the opinion that maybe I think women don't have the same, or excuse me, they have, their standards are so high that they can't find all the qualities that they're looking for in one man, and that's why they need simps, because they got the guy that they like, while we were talking, I looked up the statistics Ronan had said, and while they're not as high as Ronan said, there is a huge disparity between women with children and men with children. It's huge, especially at younger ages.
So I'll tell you, like when I was younger, like at the end of the day, like I dated many girls who had kids. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the
Yeah.
day, at the end of the date, we were smashing. You know what I'm saying? So like as far as like if you should buy the kids dinner and all that, I definitely
Yeah.
would. But I know I'm smashing though. Like she's
Yeah.
giving me emotion already. You know what I mean? Now at the end of the day, when you're doing these things for people and you're not getting anything back, then what it is you're being used, and that's when the term simping
Yeah.
comes in. It's really from somebody that's being used.
Right.
You putting out, you're giving all this outlay, but you're not getting anything in return. That's the problem
Exactly.
with the simping right now.
Exactly. I mean, there's nothing wrong with treating your woman well. Nothing wrong with you, but you got to make sure she's your woman and not somebody else's, and you just the shoulder
Right.
the cry on, or she wants to go out to some fancy dinner, but the dude that she really like ain't taking her out
Facts.
or can't afford it. You
Put
know
it
what I'm
this
saying? So
way:
she's
you want to
looking at
be,
you.
on her phone. You want to be the eggplant, not be saved under SPF chains.
Boom. Couldn't have said it
Mr.
better.
G, you up next, sir. If you're still there, you've been quiet.
I feel attacked.
No, we gonna let you in, Tracy. We're gonna let you go.
Why do you feel attacked, man?
Mr.
I'm
G,
just playing,
going
man.
twice, Mr. G. Ronan, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna hold my comment. I'm not even gonna comment on it tonight. I'm gonna hold my comment. I'm gonna let Tracy end it for us. So go ahead, Ronan.
Oh, wait.
You an old school simp. Is that what you said, Ronan?
What? Old school?
Oh,
yeah. I can say that. I can say that. I can admit to that. Basically, because of the way I was raised, Christian values, all that. I mean, Christians are taught to be simps. Seriously.
That's a
Think
fact.
about it. Yeah. So, we're taught to do all these things from birth if you're in church all your life. It's not until you get out in the world and you see how abusive you can be or be abused that you realize all the things that you're doing outside of, the regular thing as far as being a man is excessive. Is it a problem with being a simp? No, I believe if you got it, it ain't tricking. If you want to treat a woman to a nice meal, if you want to treat a woman to a trip, take Sand to the beach. Guess what? I don't expect her to pay for shit because I know what I'm getting. Casanova said it. So is it tricking? Is it simping? Or if it's guaranteeing, you already know what you're dealing with that person versus having to go out and speculate for something that you don't know what you're going to get at the end.
I got a new slogan. I got a new slogan. Remember they got the tricking. It ain't tricking if you got it. Well, I got a new slogan. It ain't simping if you smashing.
There you go. So at the end of the day, I don't have a problem with people spending money. It's their money. They earned it. Yeah. They can spend it however the fuck they want. I don't know why people like to police people's pockets or dick watch or whatever. And I don't get this culture of people checking other people when it comes to that. Only thing I can say is don't bring them back home. It's like Vegas. If it happens in Vegas, let it stay in Vegas. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
don't
Ronan,
try to bring them back.
Ronan,
go ahead, push back.
So let me just make this just a little bit personal here. Try not to get too mad at me here. But what if it was your sons that was simping and, you know what I'm saying, and they had these women that you could just tell, like, she's just taking advantage of your sons. Would you tell your sons the same thing? Or, well, I'm not going to pocket watch my sons and stuff like that?
All I can do is warn my sons. My sons call me all the time. I have 4 of them, all grown. My 38-year-old married a woman. I have 2 grandchildren by her. And I told him before he married her. He thought it was funny. My first ex-wife's last name was Erica, or first name was Erica. His first wife's name was Erica. Good. Our first wives were both Erica. I said, you see where mine ended up, right? You can take that as a warning or not. That's up to you. But she ain't up to your standard. And I told him that off the bat. He went and married her anyway. Had 2 grandchildren. I'm not going to be mad about that. But at the end of the day, that was his choice. All I can do is advise him as a man, as a father to a son. My son's entitled to make his own mistakes and learn from them. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not going to say I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell him I told you so.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? He's going to look at me and say, "Hey, you were right." As long as you know, as long as you learn from your life lessons, just keep moving.
Yeah, I mean, but I believe there's a in the book of Proverbs. I could be wrong, but I believe in the book of Proverbs, it's states that a wise man learns from the mistakes of others. A smart man learns from his own mistakes, and then a fool don't learn nothing at all.
Exactly.
But I mean, so wouldn't you want your sons, in this case your sons, but like wouldn't you feel like, okay, in our community, because we were earlier talking about the Black community, wouldn't you want the Black community, wouldn't you want to advise the Black community so that way we could stop the cycle of stupidity?
Bro, I got my sons right now talking about there's no dateable Black women in the community that they live in.
Ooh.
Oh, damn.
And there's 3 of them that are single. In California, of all places.
Yeah, that's a high cost of living over there.
Yeah.
So they know what's up. They know what they're looking for. They know what type of woman they're looking for. And if they're saying it's hard to date, they're not going for 304s. I raised my sons right. So at the end of the day, all I can do is say, yo, let me get established over in the Philippines. You want to get a passport, you're more than welcome to come visit.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna
Don't marry to help, fellas. Don't marry to help.
Yep, I made this for Jay. Not Jay. Man, he's on my mind.
He on your mind now.
You made it for Tracy, man. It was for Tracy.
King of the Simps.
Yeah, I made this for Tracy. So this was you, brother. This thumbnail was in thought of you, the king of the Simps.
I like it.
I'm gonna let you go ahead and end the show for us. I want you to tell me what you think, because you had some ideas, said that maybe Passport Bros was it. So tell me from your perspective, why does your way win?
Why does my way win?
Yes.
Oh shit.
Or does it?
Okay, so first I'm gonna make it win. So
and the reason, and hold up, Tracy. The reason I say it's winning because if it wasn't winning for you, then you would, I hope, change strategies. So that's why.
So first I'm gonna make it win. The reason my way wins is because I do things that I like to do, that I want to do. It has no bearing on who I'm doing it with, more than who I'm doing it for. So when I want to go out, which is damn near every day anyway, to a decent restaurant and blah blah blah, and invite someone else along, I'm going there because I want to go there. So they're not goading me into doing anything, and I like feeding women, especially beautiful ones. It's just a thing for me. So I'm not gonna take away from, hey, call it what you want. I'm not gonna take away from what you might think is simping. I'm not trying to explain my way out of that. I think it might be simping too, but I'm still doing what I like, so I'm happy. I heard y'all saying like a happy wife, happy life, or something like that. I was happy in my first marriage. She wasn't. So it didn't. My happiness is internal. I wake up happy every day. So I don't take myself as losing because someone, quote unquote, got over on me, got a few meals out of me and walked. I'm like, all right. I don't even think about it. So for me, my way is winning because I don't lose anything from doing what I want to do. Now, what was the second question?
I don't know.
Damn, you answered all of them with that statement, my guy.
Hey, brother, I just gotta ask you, man. I mean, do you really? I mean, are you trolling us here, or you're?
No,
no, he ain't trolling you. I used to be just like him. I used to be just like him, Darnell. Believe me.
These women, when you still feel the same way, even though that they're not reciprocating the feelings.
I still what? You broke up.
You feel the same way, even though you're not reciprocating they're not reciprocating the feelings that you are.
More than half of them are not reciprocating the feelings. I would think that my success rate for women that I'm actually going for, trying to get a return on investment, is probably about 30% lifetime. So
That's
I'm,
a high
I'm,
percentage, actually, bro.
no, I'm
I
serious.
mean,
It's about
yeah,
30.
yeah, that is kind of high when it comes to dating. But I mean,
All right.
would you? Let me ask you a question. Would you invest in a stock that goes down 2/3 of the time?
Come
No,
on, that's not the same
let me
thing,
help you
bro.
out a
Come
little
on.
bit.
It
Let me
it
help you
it
out.
is.
Darnell, let me help you out. So
So
when I talk to Tracy, this is, and Tracy, please, you can help me if I'm wrong.
go ahead.
From what I find is this. That's like saying, would you go gamble if you know you're going to lose? Yeah.
Okay.
Some people go to gamble for the
For the fun.
enjoyment. They may lose, they may win. It's like what,
Mhm.
and some people say, how can you lose that money? But you say, I
Uh-huh.
had a good time.
I
It's
went
okay.
there knowing I was probably going to lose it, but I enjoyed the game, and I only
Right.
took as much as I was willing to lose.
But I
And
mean, it's
that's his
always been that,
mentality.
ain't it? Ain't it always been that, gentlemen? Dating.
It
Dating has
absolutely
always been a
has
crapshoot.
always been that way.
It's always been
I
a
mean,
crapshoot.
Yeah.
Now, typically,
right.
I won't date a woman unless she gives me motion. Like, unless I know she's feeling me and all that. Like, I won't take a woman on a date because I'm attracted to her. If we went on a date, that's because I felt the vibe. She gave me the I'ma let him smash eyes. And some guys can see it, some guys don't. But for me personally, that's different. So I can imagine that if somebody's just sitting here trying to, play the numbers game, well, it's always been that. It's always been you take them out on a date, and it's not guaranteed. It's
Yep.
not until you work on your game and you figure out who's there, who's giving you the motion, and who's not. That's the only way you can kind of really make and skew those numbers to a high percentage.
That's true.
I mean, well, I guess I'm just a bit different, but I
No,
like
Darnell.
the
No, Darnell. You just know what you look like, bro. Come on, brother. You know what it is. Let's keep it a buck.
Oh shit!
I
Nah,
mean,
I don't want to
hey,
do that,
Man,
but like, you know what it is, brother. That's really what it is.
we've had
You
that
still never,
conversation.
you never worked on you
Just
the way you
get that
could.
beard
You
trimmed
know
up,
that.
get that haircut.
You know what it is. You know what I'm saying? You got
nah,
it. Mhm.
go ahead. My bad. Go
No,
ahead.
no, you know what it is, Darnell. You just never, you never really put it in. You never really, what I'm saying? Like, all right, at the end of the day, I could tell you right now, with what
Hmm.
we've seen,
Man,
you could do better, brother. You know what I mean? You
bruh,
know
all
that.
you have to do is go to a barber one time and get a nice fade.
You ain't shit,
Get them
man. I
that
wasn't trying to
beard
say all
trimmed up.
that.
You got a whole transformation with that one cut
Facts.
and a
I
Facts.
beard.
mean, like I said, back in the day, man, I used to be dressed in a press. You know what I'm saying? Clean
Hmm.
cut.
You gave up. You
You
gave up.
gave up. That's
I
facts.
mean, well, yeah, I guess you could say that. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But again, why? If I got a bad ROI, why am I going to continue to double down on a
Bruh,
losing
don't
stock?
tell. So you turned into a black pillar.
Well, no,
Sound like it to
just
me.
no. I'm just like, okay, I'm just done doubling down. It's like again, I guess it's because I like stock trading so much, but
Well, then
I'm
you
not.
need to reassess. If you're good at stocks, then you need to reassess your techniques of picking
The
and
stock picking.
dissemination
That's
Well,
exactly what I was gonna say.
when it comes
well,
to women.
Well, I mean, but see, that's the thing. See, when it comes to the stocks, right? I can check the charts. I can do my technical analysis, trade on the stochastics, moving averages.
Man, forget all that.
Uh,
Hey, Darnell, let me ask you: have you gotten a lot of vagina in life? That's a straight question.
A lot of different vagina.
Right. A lot of different vaginas. Have you experienced more than
I'm
20
done with y'all,
vaginas in
man.
your
What the
life?
fuck, man?
more than 20? Yes.
Okay. Now, in the 20 that you've experienced and you enjoyed, right? How did you
Hmm.
find them and what was the outlay of cash for you to actually enjoy that?
What do you mean by outlay of cash? Like how much I
Well,
spent?
first of all, how'd you find them? Where'd you meet them? And
Uh,
secondly, what was the courting process before you smashed?
I mean, various places. I mean, as low as the titty bar.
Hmm.
Uh, to um, I, a woman is going through dental school, trying to become a dental hygienist. So I supported her.
You were paying
Help.
for the school. There it is.
I was paying for the school.
So listen, there are
Yeah.
some guys,
Yeah.
some guys that a woman is going to be naturally attracted to,
I
and there's
said,
some guys that aren't,
Simp. I
and
said,
at the end of the day,
Nah,
but at the
yeah,
end
you
of the
called it
day,
right, Ronan. You called it
but
right.
But here's the thing, Darnell. Like you just have to understand that where you fall at, right? You got to get in where you fit in is the saying. So at the end of
Right.
the day, you know what I mean? You got to be somebody that you can provide for a woman for her to actually be able to kind of look at you and just see past the fro and this mustache, you know what I'm saying? Like all that, right? You got to be the financial guy. You know what I mean? You can't look for the guy, you can't try to want the woman to behave with you the same way she would behave with somebody who hits the gym every day. You know what I'm saying? You ain't hit the gym hard enough. You know what I mean? So there's a few
Yeah.
things that you could have done that you didn't do, right? So that's all it is. At the end of the day, for you, you gotta simp. Don't stop simping. All right. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta simp. You know what I'm saying?
Nah.
If you trying to, if listen, I'm just being honest. You know, when it comes to certain people, if you not giving her a financial benefit, what is she here for? You know what I'm saying? You think she gonna look at what we see when before you got a haircut and be like, all right, I'm rocking with that guy. Like that's for real.
Man, get that
Well,
beard trimmed, get that haircut, throw you some nice cologne on, get dressed up. You know what I'm
And
saying?
pay for that dental school.
Darnell,
Pay
are
for
you
that dental
funny?
what's up?
I said, Darnell, are you funny? Like, are you interested in any way to women?
I have my moments.
You have your moments?
Oh,
Because
hell.
angle lies, as much as
Did you
I
just
simp.
answer that like that for real?
No. I
He
wasn't coming
jaded.
at him.
Leave him
I
alone.
wasn't coming at him like that. I was about to
No,
say, like,
he's good.
yeah, I have my moments, but like I got way more action when I wasn't spending money other than the Shell's chicken afterwards than I do now.
Mhm.
So if women find you interesting or intriguing, that can easily lead to untold amounts of stuff.
Yeah, you
Now
haven't
to be
talked to him.
Of
now to
stuff,
be
Tracy,
be honest
Of
with
stuff.
you,
specific. What stuff?
That stuff.
Tracy, just to be honest with you, although I do have, yes, I have my moments. For the most part, women consider me boring, dry.
Dude, you can
Oh,
turn that shit to your
shit.
advantage if you just be interesting. You can still be boring and dry, but be interesting.
Jesus.
What? What did you just say? Wait, hold on.
You
How
can
was that?
still be boring and dry, but be interesting.
How's
That kind
that?
of
I want to.
contradicts itself
No,
a
no,
little
no, no.
bit.
Let him. I gotta hear this. How?
If you find a way to intrigue one, all right, for instance, and I stole this from one of my boys. I thought it was the funniest shit in the world until it worked.
Okay.
So when you out at a bar and somebody asks what you do, he said, "Man, I'll tell a woman that I put the holes in shower curtains or something
Yep.
equally as arcane."
No,
No,
wait a minute. I'm
I'm
sorry
not
to cut
joking.
you off. I know why you said that. I bet you got it from the game, didn't you?
I don't know where he got it from. I got it from him,
No,
and the shit worked.
okay. Your friend read a book called The
Okay,
Game. I know exactly where it comes from.
I don't know where he come from. I
You
just
read
know
the
it
book
works.
and didn't apply it, Darnell? Come on,
Yeah,
man.
I hate you, man.
I actually,
How you gonna memorize the book and you don't apply it for yourself?
nah, I mean, I
I
did.
just don't get it.
I did apply it. I mean, it kind of worked. I just didn't.
Let me
I
suggest
guess.
to anybody that's listening on the replay or live right now, I dropped the link in the chat. If you guys understand who you are as your personalities, you can work around your deficiencies. It's called 16 personalities. If you answer a 15-minute question honestly, it'll tell you your personality, 4-letter identity, and it'll help you identify who you are on your pros and your deficiencies. And you can work and learn how to avoid your deficiencies or improve them. Either way. But understand who you are. Do some mental work.
Is that
It's not only
INFPT
just
stuff?
physical. Huh?
Is that the INFPT stuff?
Yeah, I'm an
Okay.
INFJ. I'm an INFJ.
Okay.
So, yeah, if you understand that, then you can go and do research on what your 4-digit code is and kind of understand yourself a lot better. It's not just physical and mental. You got to do some mental work too. You got to understand who you are as a fucking personality. You got to understand your weaknesses and your strengths when it comes to your mentality. And that's your hesitation. Understand who you are.
Darnell, quick question. Do you get
Yes, sir.
a check from the government every month?
Yes.
All right, get your passport, brother. Your life is outside the states.
You got a passport, don't you?
Yeah, I have a passport.
Oh, okay.
Have you been to Colombia, Dominican Republic, Brazil, or Thailand?
I've been to Brazil. I've been to Saudi Arabia, Djibouti, Kenya.
Yeah. None of
I've
that.
been.
You need to go to Thailand, the Philippines, Dominican Republic, or Colombia with that pension or with that SSI or whatever you're getting. You take that outside of the states, everything that you've done in the past will grant you a whole lot of success.
Yeah, I already told him that.
Yeah. I'm putting the plan. I'm putting the plan into motion, man. You know,
There it is.
I gotta fix my house up. And
He's working
put it
on
the
the
No,
market.
you
so
don't.
he can put it on
No,
the
you don't.
market.
No, you don't. You do not need to
What?
fix your house up. All right, just
Why
put
not?
that bad boy. Just put that bad boy in Section 8. It'll pay for itself. It'll cash flow, and take yourself to the DR, Colombia, Thailand, Philippines, or Brazil. Go enjoy your life, brother. You waiting for something that ain't never gonna happen. Your house ain't never gonna be perfect enough. You know what I'm saying? Just put that on Section 8. It'll pay for itself. It'll cash flow. Take your money. Go enjoy your life. I promise you, all you being you will get you a good wife because you're a good person as long as you stay away from the mangoes.
He said, "This dude memorized the book and don't even put it to work."
I'm gonna end it on this. Hey, first I gotta say this, man. Please make sure that you like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. We would love to have you on. This has been a great live cast for you, Darnell. Somebody told me this, and I think this is what you should do. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. So it doesn't matter what you did a while ago. The best time to start something is today.
Right now.
So you put all those things aside. I was in a fraternity, and the first thing we learned in the fraternity is this: excuses are tools of incompetence that seldom amount to anything but monuments of nothingness. And those who specialize in them will never accomplish anything. And you are building monuments of excuses. Stop. Go.
This is one brother holding other brothers accountable. That's what we do.
Right.
There it is.
My brothers, I greatly appreciate everyone on here. Tracy, make sure you subscribe to my channel so you can come back up. We really love to have you. CC, man, it was great depth conversation. It was fantastic. I love it. Mr. G,
thank you for having me,
Darnell and Jay Moss, brother. We the comedy relief man was here.
That brother was lit. I want to know what he was drinking on.
Man.
Or maybe not. I don't know.
You're drinking on despair. All right, gentlemen.
You said despair.
That's wrong.
Peace. It was a great love, guys. I'm out.
All right, Caribbean.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right, guys. I'll subscribe.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I enjoyed this, man. It was fun.
Come back again, Tracy.
I will.
Yeah.
5 hours of my life, but I'll do it again.
Well,
no,
this ain't normal. This is not normal.
Oh.
We started late and then it just ran on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
But come back, brother. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I got you. Just
Man,
send me the
play
next
that
link.
beautiful bean footage so we can talk in the green room. Play the video.
Let me go ahead and play our outro. Well, let me see. I gotta get something for Tracy one more time. Give me one
Y'all
Tracy,
good,
get
man.
your passport, brother. Get your passport. We out, fellas.
All right, we out, man.